Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second ever Higher Self Expo. I'm so pleased to host this event for you. And we've got a number of firsts this time around. This will be the first time that we're doing 2 days total, the first time we have a keynote speaker, and the first time we have a musical guest. And so I'm really excited to introduce to you Maria Wahlberg. She's a Swedish singer and songwriter. And she creates this amazing music that I got to hear a few months ago when she reached out to me on Facebook. And I said, oh my gosh, we have to feature you. So I'm so pleased to allow you to hear her first song ever in this kind of venue. And the name of the song is Could It Be Us? And so I'm introducing Ms. Maria Wahlberg. Hello.
Hi.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yes. I think of how it could be. Could it be us? We would learn from each other, help each other grow. Would you be proud of me? Love me unconditionally. Don't be afraid, don't you let your fears decide. Pull down the walls you built, there is no need to hide. 'Cause you are perfect, 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 perfect. You are everything I've ever wanted. I think of all that you are, your touch and your laughter. I believe we were born from the same bright star. Ooh, and now we found each other's light, ready to reunite. Don't be afraid, don't you let your fears decide. Pull down the walls you built, there is no need to hide. 'Cause you are perfect, 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 perfect. You are everything I've ever wanted. Yes, you are. Why can't life always be easy? I just wanna surrender to you. Don't be afraid, don't you let your fears decide. Pull down the walls you built, there's no need to hide. 'Cause you are perfect, 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 perfect. You are everything I've ever wanted. Could it be us?
Yay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm excited to bring in my co-host, Dr. Naza Nalani. Hey.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are right now.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to steal from Jim Carrey. So, Naza, thank you so much for being a co-host for this, for me, and for everyone. You bring a light that I think everybody's really going to enjoy.
Thank you for having me. It's such an honor, and I am so excited. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so excited.
Oh, that's awesome. I slept pretty well, actually. I think that's a good thing. I needed that energy for today, I think.
Yes, for sure.
So you were suggesting, and I think this is a really good idea, to just kind of go over a very brief understanding, as everybody knows, hopefully by now, that our theme for this event is envisioning our 5D society. And there's so many ways to describe what a 5D society is. I would say that my favorite is to be able to compare it to what we have now. In our 3D society, we could all agree that it is dominated by the emotion of fear. And we see it in the news, we see it all over the place, we see it, all over the world. But in a 5D society, it's dominated by unconditional love. And we all really truly know and believe and feel that that is the direction that we're going in. And I would even say that when we look back at 2020, as difficult as it is, I don't think we're going to look back on it and say the year of the disaster. I think we're actually going to look at it and say, this is the year of the awakening. So I'm super excited about it. Of course, there's many people that are going through all kinds of problems right now at the time of this event and the time of this recording, especially in the Pacific Northwest with all the fires that are all over the place. So one of the things that a member that reached out to me in Oregon overnight, she asked that we do kind of an activation, prayer, manifestation request that those fires are alleviated soon and that the area can begin its recovery. So I was originally going to do, and I probably still will, I was originally going to do an activation to remove people's negative entity attachments so they're nice and clear for today to enjoy the event. And then I was going to do a burden release activation. But I think, depending on timing here, because we definitely want to get to our first speaker, our keynote, I'm going to definitely do an activation that I would love for everybody to join me in to help that Pacific Northwest region.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. And our hearts are with all of them. And collectively, when we all send love and healing, it can do powerful things.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, well, Naza, you're going to be introducing some folks a little bit later on, and I'm looking forward to that. But for now, I think we'll say goodbye, and we'll go ahead and introduce Jordan in about 8 minutes.
Sounds great. See everyone soon.
Okay. Okay, everybody, if you could go ahead and get into a comfortable position and close your eyes and take a nice big deep breath in and relax as you exhale. Feel yourself sinking into the chair that you're sitting in. The first thing we're going to do is remove negative entity attachments because they can really get in the way of receiving energy healing and energy work. They can get in the way of having those positive thoughts that we can use so clearly and to help with our manifestation requests that we're about to make. And so my activations work very simply. I'm simply going to say, breath in. When I do, you'll take a nice big deep breath, you'll hold it at the top, and you'll wait for me to say the word awaken. Removing negative entity attachments. Breath in. Awaken. Good. Okay. So at this time, I would like for everyone to go ahead. Oh, okay. I'm seeing us. We're flying through the air. We're lifting up out of our homes, and we're flying across the continent, maybe across oceans, and coming into a levitation high above the Pacific Northwest region. And we can see the smoke, we can see the fires, we can see the people that have had to evacuate, the people that are trapped in their homes. And so I would like for everyone to join me in picturing this region changing right before our eyes. The fires dwindling, the smoke dissipating, the greenery returning. And however it is that you manifest, use your own method. And I'm going to do an activation just like we just did. Breath in. Awaken. And finally, I would like for everybody to take a moment to look inside their bodies and see where you find any discomfort. This will be a burden release activation. So we carry our emotional burdens with us throughout our bodies. We feel them as a weight on our shoulders, a tightness in our chest, a pain in our stomachs, and any other possibilities. I've heard everything. Neck pain, jaw pain. So you find yours and think about it and imagine that you're describing it to someone else. And how would you describe it? Would you describe it as a weight or a pain or an ache? Really picture it, really feel it. And if you can remember the situation that might have caused it in the first place, as long as you don't have PTSD from that situation, then I want you to put yourself back there and remember the thing that may have caused this discomfort. The goal here is to actually make it feel worse for a moment, to just really bring it out, to not be afraid of it, but to really feel into it, because we're going to root it out. And with this activation, you're going to feel it alleviate. So keep feeling it. And then I want you to imagine that I've injected you with a colored dye. You choose the color. And this dye is attracted to this discomfort area. So now not only can you feel what it feels like, but you can see what it looks like as it colors in this area, this space. And you can notice the shape. Is it the shape of your musculature? Is it the shape of a diamond, little spikes, a cloud, a blob, whatever it is? Just focus on what it feels like, what caused it in the first place, and what it looks like all the way through the activation. Breath in. Awaken. Excellent. And so I want you to go ahead and picture yourself flying back to your homes, over the land, for the water, through your roof, and settling back down into your seat. And when you're ready to enjoy a day filled with light work, high vibrational energy, information and channeled information to make not only your life better, but the entire world, and you feel refreshed and relaxed and ready to take it all in, then you can open your eyes. Thank you so much for participating in that activation. It's an honor to introduce you to our very first speaker of the Expo. He is a metaphysical scholar and teacher, and he's the creator of the popular YouTube channel Spirit Science. When he experienced a spiritual awakening at age 19, he realized that the world would be changed nearly overnight if society knew all that he was learning, feeling, and deeply knowing to be true. So he merged his childhood passion of animating cartoon characters and his newfound love of metaphysical topics and created the YouTube channel that has a heartfelt, rabid following with nearly 1 million subscribers and counting. Today, he'll be sharing his perspective of what a 5D society could possibly look like and how we can get there, starting with you, the viewer. Here to deliver our first ever keynote presentation, Jordan River. Jordan, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. We're so looking forward to it, and we'll let you take it away.
Perfect. So I'm just going to press this share screen button here, and hopefully this whole thing works. We haven't tried it yet. Sharing everything. All right, you can see my window. Everything looks good. Oh, we've got like a vortex. That's cool. All right. Imagining a 5D society. It's a very fitting topic and subject for this expo today. Now, imagining the new Earth, as we're getting into this, we're not the first to speak on this, right? Going back through countless generations, we find this has been described in ancient texts and philosophies and spiritualities and religions, the golden age, the new Earth, the Tao, Nirvana, the promised land, the kingdom of God or heaven on earth, sometimes even the event, right? There's so many different names, words, ideas that have been shared and passed along as though this is this most definitely happening, this reality that we're all moving into together. But even as it's been discussed for so long, it's like this is going to take some time. This is even described in the Hindu and the Eastern philosophies of the yugas, that we've moved through these epochs of time, moving through all of this density, moving back into what can only be described as the golden age. And to really discuss what it could look like to imagine and cultivate and create a new Earth or a 5D society, it would probably be very valuable to begin by starting with life, death, life cycles. You see, death is often something seen as feared by humans. It's not uncommon to see that there's a fear of death among humanity and society, something that should be avoided or not even really looked at all. And the thing that is very much just, I guess, missed in that avoidance is that, yes, while death can be scary, it's the nourishing force that brings about life renewed. One example of this, actually, and as we were, as Zane had mentioned, the forest fires in California, or just the fires around the world that have happened over the last year. We had Australia at the beginning of this year. Is that even though an intense fire can be very, very destructive, just this raw, intense, chaotic burning, all of the ashes from all of the burning actually creates a foundation of almost like topsoil. The ash sits on the surface of the earth, and that provides nourishing energy, nourishing substance for the new life to spring up with its vibrance renewed. That's what I'm trying to say. So while it can be scary, we have to see that both in nature and even with us, it is a nourishing force that brings about life renewed. If we look at even from the perspective of reincarnation, when our bodies get old, when we die, perhaps that passage can be a scary one, but then bada bing, look, you've got a new body, and it's all young and spry and excited and renewed. It's a beautiful thing. So death, the life-death life cycle, is a very important one to understand and to not be afraid of as we move from an old way of being in society to a new one. Now, it is actually believed in some tribes too that it is Lady Death herself who causes the infant to turn upside down in the womb. And so by its nature, death prepares the way to rebirth. And as it said in the beautiful movie, The Fountain, death is the road to awe. And so this applies on every level of life. This applies for us personally, as we go through our own ego deaths. It applies in society, it applies in nature. And as mentioned, it applies really at this highest level of shifting from one level of consciousness to the other. We have to be willing to let our old way of thinking, our old habits, our old ideas pass on, because that makes room, that energy, that mindset, the old way of thinking about the world actually paves the way for something new. So this shift is happening right now. It's been going on for a long time and accelerating more so, especially even just in the last 10 years, really. And with the advent of modern internet technology and communications tech and everything that has been really emerging and developing, things are accelerating at a rapid, tremendously fast-moving rate. And what steps can we take, each of us here and now in our day-to-day lives, playing a role in the realization of new Earth systems? So to begin, or to continue, I suppose we've already begun, what is a dimension, right? We're talking about like moving into a 5D society, and what about a 4D society? And like, what even is 5D? What are these words that we're talking about? Because there is a difference between scientifically or mathematically speaking in the subject of dimensions and spiritually speaking what a dimension could possibly be. So scientifically speaking, a dimension is considered a measurable extent of some kind, such as length, breadth, depth, or height, or an aspect or feature of a situation, problem, or thing. Mathematically and spiritually are generally two different things. And today we're still striving to find how they interconnect. Because spiritually speaking, dimensions often relate with planes of existence, or even different realms, right? Different places, a different way that reality can appear outside of that which we can perceive. It's believed that we are right now in the fourth dimension, a transitory period between our old world, the third dimension, and a higher reality, the 5D, right? And of course, there's many different beliefs and ideas about this. Some people say we're still in 3D and 4D is a passing through. And there's, again, yes, many different ways of looking at this. And because it's very elusive, and because we don't have like such a solid scientific understanding of different dimensions and planes of existence sort of thing, it's not very easy to pin it down specifically. So we have to be willing, and yes, we have to be willing to explore the different ideas to try and find the most solid and tangible understanding that we possibly can. You know, is there any substance here, or is it just New Age jargon? And one of the things that does lend itself to merging this scientific and spiritual understanding of this actually is well, it is a common idea in mathematics and in the fields of science. And I can probably point to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who gave a workshop at one point and shared that, you know, if it's kind of like the way that we look at flatland, you know, if there was a two-dimensional world and you passed your finger through that world, the little two-dimensional creatures would be like, whoa, what is happening? There's this, like, you know, a 2D shape, like, you know, starting with a point, the tip of your finger that expands as it goes into it, and, you know, it gets bigger, and then it you know, as you pull your finger out, it shrinks down back to the dot and disappears. And so a fourth dimensional being or a fifth dimensional being, if they were to pass their finger through the third dimensional reality that we experience here and now, then we might experience, you know, like a third dimensional object coming into being, but it's only, you know, we're so limited in our perspective, we can't even see the totality of the whole finger that it is that they're pushing through in this, into this dimension. And so the final thing I just want to share here briefly too is that speaking to this transitory, 3D to 5D sort of thing, there is a concept that, it's like we used to be in this very fixed, rigid three-dimensional world, and that there was a shift that was supposed to take place where we would have moved into a 4D, like a going through a dimensional shift of some kind. This is like a concept that actually goes back through many ancient Native American traditions and the Mayans as well. But the thing is that we as a species, as a planet, we're not ready to fully engage with becoming sort of semi-physical, right? These like sort of still having bodies, but having the ability to shape reality in a more instant thought, directly creating your reality kind of way. And so because of that, there's an idea that we actually emerged into sort of a temporal 4D reality that's based on still the third dimensional laws of physics, and that we right now have the opportunity and the ability to rapidly shift our consciousness into a higher reality. But we also can stay in a more 3D mindset and state of being for those who are, not as far along on the path. So with all of that in mind, again, is there any substance here, or is it just New Age jargon? And this is the question that we're going to explore here. Now, the fourth dimension is often equated to time in a mathematics or science-based perspective. How something changes in X, Y, Z, but over the duration of time. And if this is the case, how might we see ourselves in 4D as it relates to the dimension of time? One way is through mystical experiences, for example, meditation, breath work, or plant medicine like ayahuasca, in which we create powerful healing beyond the present moment, shaping and reframing our past, present, and future. It's a very interesting subject because for anyone who has done serious meditation work or breath work or even plant medicine, it's not uncommon to experience your consciousness sort of spanning back through the totality of your life, past, present, future, and seeing them all weave together in this beautiful continuum. And this might be what we're speaking about, right? As far as imagining a 4D or a 5D society moving into this higher reality may be simply that, yes, well, we remain physical here, but our consciousness is more able to experience beyond the limits of just a third dimensional awareness. And perhaps it's easier to do this now that it has been in the past. A reality that less people had access to is now becoming available within mass consciousness. So it's like with this whole, shifting of energy, shifting of consciousness, shifting of time, as we evolve as a species, perhaps more people now have access to do this, expanding in a metaphysical kind of way, where before we were more limited in focus and scope of as to what our lives could possibly be. And the last point here is also kind of similar to what I described previously, but just as a species, we're collectively seemingly becoming more aware of how our past and future are a continuum of experience and flow, and us becoming more aware of the intricate connections within us through time and space, not just to ourselves, our actions, past, present, and future, but also our connections to each other, past, present, and future, and how our thoughts and feelings can affect each other through time and space. And it probably can sound a little bit really out there for certain. I would actually probably I would like to reference the, I think they're called the Quantum Gravity Institute. And they have provided some very remarkable new information to show that on a quantum level, the particles and bits of information that are making up all of reality are actually moving forwards and backwards in time simultaneously. And that even though we experience a linear progression through our, through in life through time, experiencing one day at a time, kind of every second. It's always moving forward. Things are in the past. They're always in the past. But the particles that make up everything don't operate like that. They can be in the past and the future, forwards and backwards, time and space, just all over the place. And if part of the fabric of reality can move and act and behave in this way, the question arises, can we also tap into that? Can we affect the past or completely transform the future with a deep enough connection to the present moment and the eternal now? Another quick way of describing this, I might just say, is like imagining it as a wheel of time. Imagining that, as the wheel of time just keeps turning, but that from the center of that wheel, there is a stillness and the ability to connect out to all the different spokes on the wheel at any given point, at any given moment. And so it's through your consciousness that you can actually connect with the past, with the future. You can and see potential realities of where that wheel is going, where the car of the wheel of time is steering. So if that's the fourth dimension, let's look at the fifth dimension now. Often it's described that the fifth dimension is essentially a non-physical reality. Like if we were fifth dimensional beings and not also rooted in the third dimension, we were just fifth dimensional beings, we would be omnipresent through time and space and entirely formless, a non-physical state of consciousness. Now, that is one common idea of 5D. Many others, however, believe that it's simply a state of mind or consciousness, right? It's like, well, we are rooted in 3D, but our consciousness extends into 5D. And that's a state where we are more aware of the inherent unity between us, more connected mentally and emotionally with each other in the world. The majority of these explanations, again, are not always deeply scientific, mostly because we don't have the tools necessary scientifically. We have not pioneered those tools to be able to actively grasp and fully conceptualize what that means. But the ideas are deeply imaginative and are very based in spiritual awareness. So again, if you were to take a plant medicine experience, go to Costa Rica or the Central South America and do an ayahuasca ceremony of some kind and asked, what is 5D? You might, emerge into this sort of multidimensional, formless reality of beyond time and space and be like, wow, that you have this sense of knowing inside of yourself as to what that is specifically. But we still don't have the scientific tools to be able to measure what that experience was and if it was exclusive to you or how it might be, made more accessible to everyone, how it's replicatable. But since we are imagining a 5D society, where will our imagination allow us to go in the process of global change? So let's ground it in a little bit, right? We've talked about some really big ideas here. Perhaps it's possible that we can shift entirely into a new reality through a dimensional shift, as mentioned before. And perhaps we're a long ways away from this. The idea of a dimensional shift is a very rapid global shift from one density, one state of consciousness, one state of existence into another. And the idea is that in order for us to be able to do that, we have to be consciously prepared as masters and creators of our reality in order to do that. So maybe that's a thing, maybe it's not. It's not entirely known yet. But we must be mindful that to really create lasting change, we must take the higher worlds that we are imagining and bring them into the world and make them physically real, right? In this way, like we are the creators of our reality, and imagination is really our biggest limitation. Is when you go about your day-to-day life and you live a mundane existence, not saying anyone here watching this in particular lives a mundane existence, but we as a collective species often subscribe to a more mundane perspective of the world. And in doing so, that is the reality that we create. So by using our imagination, we're able to merge the higher dimensions with the tangibility of our physical existence. And then in doing so, increase the resonance and quality of our physical experiences here, right? It's taking that large, expansive dreams of possibilities and bringing them into the world and increasing how good life can be for everyone by fundamentally living from a higher state of consciousness. But the problem is, or the challenge here, is that often when, thinking of on a more spiritual perspective, we focus on our higher centers. It's a very popular thing, even in New Age circles, to be like, well, I really want to open my crown chakra. I want to activate my third eye. I want to be in the heart. I want to, really round out that throat chakra and really expand into it, right? And those are the ones that get all the focus. So what happens when we forsake the lower centers? It's like, yes, maybe we have this, higher awareness, but in terms of like dealing with, more root level, lower center issues, those become a little bit degraded because we're not putting enough balance and focus into harmonizing those as well and bringing that higher awareness down into the physical, saying, what do we need right here and right now? Now, this is one of my favorite quotes from someone who I would consider to be one of my greatest and favorite astrological teachers, Caroline Casey. And she says, imagination lays the tracks for the reality train to follow. It's so fun. It's such a fun, and yes, just yes. So let's imagine some realities for a moment. Could a 5D reality look like this? And maybe, right? I mean, this is very like non-physical kind of experience, very deeply connected, but the person's still there, still physically there, but the astral body is like fully activated, higher Merkaba, 100%. How about this? Maybe this could be the result of a 5D society. If everyone was living really in their higher heart and deeply connected to the limitless possibilities of our imagination, maybe we could all be living in beautiful, futuristic ocean cities and flying cities, and maybe even, if the imagination is laying the tracks for the reality train, I wonder why not make like a big city that looks like Gondor from Lord of the Rings, right? Like that was a beautiful city, and that would be so cool. Like we could definitely do it if we just took that imagination and put it into physical action, right? But maybe a 5D society, maybe it's like this, maybe it's a spacefaring civilization. Maybe it's that we're exploring the universe and we're actively pioneering across multi-dimensional space and looking for new worlds that have different kinds of, all kinds of different foods and different animals and creatures, and maybe even meeting other civilizations. Or maybe it's as simple as this. Maybe it's something that is just like a little bit of modern technology, even just as it is, merged a little bit more with nature and a little bit more connected to the earth itself. Now, we're higher. This is great. We have a job to do right here and now. We are the ones, all of us here together, are the ones who have to build this new earth, and to build the new earth with our imagination and lay the tracks for it to physically come into existence, right? None of these beautiful ideas and images here could ever come into being if no one had the thought, gee, let's do that, right? And some of these may even be, in our immediate future. Others may be a little bit farther off. It really depends on us. And the question is now, where does one begin? Mentally, emotionally, technologically, spiritually, right? Physically? And the answer, as you might expect, is yes. Because of the infinite and expansive nature of reality, we can begin to engage with this higher reality in a number of ways. And the importance is that we do engage. We have to be consciously participating with our lives and the world actively every moment, every day. Every energetic ripple and change that we make within ourselves, perceiving and living in higher reality for ourselves, helps the world around us to move there as well. And this is something that, like, I think we often maybe miss in that awareness of how deeply connected that we are. But literally, as you grow as a person, as you evolve your own consciousness and you shine that light out into the world, other people feel it, you know? And this applies, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, you have if you know 3 people, or if you're a super famous celebrity, and everywhere in between, is as you make changes and you just become an expression of that naturally in your life, people around you will take notice. They'll feel that. It's why you often hear, like, you know, it's like a smile goes such a long way when you're walking down the road and you just smile to someone. Like, that moment of present awareness can instantly change the quality of that other person's day, because maybe they were feeling so completely unacknowledged and you gave them some hope in the world, right? And so it's very important that we do this work for ourselves, but we also are doing it for each other, because we're all in this together. And it's important that we not just, I mean, this is more of the same, but, you know, we're not just working on our dreams outwardly, but we do the work inwardly as well. It's like, you know, building the ocean city idea is a really beautiful idea. We definitely want to get there. But if we're not operating with a really integrated awareness, you know, mind, body, and soul, really connected to our own higher selves, to our own, you know, spiritual guidance, then we may end up making a lot of mistakes that we might not have made if we were more deeply in tune. And so we must be working outwardly and inwardly. And there's this idea as well that says that we are not the outside or the inside, you know, the outside or the inside of ourselves, of our existence. We are the awareness of both. We are that boundary line of energy and information that comes in and goes out and comes in and goes out. And we're aware of it, and we choose how we receive it, and we choose how we put it back out. But we're not, you know, if we were to identify ourselves, not to identify with what is within or with what is without, because all of that is subject to change. We are just the awareness of the passing through. Now, the last thing here too is that, you know, again, just speaking to how to make this go a lot smoother, is that when we work through our karma, the energy can flow a lot smoother. And that's really important. Important to know, and important to realize that you can't just jump straight in and go all the way to 10. You got to work your way up there. But as you begin to do that work, it becomes easier and easier as you go. So the holographic reality. Now, this is really fun, right? There's many prominent theories in modern science today suggesting that our reality is a hologram or a simulation of some kind, right? Like much like a very expansive video game. You've probably seen or heard of many of those very big video games like Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption or whatever, right? Where there's these like massive worlds. Like the amount of time it would take in the game to walk from one side of the map to the other side would be like hours and hours and hours. So it's like that times the cajillion infinity because the entire universe is all just potentially a big holographic simulated reality video game, and that your body, this body, is the main character of the game, right? And that's a really fun idea. It makes life, it takes life out of the idea of something mundane and into something that's like, whoa, like let's go on an adventure, right? And as above, so below. the meaning behind this kind of classic ancient Hermetic principle is that our experiences represent something in another dimension, frequency, or realm. And so if this physical reality is a hologram or a simulation, what it would describe is that all of the actions that are taken in this dimension, all of the things that happen here and now, are all a result of other things happening in other frequencies, dimensions, or realms. And a very simple way of describing that is actually just looking at it in terms of thought and emotion. Like, if you consider any action that you've ever taken in your life, even as much as just like reaching over and grabbing a glass of water and drinking it and putting it down, it doesn't just happen arbitrarily. Those actions were taken because I had the thought to do that, or you had the thought to do that, or the feeling, the emotional impulse to take some action. And so thoughts and feelings are non-physical. They're invisible forces. They're invisible experiences within you. You know, point to where are your emotions, and you could kind of point all over the place. Maybe your belly, you're feeling it in your body, feeling it in your head, you're swirling around, right? But it's not like a you know, just something as tangible as like point to your hand. It's right here, right? It's less elusive. It's rather, the hand is less elusive. The thoughts and feelings are more elusive. But the point being that your actions and everything that happens here in the physical reality is a result of non-physical stimulations. And so these equate to layers and layers of reality upon each other, varying in density and vibration. We must learn to see beyond the limited scope of only our three-dimensional awareness. This is one of the earliest teachings in the Tree of Life, and the concepts of the Tree of Life, which is that at the very base level of the Tree of Life is the physical reality. The sphere is called Malkut, except it says that Malkut is basically just inert matter. It's like the body without a soul, without an energy or vibration that's stimulating it, is just dirt on the ground, right? But it's because of Yesod, which is the sphere right above it, that actually creates an energetic stimulus, a spiritual, a vibratory stimulus that facilitates this physical reality to move. And so Yesod would ultimately be described kind of like an astral realm, like your astral body or your spiritual body, your soul, that ultimately, you know, is the accumulation of your thoughts and your feelings and all of these other forces. The Tree of Life is a very elaborate conversation, so we won't get super much deeper into that. But basically, it's describing that your astral body, your soul, your thoughts, and your emotions all kind of come together to create a thick blanket of energy that stimulates the physical reality. And that is important for this conversation. The physical has a corresponding energy, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And this is, I think, it's important because it allows you to look beyond the physical and see a much more expansive perspective of an interconnected reality of everything, right? Especially if thoughts and emotions extend beyond the body, which is now also a science that many scientists are pioneering right now. Dr. Rupert Sheldrake is a particularly interesting scientist who has done experiments that demonstrate that thoughts and emotions, he calls it morphogenetic field theory, that they extend beyond the body. They are all we're all interconnected in this wave, this field of thought and feeling. So many times, what happened? There we go. Many times we find ourselves having been put into situations, or find ourselves in situations where we may be completely confused. You know, why did something happen to us? It's very unclear. Maybe it's a negative thing. Why did this happen? Only to find out later, with a higher perspective, that it was actually in our highest good all along. One of the most meaningful and profound things someone ever said to me was, I was in a plant medicine ceremony, ayahuasca ceremony, actually at Rhythmia. And I was going through just a lot of stuff, just a lot of karmic history. And one of my friends who is a shaman came up to me, and he's just like, as hard as this is right now, one day you'll be grateful that it happened. And we talked for a while about it, but that really stuck with me for a really long time and gave me a lot of, it actually really compelled me into that reality, right? Because imagination lays the tracks for the reality trains. And by the time that experience, that ceremony was over, I was in a more grateful state, despite how hard and difficult all of that stuff was in the past. So in order to see the collective picture, we have to be able to look at the whole story, like the story of humanity, the story of our lives, the story of our culture, and see them, how they interact with each other, right? The story of you, your family members, your people in your lives, and then story of how countries emerged, and just the bigger picture for us as a species. And a holographic collective experience, if reality is a giant hologram, then we have to ask, well, what is the new Earth? What does it mean to all of us? How do we bring those collective ideas together and imagine something new? It can mean something unique to everyone, but most interpretations usually speak very simply, at the very least, to a better world for everyone, right? As we looked at, there's these pictures of all these different things, different possibilities, different, whether it's ocean cities or just a little more connected with nature, spacefaring, what have you, right? But the bottom line is maybe none of those things really matter in contrast to the perspective of, well, is life better for everyone, right? Creating this world begins with each of us evolving our own consciousness, and the collective consciousness also raising in awareness to the bigger picture. So let's sit with that for a moment as well. Like, we each have to evolve. We've talked about this quite a lot. We each have to do that work internally and externally, right? Pioneering a new level of awareness. But as we do that individually, we find collective consciousness also raises in awareness with this bigger picture that we're all striving towards. And sometimes we don't even necessarily have to know the bigger picture. We just know that we're growing. And as a species, we all evolve. And I think the beautiful thing here is that, not everyone has to be on board with this whole idea of ocean cities or spacefaring and this and that. And maybe it's an inevitability regardless as technology improves. But as that happens, us as a species naturally evolves too. And so, just kind of speaking to this here, right, is imagining this new Earth. It relates both individually and collectively. For the collective imagination is even more powerful than the individual. And that's a beautiful thing too. And I think through just speaking of through entertainment and through media, there is a lot of suffering and chaos and stuff that is like this, that is purported through the news and through entertainment and through the media and everything like this. But at the same time, there's also a great deal of new positive imagination that is pioneered collectively by entertainment. And you can speak very briefly to, or I'll speak very briefly to, like Marvel movies, for example, very, very just massive industry and very, very large audience here. And Doctor Strange pioneered, really gave the idea into the imagination of astral projection and concepts like this to so many people who had never heard of it before. Not that Doctor Strange invented astral projection, obviously, but the point being that so many more people now are aware of the concept than ever would have been before, thanks to that film. And we can look at that even with, the depictions of the quantum realm in Ant-Man, and not to stay on Marvel movies for too long, but the point being that, as we get a greater expression collectively, individually, and everywhere in between of, better, brighter, more beautiful futures and higher understandings of reality, we collectively all kind of wake up and evolve and step into something new. The challenge is, right now collectively we are imagining a lot of suffering on the other side. You flip on the news and bad news sells. That's just sort of a thing. There's actually a whole like learning how to write content. If you actually like just do some research on how to write viral content, is the emotions that go the most viral. The number one emotion that goes the most viral is actually anger. So it kind of makes sense. Yeah, you put out something that makes a lot of people angry, and that's the thing that's gonna go viral the most. And it's laughter and humor is, I believe, it's number 2. So that's just kind of, it's where our consciousness is at right now. We have to be very real and authentically acknowledging of that if we have any desire or wish to transcend beyond it. And just as with our individual lives, there can be unexpected turmoil that shakes and shifts the entire world, and COVID is a really good example of this. So speaking to the laws, right? Like one of the first things, the laws of the universe, laws of creation, laws of the new earth, one of the first things that people will say when imagining the new earth is that there will be no laws, right? It was a lawless society. Everyone will just be living from their hearts. It'll be beautiful. Why do we need laws, right? But with the holographic principle in mind, what are the laws? What are laws in general, right? We have to understand that laws are like, are basically the idea of the rules of the game, right? Like the laws of physics, if you will, very applicable to the third dimension as we currently understand them. And these are things that, if followed, well, some of the things seem to be mandatory to be followed, right? It's very difficult to escape the law of gravity as we understand it currently. This may be subject to change in the future. But they are things that, if followed, create a smoother shared experience. And things that, if are not followed, there are consequences. Now, I'm gonna jump down here for a moment too, to just outline and say very briefly, there is a difference between God's law and man's law. And this is where we find the disconnect between sort of the universal laws and the laws of like, well, there's stop signs and you better obey the law, when you're driving or whatever. Don't kill people. Well, that's probably a good universal law too. But the point being, in the Emerald Tablets in the Hermetica, Thoth tells us that the all is law. Like law is built into the fabric of reality, and that cosmic laws are fundamental to all of creation from the mind of God. In fact, actually, that's a very brief but potent tangent, is that as we're looking at the whole concept of what if the entire universe is a big magical super simulation, then this actually traces back, this idea is not new by any stretch, because you go back 2,000 to 4,000 years ago, and sometime in between there, you go to the ancient Greeks and their Hermetic texts, but those also relate to the ancient Egyptian texts from thousands of years prior. What they describe so long ago is that all of this, everything in the universe, is all just a thought in the mind of God. And that all is mind because all exists within the mind of God, and that we are creating reality along with the rest of the forces of the universe and the mind of creation through this kind of reality sandbox game. And we must learn to acknowledge that there are certain principles at play within this holographic mind of God game. So it's also important to know that perhaps in some dimensions, laws work or at least appear differently, such as the quantum and the relative, right? Like we don't currently understand scientifically how the quantum field, the quantum reality, which is, deeply, incredibly super tiny, beyond which it's easily describable. And the relative, or the standard model of physics, which is like, our bodies and gravity and this and that, like at a certain level, I believe it's the first hydrogen molecule is the point at which the laws of physics will either start or break down. Like bigger than a hydrogen molecule and smaller than a hydrogen molecule is where particles behave differently, right? But we also have that as above, so below. The thing is, we just don't know how those things translate from one reality into another. Perhaps they're connected, but they appear differently. But when you abide by a set of laws, you come into resonance with that system. So it's important to look at, and I think understand and identify that the new earth, well, the earth that we're creating, which is new to us in this lifetime, and as old as the universe itself in beyond ourselves, has particular laws as well. And so let's just look at what those are specifically. This is drawing from these ones specifically are drawing from the 7 Hermetic principles. And you know, we have as above, so below, which we've talked about. And awareness of frequency, vibration of energy. It begins with, and actually that also comes from Nikola Tesla, who basically, you know, described that, look, if you want to become a master of the universe, it's very simple. Just be aware that everything moves through frequency, vibration, and energy. When you come at life from that state, and looking at life from that, you know, physical objects cease to be physical. You recognize that things are moving. And there's probably a relationship to this, and forgive me, I bring up like plant medicine a lot because it's been such a powerful healer and teacher in my life. But it might be one of those reasons why whenever you seem to take a plant medicine, everything seems to move and merge together. It stops being like physical objects, like the floor and the wall becomes floor wall, and they're moving. It's such an interesting experience. So with that in mind, here are the 7 Hermetic principles. The first being mentalism. All exists within the mind of God, and that it is through our own minds that we can become masters of reality. Then you have correspondence. Everything is connected and correlates with everything else, right? Nothing is separate. We have this preconceived notion that, you know, I am me and you are you, and we're all disconnected in this world. And that's sort of this preconceived notion that we've been operating by for probably thousands of years, right? And that country, they're bad, and these guys are good, and we're going to go to war and this and that. But it's like, no, we're all one. We're all just like, we're all bits of awareness within this cosmic soup of vibrating energy that ultimately there is no separation. There is no disconnection here. Vibration is the next law, and that just basically simply says everything is vibrating and in motion. And following up with that is that there is a natural polarizing flow to the motion of creation. And in that polarity, like these 3 go together very well, right? Everything is moving. The movements have a polarity of like 2 extremes that they move between, and there's a rhythm between there. And that's very simple when you look at, you know, even the basis of sound waves and color and color theory and all this stuff. It's like red has very long wavelengths or very extended wavelengths. And then violet has very short, fast wavelengths, right? And so this applies to sound, this applies to color, and it probably applies to the particles that are vibrating our bodies into existence and everything physical, right? So there is a natural polarizing rhythm to nature, to reality. And then the last 2 here, we have cause and effect. Every cause has an effect. Every effect has a cause. To the point at which, like, you know, your in-breath leads to an out-breath, and so on and so forth forever, until you stop breathing, that is. And then also, like, us, you know, having this New Earth Expo that we're having right now will lead to it. Like, it was an effect that became a cause that will affect everybody who watches it and go on and so forth to create more shifts and changes in the world and in life. And the final principle in the Hermetic laws is gender. And that is that there is a natural masculine and feminine energy or energies at play in all things. And understanding the nature of gender beyond the, you know, male body, female body kind of thing is that there are 2 different ways of energy moving, essentially. Is that one is sharp, pointed, and dynamic, and then the other is sort of a voluptuous, wavy, expansive, receptive in its nature. And that is a very large conversation in and of itself, so I'll probably just leave that there for right now. but there's spirit science episodes on masculine and feminine energies for anybody who wants to go deeper and you haven't seen it. So I'm coming close to the end here. We've got 10 more minutes. Let's see. Now, creating a new reality. A couple more slides too. Yeah, we're coming along just fine. Creating a new reality begins by confirming and growing to understand the workings of the cosmos on a higher level, beyond the limits of what human law has established, right? We have to recognize the God's law, right? These cosmic laws, and it might also be valuable to look at, like what ancient quote unquote laws existed. We have, of course, you have the 10 Commandments, which is very biblical, but the 10 Commandments seem to have come from the 42 laws of Ma'at, which was an ancient Egyptian philosophy of sort of these like laws by which to live your life by. And many of them sort of were, living in accordance with this vibrational understanding of reality, and had some very practical things as well, like don't steal grain. Because grain was currency back in the day, so you don't want to steal it. So it would be very valuable for a collective exploration of what the highest ideals are, both looking at more on like a laws of the physics, laws of the universe sort of thing, and how we can create something practical and tangible for us to operate by as well. In order to do this, it requires openness and humility, right? It requires emptying our cups in order to perceive and receive access to the higher laws, the higher wisdom, a more cosmic understanding, and how to live in accordance with those principles. As we established living in accordance with God's law, we can bring the awareness of these laws and harmonious ways of living into the world we have now and facilitate the shift in consciousness, and that moves us into a new earth. Some major changes also may be imposed on us. Now, we mentioned this a little bit before, but some major changes may be imposed on us by society or our environment as well. And we must learn to change and flow within ourselves and become instruments of change and service to the world. Oh, hi, kitty. I don't know if you can hear meowing in the background, but my little scruffy kitty friend just came to say hi. Hey, I'm giving a workshop right now. All right, thanks. So this is really important because as we're talking about, life, death, life cycles, is like some things are going to die. Some aspects of society are going to die. And it can be very challenging. But if we center ourselves in the heart, center ourselves with a higher awareness, understand that change is a universal constant, and we can either change with the universe, change with reality, become instruments of change and instruments of service, then we can actively create a much more beautiful reality as a result of these changes, instead of just holding on really tight and watching everything just dwindle and fall apart. Life is in transition. Returning to the core concept of life, death, life cycles, right? Like reality is currently in massive transition, or at least our reality. Our old systems are dying. And as things change, it can be frightening to watch as old stabilities break down. Things that you relied on so much are no longer available to you. People are losing their jobs in mass due to COVID. It's one really good example, right? And it looks like that may continue for a while. Many jobs will also potentially be replaced by machines. We're already seeing this very clearly by, you go to a supermarket and yes, you can go to a checkout now, but there's also usually 6 to 10 self-serve machines, and you can just go and scan your items, pay for the thing, and you're gone. And that's going to put people, checkout clerks, out of business. Another technology that's rapidly emerging is autonomous electric vehicles. Now, we're not quite there yet. That'll probably be within 5 to 10 years, I would say, having vehicles basically just replace taxis, where you just get into the car, press where you want to go, And it takes you there, and it costs a fraction of what it would cost for a taxi, because you don't have to pay any person to do it. It's just like a machine that's been programmed, and it just drives and takes care of you, right? And so that's going to put a lot of shopping clerks and grocery clerks, as well as taxi drivers, out of business. And that is a thing that's going to continue to happen to a lot of different industries. And that's scary to a lot of people, right? People who relied on those jobs or those industries to make a living are going to be out of work. And what are they going to do with their times, right? And this is where we really have to cultivate that whole imagination, laying the tracks for the reality train to follow. It's like, you are a limitless, powerful, beautiful soul who can create life however it is that you want to. Why settle for a job that is less than, so fulfilling for you? If you could do something so much greater, you can add so much more value to the world. All that is requiring is your complete participation in that, right? So this is like, now more than ever, we must exercise our imagination and look for and create opportunities to create meaningful change in the world, to create service to the world, to each other, to society. Death is the road to awe, right? Quoting The Fountain again. Such a beautiful movie. Highly recommend watching it. It creates the space for a new way of life. What's coming is going. And this too shall pass. All of the struggles and suffering that we're existing within will pass into a new, higher reality. And we can either watch as it happens, or we can engage and be that change that we want to see. So empower yourself with wisdom and knowledge and implement it into your own life today, right? Really be the change you wish to see in the world. So we're coming right here to the very end now. And I would like to end by asking you a question and saying, what is your calling? Imagining a 5D society is in part a spiritual practice, one that takes full participation to realize. We are called to look at our lives and ask where we can be of service to the greater collective. Perhaps it's through volunteering, spending time with others, engaging with new material or spiritual practice, or starting a spiritual entrepreneurial venture, something that's deeply resonant to your heart that you want to create and bring to the world. And you are invited to go within, to find your calling and take action in that direction. And let us see this new earth into reality. Thank you so very much. Be blessed.
Hey, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Jordan. That was
Thank
beautiful.
you.
You must have had a good time putting all that together. I've heard many of these concepts that you've talked about before in some of your videos, but there was some new material too, wasn't there?
It's always changing.
Right. Well, thanks again. It's such a pleasure to have you. And we look forward to seeing all that spirit science has to offer in the future. I was posting lots of things about all of your classes and all of that in the chat during your talk. So people will have lots of opportunity to learn lots more about you and see all that you're up to.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Be blessed. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and please enjoy the rest of the expo.
All right, that was fantastic. I'm so pleased that went so well. That was our first ever keynote talk, and Jordan is amazing, right? And really what he's doing, he was talking about what kind of action that we can take to make our world better. And he's definitely doing some amazing things to make the world better. And many of us, and I saw even in the chat, many of you were saying things like, hey, I watched his video when I was younger. I watched this and I learned so much from him. So, we were very honored to have him today. All right. Well, I'd love to get going with our next speakers. Next up is a husband and wife team. She is a podcast host and a modern applied cultural anthropologist. I just love that. And he is an emotional alignment coach and enjoys studying religion, philosophy, and the natural world. and they both love to research and analyze what our modern culture is doing to improve itself. Again, perfect for this expo. So today they will be sharing their discoveries of the amazing things that humanity is working on to lead us into a new paradigm, so we can be inspired by humanity's progress rather than be bogged down by the dysfunction that we hear about so often in the news or whatever. So I'm so pleased to introduce Rebecca and Thomas Weber. Hey.
Hello. Hi. Well,
Looks
it'll all even out when we get there. Yeah, I'm mostly going to be speaking, so it's going to be perfect.
Oh, okay,
Hello.
great. Yeah, you like predicted what I was going to say. Like Thomas is like barely on the screen.
I did. Yeah, we're going to make it work. As even if I can get my hair to behave, we're going to have a really good day.
Fantastic.
But yes, I just wanted to start by thanking you so much for the blessing in the Pacific Northwest. We're just south of Seattle, so we're in the orange gray. We're really in it. So that's kind of the theme to which we are feeling out what we get to present today. So thank you so much for taking the time to send us some love, because we could really use it.
Very good. You want to turn the volume down a little bit on your computer, because we're hearing some feedback, not a lot, but just a little.
Absolutely.
You won't have to hear any of us, just yourself.
Perfect. There you go.
All right. Well, take it away.
So much. Hello. Okay, so my name is Rebecca, and he is my husband as well as my research partner. Sometimes I experiment a little bit when we're on our life don't we together, but you're each other all the time. you're a good sport. So today we are happy to share with you our findings on what humanity is doing to achieve 5D. So we've been working on this for about 2 months, and I will be doing my best to follow up after Jordan's brilliant explanation of concepts that I am still trying to wrap my head around. And we'll go from there. Great. Sound good? Take it away. Okay, so hello again. Yes, my name is Rebecca. And like Zane said, I am a modern applied cultural anthropologist. So maybe I'll take a second to explain what that is. So you want to sit over there? No. Or you could just stare at me lovingly for the entire presentation. That's okay too. So as a modern applied culture anthropologist in my schooling, what I was taught to do was be able to assess a culture, usually a society. That was like the most typical. But as my education progressed, we were learning how to unpack movements, causes, one might say rebellions, but whatever the people who are doing it phrase it to be. What I am trained to do is be able to assess not only how a community of people see themselves, but how others, the audience, those around that community, are consuming the data. So what I had wanted to do when Zane gave me this opportunity to be able to present this information was to do a rather proper ethnography, if any of you are familiar with that. It's an interview-based way of gathering information from the community that I would be serving. And we had set out to do a variety of different crowdsourcing ways of seeing where humanity was at, where they thought that they were at in terms of the 5D ascension. What quickly came to be was me realizing that most people had no idea what I was talking about. And during these times, it was also somewhat, if not impossible, but somewhat challenging to have humanity transition their focus, even momentarily, to being able to discuss with me what was going well, how we were seeing evidence that this shift is happening and that it's going rather not smoothly, but expedited towards a lot of the things that Jordan was talking about earlier. But what we're talking about is the 5th dimensional consciousness, or one of collaboration and sustainability. So when I went out to do typical ethnography, like I would in any other culture that I was trying to assess, I came to the fact that this is a very new movement in the sense that collectively, people might be able to recognize instances of it, but they don't necessarily know what they're seeing as a complete movement. So it became a little bit trickier to find the information that I wanted. On top of that, what also happened is a little bit more background on me. I have been chronically ill and housebound with mental illness and environmental illness for over 6 years. So while most of you just started wearing these masks this year, I've been this in public for 6 years now. So welcome to the world of mask wearing. And I have this perspective on what's going on that is a little bit in my education and a little bit in what I'm doing. So instead of being able to do all of the research that I had wanted to do and planned to do, the same way that I would study, say, a tribe, like I did in college, instead what I did was learn about all of you, all of the people who are presenting at this expo. I was able to gain from Zane early on a large list of people who are going to present and learn from you what you are doing to achieve 5D. So that was a big part of how I gained even intelligence as to what was possible. On top of that, as spirit does, as the energies move, within a couple of weeks of starting the project, my health started to dip again, leaving me in bed for the better part of the last 6 weeks. So there wasn't a lot of socializing I could do, and again, couldn't crowdsource the information. So I started leaning more heavily onto my spiritual side, spending more time meditating, journeying, and even channeling to find some of the information that I hope to be sharing with you today. So in this, the vein of what we're even doing, where we're even talking about the possibility of accessing consciousness through a variety of means, every step of putting together this presentation showed me that I have access to information just by sitting here and looking within myself, and that was absolutely amazing. I went out to try and gain information from everyone else. And what I learned more than anything was that I had a lot of the answers. So one of the things that I'm going to start with is to describe my ideas, or what I have gained recently, as to the third dimension, fourth dimension, and fifth dimension, and what that means to me. And then after that, I would like to share with you some examples of how I see this ascension going and the functionality of the bigger picture of like the large systems that are going to be happening, but also in your life. I would say the main focus of what I have been learning is how individual people will be impacted by this transition, and how you, as somebody somewhere on this path, whether you're just getting started and hearing about these concepts today, some of my friends and family are here, hello, and I have a feeling they have no idea what I'm talking about, but I appreciate you being here nonetheless. And I will be sharing that through twice. So hopefully by the end, we will all have a little bit of an idea of what it is that I was able to gain and what you will be doing to facilitate yourself through this transition. And I know that there will be lots of other speakers during this entire weekend that are also talking on these subjects. So stay tuned all weekend, and we'll continue unpacking all of this together. So from starting off, we are all in the third dimension. So we are all here in this physical world. Hello, hi, yes, hi. And we are existing in a consciousness, though it is evolving, that only focuses on what is going on here. And because we are often so distracted by the needs and the sensations and the visuals and the happenings of our daily third dimensional lives, it can be very difficult to notice possibilities of any other way of thinking. As Jordan had mentioned, some people see fourth and fifth dimensions, even beyond, as a non-physical space where we transcend our physical bodies and are able to exist in that consciousness without them. My idea of how this is working is a bit more along the lines of, these are mindsets. These are ways of thinking. This is almost, in a sense, the philosophies that we carry with us as we are navigating our physical realities. So if we're only at the third dimension, and we're only staying in the third dimension, and we're only thinking about what's going on in the third dimension, we end up experiencing more fear and envy and other sorts of emotions that create competition and lack mindset and other things that really keep us down and as many of you probably know, systemically, we live, at least in the United States, but throughout the world, in culture and society that for many generations has held us down in norms that don't necessarily serve us. So as we endeavor to address being almost stuck in the third dimension, we might not always know how to get through that into higher levels of consciousness. And what I was able to discern from some of the channeling and the insights that I've been gaining, especially over the last week, are that the most important thing that you can do to start get a grip on the third dimension and work your way through to higher levels of consciousness, you have to understand that you matter. You have to understand that your needs and your desires and the way that you see the world being, as we've mentioned before and will continue mentioning in the rest of this conference, that what you believe, how you see it, what you love, what your yums are, as I like to say, end up being very important. And understanding that you matter and your needs matter is quintessential to your ability to be able to gain any other level of consciousness going forward. So when we're talking about going to another level, we're going up to through the fourth. We're talking about a consciousness most often attributed to the dream world, one where you are not as limited by your physical experience, but there's still a lot of connections to your lived experience. Some even say that as you're working your way up through the bottom of the fourth dimension, and again, we're not going there. This is all within us. I'm just using language to try and describe a change or a journey, a moving up the metaphysical mountain, as you would. So when you're at the base, you're at the base. As you're working your way up through the fourth dimension, you're going to be faced with your shadow. Many people have said in writings throughout time that it's the dream world, it's our nightmares that gave us the imagery to even describe hell. And going through these internal experiences, either based on what we have gone through in this lifetime, or as some other people will speak on in this conference, our DNA, our ancestral heritage. You may be working through that in numerous ways as you are calming yourself and allowing yourself to notice the possibility of what else is going on around you, noticing what else is going on within you. You have to start. There's really no other way through it other than taking care of yourself first, being able to set aside the time and get allies to work through your shadow, through the fourth dimension, and gain tremendous insights into yourself that, at least growing up in the West, these were not things that I was ever introduced to. These are not concepts of self or self-actualization, or especially what we end up gaining near the top of the fourth dimension, which is like self-actualization. Who really am I? And how do I express myself as authentically as possible, thus bringing my expression, my individual expression, my truth, the collection of stardust that came together to make me. I'm going to share with the world what came together, because clearly none of us are mistakes. So showing ourselves authentically is a huge part of realizing how to get up into this acceptance mindset, this oneness mindset. And by that, I mean the fifth dimension, or what I'm understanding as the fifth dimension, which is as you've been able to do this work, as you've been able to work through your own things, as you've been able to dust off some of the constraints that have been taught to you, for better or for worse, as you're able to process through that. And very much not alone, because if you're here listening to me now, you are definitely part of this community. So as you're partnering with other people and working your way through these processes, becoming the most healthful and authentic version of yourself, the thought is that ultimately, once you achieve up into the fifth dimension, or within to the fifth dimension, access to that sort of consciousness, you will be gaining wisdom of oneness. You will be gaining wisdom knowing that as yourself, You matter, which also means so does everyone else. And when you can get to a reality, which this already sounds like the activism that we're always working on, once you get to a reality where you realize, and this isn't even a mistake, that you matter, and that those that currently are not mattering enough also do too, when we get to that reality where we're all in this together, from Thomas's nice perspective, it's an animist perspective. All of us matter. All of us have a spirit. Everything matters. Everything needs to be considered. And when you get up into that consciousness where you are able to no longer need to tend to your own need constantly, you are able to transcend that constant burden and gain, I mean, I can't even describe it. I've barely experienced it myself, but a oneness, a collection, a knowing that you are part of something bigger than yourself. You can get through that and knowing that you are being yourself while also being in a collective of everyone else who is also being themselves. I mean, it's no wonder that they call it bringing heaven to earth. Once you have that kind of consciousness and that ability, and you're seeing it transmit to the people around you because you're doing the work, that's how we bring it back down and start the whole cycle back. And once you've done the work, and this I'm very adamant about, once you have done the work with you, once you are okay, and I will tell you a little story about why I'm right in a second, but once you have done the work to make sure you are good, you are okay, you are sorted, you are taken care of, and you have paved that path up through your journey towards a space where you can see it. You can see that we all matter. You can see that we're all in it together. You can see that there's no competition. You can see that there's enough for all of us. You can see how beautiful it all is. Then you will be up there, and then you can come back down. Then you can come into the third dimension and do all the work that we associate with a lot of the spirituality, this service, the healing, and the help. So that's my current idea of 3 to 4 to 5 and back. And I am going to now dive a little bit more into examples to kind of solidify that for you in whatever way these images and these ideas are connotating for you. There was a PowerPoint presentation, but I was given the concept that if I showed you what images you were supposed to see, you would just associate what I'm saying with that. And for the sake of the work that I've channeled to get to tell you today, it's very, very important that you associate this with whatever your images are and whatever you see, because this is going to be a very personal journey for you. So, here in the third dimension where we are right now, and like I was saying with Zane, outside, we have all the lights on and I still can't make it bright in here because outside is this dark gray orange sky. We're not even necessarily near the forest fires. I mean, we are in the Pacific Northwest, just south of Seattle, but there's not a fire right by, but everything is just, you can see it's even scary quiet outside and there's no wildlife moving around. And to just ground for a second in that reality, that understanding that we're already in the middle of a plague. And now I'm in the middle of a bunch of forest fires. It's hard not to stay focused on those sorts of happenings in the world and everything else that's going on right now too. But at least what I'm able to do is make some sense of it and see that without these catalysts, we wouldn't really be having the space to have such big transformative changes in the world right now. Now, you see, when the world goes through such big changes like it is right now, when every little detail of our lives is being upended in order to create new norms that will not be going anywhere. Jordan had mentioned that smiles are a really good example of being able to impact each other in a rather small way. And to bring back the example of me wearing a mask for the last 6 years, being the only person out there being masked meant that I couldn't make eye contact with anybody. I made people nervous. Now that everybody is masked, eye contact, I can smile at people, I can talk to people, I can interact with people because it's a norm. I'm not the outlier anymore. And while that's not necessarily the most relatable example of a change that's going on in the world, it is one for me that allows me to see that if something that giant is possible of shifting, everything is possible, anything is possible. And we really can't know the limits. So it's best to just not even assume there are any. But yeah, as we are recognizing that this world right now has a lot of impossibilities, whether we're talking about homelessness or health, a lot of the systems, even watching all my little cousins try and go back to school this last week, everything is different and nothing will ever be the same again. And I love that. I love that as somebody who has been actively watching society transform for a good part of the last 10 years and watching different movements of ideas come in and shift things and new perspectives coming in and new priorities coming in. All of the activism, that's all wave after wave of activism that is completely transforming the way that we see ourselves and also the way that we see impacting one another. It will change us for the better forever. And I just really don't have any doubt in that, because it will also and inevitably start changing the way that we see and accommodate and take care of ourselves. And like I mentioned before, your ability to now ally, to partner with people who would love nothing more than to help you through this process, is one of the greatest things that we can say that humanity is currently doing to achieve ID. Maybe a couple of years ago, these concepts, even meditation, weren't as regularly talked about or accessible as they are today. And for better or for worse, different aspects of the healing and spiritual communities, maybe don't all jive with the same things that I'm saying about working on your shadow or it being hard, or needing to transcend some of the limiting beliefs. But collectively, whether we're talking about Karamo on Queer Eye, or Marie Kondo teaching us about joy, or even Gwyneth Paltrow in Goop Lab telling us about healing modalities that I hadn't even heard of, even somebody who's been studying alternative healing for about 6 years. And we might not see those sorts of examples as part of the ascension, but I do, because the more that we can normalize the idea of noticing your joy, taking care of yourself, and accessing alternative healing practices, the more it's going to compound. And the faster we get to a tipping point where it's just normal to love yourself. It's normal to access health. It's normal to want these things. And one day it's normal to have wisdom that's telling all of us it's best to be sustainable. It's best to be compassionate. I think that that's all really possible. So as we're working our way up, like I said before, through the fourth dimensional consciousness, we are going to face, well, if you think that there's a lot going on in third dimensional consciousness where we are facing all of everyone's pain and thousands of years of horrible decision making and oppression and et cetera, think about how much of that is currently stored in you. That's what you're going to be doing as you're working your way through the fourth dimensional consciousness and ultimately releasing some of those pains. Some of the things that, like what Thomas does, where he's helping people through emotional alignment, it's extremely difficult to set aside the time to be in a happy, joyful, compassionate, enlightened state when you're just not okay. And I'm really excited that so many people in this presentation or in this conference will be sharing with you different ways of not only normalizing the different things that you can do in order to achieve fourth dimensional consciousness, but they will gladly partner with you on it and teach you how to do it explicitly. I have felt for years now like I was mostly journeying alone. Like I have my beautiful partner and a few community members, but not until I met Zane, not until I was invited to be in this expo, did I see that not only can we get through all of this work together, but there's more support than I ever even knew was possible in order to do so. And so it's interesting that I was given the opportunity to speak second, because I have every reason to believe that after consuming all of this delicious content over the next 2 days, I could give the presentation again and a lot will have changed because I'll have even more examples. But for now, I just want to mention that once you get through some of the scary part, and I don't know, I just feel like it's important to tell you that it's not going to be easy. I don't think you should back down. I don't think you should stop. And I definitely know that you can do it. Anybody who's here on this path is strong and guided. You are supported in ways that you don't even know yet. Please just keep going. One of the things that you have to look forward to, like I mentioned before, is living in an authentic representation of yourself, in an artistic expression of yourself, doing the work that you feel most called to do. What is your calling? What is your purpose? How would you like to share it on the with the world? And this is where I kind of want to tell on myself a little bit and talk about how I did it completely wrong. And hopefully you can learn a little bit about how to not do it like I did it, which is that I essentially skipped the part I'm still quite young, but even earlier in my life, I essentially skipped the entire part where I was supposed to take care of myself first and heal my jank and then proceed on to helping other people. And it royally did not work. I spent a good 3 to 6 years, different capacities, being a community organizer and activist. I was a leader in the current body image movement. I contributed a great deal to the unphotoshopped photography movement, and like to think that me and my partners are at least in part responsible for the diversity of presentation that you currently see in advertising. And as proud of that work that I am, my body couldn't take it. I wasn't healthy enough to be able to do that. And my body actually shut down twice during that process, but I didn't have any of the answers that I have now. Nobody was telling me the things that I'm telling you, which are, it's wonderful that you want to bring great things into the world. We want it, we need it, and I can't wait to see all of it. And if you aren't doing good right now, now is not the time for you to share your wisdom with us. We are going on this path rather quickly. And I hope, again, after this conference, you see that we're doing it together. And if you're not okay, the most important thing that you can do is get okay. Reach out for help, talk to the people in this conference, and figure out the best path forward for you to find alignment with yourself. Then, and only then, will you have all the energy and wisdom that you need to continue helping humanity onto a more sustainable path, helping humanity achieve the compassionate, everyone matters, everyone is valuable for just being born. We all need to have our needs met, no matter what we contribute kind of world we are working towards. You will be contributing to that however you do, but I will say this 50 billion more times in the next 20 minutes if I have to. It matters first and foremost that you are okay. And that work that you will be doing is some of the hardest things you may ever do. And I really don't want to sugarcoat that at all. The process to which you may need to go through in order to free yourself up to gain this wisdom and implement it back into 3D consciousness with all of us, with 3D reality for all of us, it's essential. If you don't take anything else away from this, please take that away, that you need to be the first one to go through this process and come back and help the rest of us get there too. So I want to talk a little bit now about then what's going to happen? Like, if we can get through this, once we've allied, once we've worked up with ourselves, once humanity has normalized the process of letting go of these blocks, once humanity is able to say definitively and stop defending itself, this isn't working, and we can come together and start creating new systems and new norms, I won't even begin to be able to guess what we're going to do after that. And I don't think it's up to me to try and imagine for you. You're all imagining amazing things, and that's the point, is that you all will imagine amazing things, and I will get to live in that world where you all get to share them in your own time. But I'm imagining, as are many of the other speakers at this conference, a world where we're really accessing a lot of amazing things. I'm going to list off some of the future ideas that I think that we will be talking about in this conference, as well as just what our vision is. And then maybe I'll get you to come back over here and we can gush more about our vision. But going over all of the notes and doing all of the research that I have done of what people believe the fifth dimensional consciousness ascension, and bringing that back and implementing it into third dimensional reality, what is that going to feel like? What is it going to look like? What are we going to achieve? And I know more people in the conference will mention this in more detail, but just for me, what I see is that unconditional love will be the norm. That, first and foremost, unconditional love will be the norm. We will have environmental restoration in the forests, waterways, and also in livable spaces. As somebody who has multiple chemical sensitivities and has a very difficult time finding safe accommodations, one of the big things that I see is the transformation of housing, not only for accessibility, but also for health. I see in that vein a transition to non-toxic ways of living. I envision a future where I can walk through the world and never be poisoned by other people's scent decisions. That one's going to be really good, because in the future sustainable and compassionate world that I imagine, I can't imagine anybody being ignorant to the impacts of their decisions the way that they currently are. I believe that we are going to see really stunning architecture and community design, very much into the healthful food systems, access to diverse and personalized healing, unbridled artistic expression, like I mentioned before, which is one of the things I think I'm most excited about, just to see how all of you will one day express yourself, not only in your appearance, but also in the world and the art that you create. And the mental fortitude of oneness. What would happen if you knew that being exactly yourself and being able to share that with everyone else was the norm? What would that do for you? And then also, one of the things that you had mentioned too a lot was open and uplifting communication systems. One of the biggest things that we have been noticing in all of the shifts that are happening and will happen is listening. A huge aspect of all of this, that look at the problem side, is not listening, is what I refer to as program one, which is one of the oldest problems that humanity is facing based on my education, my research, which is deciding, how do I describe this? Deciding what you want to see happen and trying to force it to be that way. I would say that for the majority of humans on the planet right now, that's the norm. We are taught that from the very beginning. You set goals and then you do everything that you have to make that specific goal happen. Well, it doesn't work like that in ascended consciousness. You don't force things into reality like that. You get to learn what works best in every situation by listening to the people that you're collaborating with, also listening to maybe first and foremost, listening to yourself, listening to those you collaborate with, and as you mentioned, listening to those you're in charge of, listening to those you're making decisions for. I mean, imagine a future where leaders actually know what we want and help us get it. Chew on that for a second. So in this uplifting movement, we might think that it's mostly happening outside of us. However, I would say that the vast majority of it is happening within, and then we will be the ones that are implementing these changes through our own work. So with that all being said, do you want to come back over here and we can talk a little bit about our vision for the future?
Yeah.
So one of the things that I just wanted to mention is that there are as many visions for the future as there are people. And I think that that's really beautiful. So we're going to talk a little bit about ours as an example, but not as what you also have to think is like the best thing to do.
I think you said it really well, that about like listening and how, you know, when you set out on an exploration into something that you want to invent, that is often how dystopias, you know, come about, you know, that we have this vision for what we think it's going to be, but we along the way forget to notice everything that comes up. And even in these images of like a society, you know, like building a awesome skyscraper into a mountain, you know, like it's such a cool idea, but it's only possible if you listen to what the mountain has to tell you about, like the density of the rock, you know, what sort of agriculture is going to be available on there, and how's it going to impact your building. If you don't listen to those things as they come up, and as you know, before you go into it, it might not be what you expected it to be, but and
you're miss out on opportunities that you could have learned as you were going.
Right, you're going to miss out on what it could have become. And so beautifully described as a perspective.
Thank you. So I just wanted to share ours a little bit, because I think that a lot of people in the conference are going to be talking about what it could be. And I just wanted to give an example.
Okay.
So I think that we both agree that the future that we're looking forward to is one of intentional living, of community living, in complete harmony with nature. So again, that's that listening. How do I collaborate with these materials? How do I collaborate with these people? How do I get my needs met? And for me, and even the work that we've done at Sapient Living, where our goal is to research and experiment until we find solutions to meet our own needs as living people, paying as close attention to ourselves as we possibly can. So we're that microcosm. We're accommodating our different constellations of chronic illness. We've both been chronically ill our whole lives, and these aren't healable conditions. So we just have this perspective. And so when I thought that was important to share, because you're going to have your constellation of needs and yums and desires and things that are absolutely amazing. And I never want anybody to feel limited to anybody else's definition of what the future can look like. But for us, that community-based living, and for us, tiny living, like being able to live in nature. It's somewhat ironic, or maybe completely relevant, that part of our dream is to protect natural environments. And we're currently surrounded by a bunch of forest fires.
This outside today is very smoggy.
I just can't stop looking at it. But that being said, this example of what I mean is, how do you find what drives you? How do you find what, you know, is the things that you just cannot stop looking on Pinterest, you cannot stop looking at YouTube, and it will guide you towards doing things even as hard as they might be, to get towards the vision of the future that you want. And for us, it's living tiny, it's living in community, it's sharing space, it's delicious food, it's following the likes of Rob Greenfield and Ryan Rising into a permaculture future. That's the most stunning thing I've ever seen. And that's ours. Ours is tiny, minimalist, healthy, traveling, natural future.
Yeah. I mean, and it's been a slow process getting there. Like our philosophy has been, leading up into this point, explore what we feel like is both in higher like consciousness and like our best wisdom, and also the tastiest things. The things that we find, like you said before, like, the most savor to, the most like excitement about. And slowly but surely we've like kind of come into this like vision for a lifestyle that we think it includes like a lot of the things we missed in our American growing up,
Mm-hmm.
and
We're rebels, is what you're saying.
we are, and
Cool.
and I think too, in all this, part of like why we don't have like a necessarily defined structure to it is because we also expect for things to be shifting as we go. We were excited to find and meet people who have a perspective on the future or have an idea of how they want to live life that surprises us and inspires us.
Absolutely. And so, again, just to kind of go back through and reiterate, I think we have about 5 more minutes. Whatever your vision is, whatever you're trying to do in your future, whether it's like us and potentially converting a school bus into a home and traveling around the Pacific Northwest one day, or something completely different, something that doesn't sound like that at all, that can be the drive, that can be, your part of this 5D future. And that can help you get through some of the challenges as you're creating a life that explicitly will not be normal compared to the people around you. And as you're rising up, as you're going through this, I don't know how to explain our vision to everyone. We're just doing it publicly now because I believe in it. But in general, like, you have to assume, especially if you live in the United States, if you decided to go on a spiritual enlightenment path, pretty much no one is going to understand what it is you're saying. That's okay. It won't be like that forever. So being brave, being a trailblazer.
I mean, and
is good.
Many people have talked about like moving through the lower densities, like it does require both internally, we carry programs from our past, like ancestrally and genetically, like and socially, these concepts, these ideas of how we think things should go, and it hurts as we're like healing that, as we're exploring these higher higher dimensions of consciousness, that it's not, there's conflict to get through. That's where the pain is coming from. But on the other side of that conflict, there is this wealth of understanding and wisdom that like is worth it. And all of the people at this conference believe that, all right. I suspect that they do, that it's going to be worth your time. But to know, like, going into this, that you're going to face pain in yourself, you're going to face pain in your community, but the more that you meet other people who appreciate you're doing that, the easier it will get, the more fun it will be. I think, like, oftentimes we look at experts who are working on something, you're like, oh, how could you do something so challenging, so difficult? Why would you rebuild a car from scratch? Why would you do that? And they'll say it's fun. It's fun for me. And that's the key, is if you can find the thing that's fun for you, then you'll be able to go through the challenge. Then it won't matter how painful it is. It's fun. It's worth it.
It's worth it. And as two people who are still going through their challenges, we are by no means claiming to be ascendant at all.
Yes.
I can even say, still being in it, it's worth it. There are hard days, but then the next day you're freer. It's a little bit, I just keep getting this image of, your room gets a lot messier before it gets clean. Just keep going, just keep going through the process and knowing that you have so many allies. You have so many people who agree with you that this is worth it. You have so many people who are grateful to you for contributing to the collective rising. Everything that you do to help this movement make any more progress, whether that's you taking time to meditate, it's sharing some of these people with your friends, whether, whatever scale that you currently feel like is where you're at, it all helps. It's all part of the collective. It's all what humanity is doing to achieve 5D.
And in a really awesome, strange way, it matters.
It matters.
It matters.
All of it.
It adds up.
And even if you're not telling anybody, even if you're doing it yourself, it matters. And collectively, because again, we know that the higher levels of dimension aren't constrained like this one. We all know that you're doing it. We see you, we feel it. Things are getting better. And I just want to validate and acknowledge anyone out there who's taking the time to do this for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's the best we can do to achieve 5D, is to keep doing this together like that. Great. And is there anything else that you wanted to share with them?
I don't think so. Do you think you answered the question?
I think I answered the question. It's a little bit complex, but we got it.
We're all one.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank you, Zane. We did. We're done.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much. That was such a joy. I'm so glad that you were a part of this. And thank you for, it was really from the heart, and I really enjoyed that, and I really appreciate that, and I'm sure that our viewers did also.
Thank you so much. It was a real blessing to go through this process.
Very much so.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, I thank you again, and we're going to move on to our next speaker, and we have so many more beautiful speakers, just like you were talking about, and I'm excited to get to each and every one of them. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. All right. Our next speaker is a frequency alchemist and powerful light worker who has the gift of perfect pitch, which allows her to recognize all other frequencies and bring her clients into a balanced state or a 0 point existence. Throughout her many lives, she is incarnated as an Arcturian, an Andromedan, and a member of the Council of Nine, and uses the frequencies and energies of those past lives in her light work today. Here to discuss how to unplug from the 3D matrix and to provide a group activation to access the 0 point without judgment for all of us is Cathleena Hailley. Welcome.
Thank you. Yay. Happy to be here.
I wish we had an applause. We need to have like just this applause button to make it feel good, right? Instead of being alone in our homes. But happy to have you. You're very powerful. You've done many amazing things for me. So I'm really excited to see what you can do for our audience. So thank you.
Thank you. And very excited to be here. And thank you for putting this on. It's amazing. I'm very happy.
All right. Very good. Well, take it away.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. And the talk is really about, living in the 5D. And so what does that really mean? So as a frequency alchemist, what I do, or what my energy does, is it creates, we're talking about perfect pitch, it creates the ability for you to become aware of your soul signature, of what that feels like. And why that's important, especially now, is because this idea of moving from this 3D reality to a 5D reality is really taking the body into the frequency of your soul signature. So being able to bring into what I call a 0 point, or into a centered, balanced place, where you're in the moment, but without any judgment. Having your soul signature be able to do that within your body gives you opportunity to begin to feel what energies and frequencies that you have been interacting with in your physical body. And this is what's really important, I think, to understand about moving from this 3D to the 5D. And I'm going to explain that a little bit more. So kind of the difference that I see about living in, we'll call a 5D, and it's really going to move from 3 to 4 to 5. But the difference in living in that is going to be the way in which we are experiencing emotions and the type of emotions that we are actually going to experience. This earth reality, physicality experience is all based on emotions. And third dimensional emotions are ones that really create more separation, more things like, the ego that either feels diminished or feels super powerful. These emotions of shame, blame, anger, certainly fear, all of those emotions are in, we'll call this the 3D reality. And when you move out of that into the fourth and so on, those particular emotions don't exist. They're not at that place. We become more unity-based, and you really feel it. And one of the things that I've experienced just in kind of a practicality of how we've been transitioning in the day-to-day is that it seems difficult to move into what we think of this new reality or this new 5D, because as I'm saying to you, it's not us, our soul signature, that's moving. We are vibrating at very high rates, usually 6-dimensional or above, but we don't recognize that. It's kind of like, think about it like if, the information's mixed up. We have all the information available, but it's kind of messy. Like if you had, a desk that you have all of your information and it's just a mess. And so that there's information there, but you don't know how to access it. You don't know where it is. This is kind of what's been going on with us. And so as we feel our soul more, as we connect with that begins to interact with this, we'll call it kind of your messy desk in your body, and try to organize the information in order for you to know what you're feeling, and in order to know what you want and what kind of direction that you're going. And so this is a bit of the process that's kind of going on. When that happens, most likely you're going to feel pretty uncomfortable, and you might feel very uncomfortable within your body, within your life. The reason being is because your soul, we'll call your soul signature, is vibrating at a much higher rate than your body is doing. And I've shared this before, that everything is about matching frequencies. And so really all we're doing in human existence is matching frequencies in order to be comfortable. And these frequencies are emotions. So think about it like if, and a faster frequency always tries to raise a slower one up. So think about if you and I come around each other and I'm happy and you're mad. What's going to happen is my happy's going to give your mad a bump, because it's going to try to raise it up. And so as long as I stay in happy, you really only have two choices. You either meet me at happy or you go away. That's it. Well, imagine now that your soul signature is awake and it's within your body, and your body is vibrating at these other denser rates. So now your basically soul signature is almost irritating your body. It's bugging it because it's vibrating at a different rate. What I do as a practitioner is step into your energy, which I'm doing now, and I'm not just arbitrarily talking to you. This is an activation. Even as I'm speaking, I'm going to do a deeper activation to help kind of bring into this 0 point and clear some of this out. But the idea of getting into the neutrality and why it's so important is because at that point, your soul, yourself, can begin to feel what are these vibrations that are going on in my body. And instead of fighting, so to speak, the energy, we can allow for the story to come forward. I think really where I'd like to go, and I can get into a lot of detail about this entire process and how the body is, transcending, so to speak, into these 4D. And the idea is to anchor into 4D and then to move towards 5D. But the existence is much more about community and connectedness. And one thing that came up, I had a download kind of right before I was going to do this talk. And what I got very clear that I want to really talk about is, I think the hardest thing right now, or one of the most challenging things, is in this shifting from this 3D thought process, which is, and energies and emotions, which is this idea that I'm separate and that I have to find my uniqueness. I have to become my uniqueness. And then I have to show up as that, to recognizing that I am unique. I simply need to express it and just realize that it's a given. And that's really different. And I find this even in the spiritual community where, and you may feel this, where it may be challenging to bring your gifts forward, to feel like that you really do have something that's unique and different, because there's so many practitioners out here or out there, out here, whatever, that are doing all kinds of things. And I don't even mean just necessarily active light workers, but anybody who has, we all have a very unique signature, and we all have a very unique purpose for being here. And so examples for me would be, I have some really amazing light workers that I know, and just amazing people that I know that I highly recommend that I work with. Carolyn Corey is one that I think is very amazing. I highly recommend her. I'd say we have a similarity to our work, but there's a big difference in what it is. And, there may have been a time where I would have even said, well, who am I and what am I doing? Because this person's already doing it. And that's really kind of what I want to get at, is that you might be doing that. You might be saying to yourself, oh, well, who am I and what am I doing? Because it's already being done. But I think as you begin to recognize there's a whole range of individuals doing light language, a whole range of individuals that are doing all kinds of frequency, energy, all kinds of things. But as I said, not even necessarily that, just being you and communicating with people. And, there's amazing people. I love Todd Medina. He's incredible. And, there's an incredible lightworker that's in the Lightworker program. I'm in Ethan Fox's Lightworker program. It's amazing. And there's many, many incredible lightworkers that are in there. That are friends, and just amazing people. And why I'm sharing this is because I feel like that one of the I'm watching, and maybe this is partly for you. And one of the challenging things might be that we have a dialogue that's playing out within ourselves that's not really allowing ourselves to connect and to experience other individuals, and to let your own light shine, by having a dialogue that's saying somebody else is already doing this, and who am I? And maybe even having a little bit of a fear to talk about somebody else, that you might somehow be feeling that you will be diminished or you'll be lost. And I just think that it's just super important that, at least for me, that I talk about this today, because I just feel that you need to hear it, and that we all need to hear it, and that we need to recognize this dialogue in our head. And I'm going to talk about that. One of the, I think, most important things about moving from this 3D to the 5D is taking charge of your brain, of your thoughts, through the mental abilities, through the brain. This we're calling this false matrix 3D that has been here, has utilized our brains to keep us in these lower, denser emotions and these thoughts, these constant questioning ourselves, the dialogue that I'm having with you now about that second guessing myself and what am I doing, and who am I in this world. It's really important that we begin to recognize those thoughts and not just recognize the thoughts, but recognize the emotion of those thoughts that are coming forward, because they're ones that create stress, anxiety, fears, concerns, all of that. And honestly, and I know we can say, well, it's not as easy, and they come in, and my life is the way that it is, and all this kind of stuff. But the real truth is that it's your head, and whether or not your physical reality looks however you think it looks, your thought about it and the energy that you're giving that in a now moment is you have control over 100%. And here's the magic of that. If we can begin to really take charge of that and recognize, first of all, most of those thoughts are probably not even your own. There's a collective belief system that's going on that's like throwing these thoughts into your head continually. But even if it was something that you're drawn to because of your own life experiences, if you can just simply pause that for a moment. And how do we do that? Well, and I'm going to do an activation to help do that. But if we just took a breath, with your breath actually expands your consciousness. So if you're able to just, in that moment, when your head is going crazy, if you become aware, if you become the observer of your thoughts, and you start to say, I'm torturing myself, I've got this thought that's going on, and you'll recognize that you're in, maybe you're in your own home, or or might even be at night, because these things happen where you can't possibly physically fix it or do anything about it at that moment, but you're constantly thinking about it, and feel the frequency of the thought and feel the energy that it's in. Most likely it's in this extremely dense, and I can feel even with a lot of you, when we get into that dense thought, it pulls down through the throat and it anchors into the heart. So it's pulling. So what it's doing is it's squeezing that heart down. And that's what is some of this mechanism that's going on in this 3D, is that when we get those thoughts, that's good. I felt people just kind of let go a little bit there. So when we get those thoughts that are really intense that are going on, there is a mechanism that's pulling through. It's taking the heart and it's squeezing it. So we want to release that, And it seems, again, challenging, but it's actually quite simple. It's really simple and simplistic in that we do have absolute control over that, especially in the moment. If you just recognize, I'm in the privacy of my home, or I'm wherever, even if you're at your job, even wherever, but that I'm repeating this thought, and how is that having me feel? And here's the kind of trick in it. It's not to replace it, because that's what we're taught in this whole 3D reality. It's that, I have to fix this, I have to correct it. Well, I'm saying to you, no, you don't. All you need to do is to just pause it. When we pause that density emotion from our thought and that happening in our body, we align with our soul signature, and we actually step into the fourth dimension and sometimes beyond. That's us stepping into it. And the more that we can practice that and keep recognizing that and just simply pausing those thoughts and paying attention to the emotion, the density of that, and just simply allowing that to come into a sense of neutrality. The more that we practice that, the more we will be actually anchoring in to this fourth dimension. And what you'll begin to feel is this sense of peace and safety, and just sort of, sometimes at first it might feel like just this lighter energy that you might be feeling right now, because I'm bringing that with you into the energy. But it's more about, and this I feel is super important, is to take charge of your thoughts in this process of moving from this 3D to this 5D. this has been the mechanism, and it really is the mechanism that is keeping the denser emotions alive, is through the mind, because it's literally what I just said to you. Is I can watch it where these denser thoughts come in, like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm going to do, and I'm all by myself, or I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills, or whatever stories that we're playing out. And what happens is that is an incredible density. It's also, because it's a frequency and energy, it's connected also to the collective. So it's very large. And so it's this large amount that's, kind of going into your head, running down a channel, connecting to your heart and squeezing your heart. And so when we can take charge of that and simply just be like, okay, well, maybe I don't have the solution for that right now, but this feeling that I'm having is not what I want. And one thing that I say, in order to really unplug from this 3D, and I do feel it's extremely important to completely unplug from this 3D matrix in order to really move into the fourth and fifth dimension. And again, I'm just going to keep talking about this as just emotions, in order to, let's say, really feel better, to be able to create the life that we really desire from our true multidimensional self. We have to make a real commitment that says, I'm really done with this 3D matrix. And what we're really done with is beating myself up, of feeling taking those thoughts in that are continually playing out in causing me to have stressors. I'm not saying that we don't have a lot going on. We do have a lot going on. But the difference is am I going to play it out, which is what this whole sort of energy that's stirring things up wants you to do, or am I simply going to come into a place of neutrality and take a breath and feel what the next steps for me are? Because it's very difficult to find what the next steps are for you if you're in that place of turmoil, in those denser frequencies that are going on. So I think this is just really important to express. Now, I want to take you into an activation and kind of a clearing of some of this 3D matrix and some of these denser frequencies that we've been experiencing, and begin to take them from your bodies so that you can not only expand your light, but that you can feel more what the higher frequencies really feel like. And I can tell that through this audience, there's a tremendous amount of the mental energy. There's a lot of still figuring out. And what I want to say to you is that we don't have to figure it out from this perspective, because figuring it out means that I'm playing the game. The whole way that this 3D has been designed is through limits and kind of containers. And when we like squeeze our brain to try to figure it out from what we already know, we're inside a container reaching for solutions that's already available, instead of using our creative ability to bring in new possibilities. And we don't realize that we're unintentionally doing that. We're stepping into limits when we are kind of using just that mental process to figure things out. So yes, is what I just felt, the energy beginning to let go. And that's really wonderful, because that's what we really need to, if we can just clear these mind channels, which I want to do. We have 3 different mind channels, and there's sort of we'll call the closest one is attaching to this grid system and to all of these systems that are here on the earth that are really designed to keep you, questioning and guessing and feeling all these different emotions. So I want to, clear those and help you take your energy outside of that so that you can just really feel your own soul signature. And I just want to keep emphasizing that you don't have to find who you are. You simply need to breathe and allow, because there is a story of who you are that's deep inside yourself. And what this whole 3D has been doing is it's been teaching you to not show up and to have fear about being yourself, and that you have to find your own uniqueness, and that you have to compare to other people. And that's just not at all the way that it truly is. You are a unique aspect of source. You have a purpose. You have a unique energy and signature and frequency. And you chose to be here at this time, and you're amazing. And so if we can just keep bringing that, enhancing that light and expanding your light, then these denser frequencies, these denser emotions have to, like I said before about matching frequencies, if we continue to do that and we continue to shine our light in our higher frequencies, these denser frequencies don't have any choice but to either meet us or go away. It is just the way that frequency works. Great. So let's all go into this activation and clearing now. And I want everybody to just close your eyes and begin to take some nice deep breaths. And we're going to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, and just taking some big breaths. And as this beautiful energy that we are, we're just going to keep expanding and just keep breathing. Just keep breathing. Big breaths. I'm going to step into the mind channel that I will call the closest one to you. And we're going to clear this mind channel. So we're going to intend to clear the mind channel, all lower frequencies and densities, particularly that of fear, shame, blame, anger, frustration, confusion. Take some big breaths as we're clearing this mind channel. And we're going to clear this also as best we can to the collective. So we're going to clear this. Keep breathing as we're clearing. And we're going to clear the second channel, which connects into the center of the Milky Way and any frequencies that may be interfering with you connecting to your soul family for your awareness. And really what we're doing in this channel is just a little bit of reorganization. Take a deep breath. It's kind of like we're clearing up your desk, cleaning it up so that you can have a much more available ability to receive this information clearly. It's been a little confused. So a little messy. Take some deep breaths. And then we're going to have the third channel goes directly into source. So now we're going to, beautiful. And keep breathing, big breaths. I want to move into the actual physical brain and the skull and the actual bones around the skull and the hair. And we're going to clear these frequencies of being stuck, of feeling stuck, of not knowing my sense of direction, of not knowing who I am, of not trusting. We're just going to clear that right out of the hair and the head. Take some deep breaths. We're going to expand. We're going to expand the whole frequency of your whole physical head. We're going to keep expanding that. We're going to move this also kind of into the skin, the whole skin. We're going to take out this frequency of the collective fear, this kind of concern. That's good. Take a deep breath. It's a little bit of this feeling of uncertainty, it's that feeling that I was saying about not really knowing who I am and comparing out what I'm doing. We're going to release that. So it's not super dense because a lot of you probably listening are light workers and are awake a bit more. There we go. But it's there. So we're just going to release that. Take some deep breath. I'm going to release that on both sides, the left and into the left arm, hand, body. Just keep breathing. Big breath. We're going to release this off your chest, actually. It's like taking the weight off the chest, taking it off the upper, you can see it on the shoulders, a lot of the shoulds and should have the shoulders lifted off of that and off the kind of the front of the shoulders and the clavicle area and all of that. Just taking that weight off and also down into the digestion, stomach and the solar plexus. And again, it's like ingesting these emotions and trying to digest them. We're going to release that out with a breath, a big breath. And also down through the legs and feeling I can't move or I have to move and I don't know what to do. It's almost, there's a combination of a bit of antsy feeling and heaviness. So we're going to also release that out of the legs all the way to the feet. A big breath. And as Sophia Gaia opens up her core to bring forward these beautiful, like a KristaLyn diamond codes of ascension codes are moving up into your body, through your legs, all up. It's actually moving through the entire nervous system, through the legs and the whole central peripheral nervous system up now through the spine, the whole spine, all through the body and up into the brainstem and into the brain. Bringing in these beautiful codes, keep breathing, from Gaia, ascension codes, to be reorganized. That's beautiful. Through, and now we're going to move it through the whole spine, spinal cord. And this is to help you feel your true connection as one with the earth. So this is to create some safety for you to be able to come into this 0 point. It's as though this beautiful Mother Earth, Gaia, is nurturing you, is bringing you this love and this support. And letting you know that you are not alone. And she's really connecting all of you, really from all over the world. This is this beautiful energy that's coming forward and connecting as we're bringing together these beautiful lights. You can see it like this big giant network, beautiful network. Keep breathing. Of amazing, amazing connectedness. There's just so much love It's coming through. Just keep breathing. It's beautiful. And clearing and connecting. It's beautiful. And as we bring this all the way up through the head, and we'll open up completely the crown, and we're going to just plug you directly into source, into what's called the dark womb of source. And we're going to keep transmuting back to source any of those denser frequencies. Any individuals that have the fourth density frequency of what's been happening on the planet, we're going to transcend that. We're going to transmute that energy now back to source. Keep breathing. Take some deep breaths. And this is really just releasing these dense levels of fear. Wow. Just keep breathing. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. And we're just going to expand out your energy 360 degrees. I'm going to bring you all the way out to the new grid, to the Earth's organic grid. Plug you firmly, completely in to anchor you into this fourth dimension towards the fifth dimension. Finally, begin to release and shift once and for all those very dense frequencies from the physical body, from the physical experience. So we allow beautiful, bright white light, this huge, beautiful light. And seeing all of your heart signatures just bursting open and glowing. And feel this beautiful synergy and connectedness, oneness with the earth and with each other. The truth of who we are as this organization is taking place. Beautiful. Beautiful. We'll take our attention to the heart centers and any places of feeling confused and lost and alone. We're releasing those who can feel the true oneness of your soul family, of all of us, myself, and all these beautiful, wonderful, loving individuals, including yourself, all together. As we bring this down almost into one sort of energy, coming down into the heart. Beautiful. Coming into the ultimate 0 point. Almost feeling a stillness, but a huge high frequency. And in this 0 point is this beautiful channel for all of these incredible light beings of all upon the earth and within the earth's frequencies and beyond that are now connecting their light and clearing and helping you as your soul family, as your lineage, to your understanding of the next human steps for you to take on your journey in this now moment with ease and grace and love. And it is with tremendous gratitude from all the amazing light beings that you have shown up in this now moment, and you continue to show up. There's so much love. As you begin to come forward, stepping into your body, and you begin to come more present and come forward to open your eyes. Step in beautifully. Into this energy. It was incredible. There's so much light now. It's beautiful. And I'm seeing all these beings, humans, that are all in different stages of shifting and movement. And there's this beautiful energy that's shifting and changing throughout. I'm just going to encourage you to keep allowing for this density or these emotions to just come up. You might find yourself very emotional, and you may have, stories coming forward. Just let them. The idea is to simply allow. We're just simply unfolding our story in all the lifetimes. One thing that I have recognized, I think a lot of us, there are many, many individuals that are, we'll call them the masters, and I don't mean in any greater, better, any of that way, but that have recognition of energies that they had come here and participated in this whole false matrix over periods of time. And I believe that that was myself. And so as we did that, there was this recognition that it wasn't of the best thing that we might have created. So there's then been this coming back to try to fix it, so to speak, and reincarnating as these children is coming in. This is why a lot of you have a lot of these life experiences of different things that have taken place in your childhood and so on, because you're still clearing that we're calling karma, but it's more just energy and frequencies of experiences that you've had. You're clearing these. But I believe before this lifetime, many of us got to a point, because we knew what was going to be taking place in this particular lifetime, that this now moment was going to be happening, where we really are shifting finally into these higher dimensional energies. So before we came into this particular lifetime, we recognized that having incarnated so many times, trying to sort of fix this, it wouldn't work. We couldn't. And I don't mean fix it in a way that it was bad, because I think it's really important to understand that this is all just an experience, all of it. It's not good or bad, right or wrong, no matter what you see is going on. It's not. It simply is an experience. This whole earth plane is about experience. There's just different levels and degrees of experience. So we just kept trying to come into a different experience. And really it was more just about ascending. It was just ascending the earth out of this 3D emotional place that it was in. And this is what we've been doing all the time, through many lifetimes. And I believe that the lifetime just before this one, there was this recognition that you can't ascend it in it. And so we made an agreement that said, before we came into this lifetime, that we weren't going to participate in this 3D, in the 3D matrix, the false matrix. But I think we didn't understand what we meant. And so I believe this is why there are so many of you, and this has been my story as well, where it's been very challenging to create physical lives in the way that we want in relationships and families and financial, all that kind of stuff, because the underlying current was that I'm not participating in this 3D. But what we meant was we're not participating in the 3D matrix. And so a lot of you probably have been awake pretty much your whole life, and you're now coming into this. And I think that's really important to understand, because if you can have that awareness that you made a decision that said, I'm not going to participate in this 3D matrix, but you want to have a physical life, that can free you. That can suddenly just release this energy that has been underlyingly keeping you from creating a life. And so if I leave you with anything today, and that was absolutely beautiful what we did, I'm going to encourage you to really recognize that unplugging from that 3D matrix is a really beautiful thing, because it's no longer creating or interacting in these denser frequencies, and it's allowing for our souls to really ascend, and allowing Earth, or helping, let's just say helping and encouraging the Earth and ourselves to ascend to these higher frequencies, which is really where this unity consciousness, and it's really where those frequencies of love, truth, beauty, goodness are. And where we can create this amazing world that I know we are doing and going to continue to do. So thank you. This has been amazing. I love you all, and I look forward to participating again in another date.
Thank you so much, Cathleena. We loved having you, and that was so beautiful and healing, and we received so many comments saying that that was just awesome. So we're so grateful to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. I love being here, and you guys are amazing, and Zane is amazing, people. So
yes. Thank you, Cathleena.
Beautiful.
All right. Joining us next is Wendy May. Wendy is an intuitive regenerative purpose coach, a purpose pathlight, conscious leadership consultant, author, speaker, and activist for regenerative purpose. Wendy loves to use the Enneagram in her explorations and teachings, and received training in this tool from the Enneagram Institute. She is a Harvard alumni with a graduate business degree from UCLA, and Wendy started on her own purpose path in 2015 after leaving a 15-year career in corporate leadership and organizational consulting. In her corporate career, Wendy achieved massive success, but when she got there, she felt exhausted and strangely empty. She learned to let go of old goals and old identities, redefine concepts of success, and learn entirely new ways of being a leader in the world. Wendy has described herself as a recovering achievement addict, and I know a lot of us can relate to that. Her experience from transitioning from dated ideas of what success and purpose mean inspired her to author the groundbreaking book, Regenerative Purpose. In this powerful book, Wendy uncovers how purpose is commonly experienced as egoic achievement and a personal badge of honor in the 3D. She explores the meaning of purpose in the 5D, which she describes as a constantly evolving frequency of collective co-creation that's guiding us to do our highest and best work. Today, Wendy will answer the question of what purpose looks like in the 5D and shed light on the common myths and misconceptions we hold around the concept of purpose in the 3D. In her talk, she will share her powerful process of soul purpose alignment so we can live with purpose and create a world of work that works for everyone. Please welcome Wendy May. It's an honor to have you here, Wendy. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you. Wow, that was quite an introduction. I feel super blessed to be here, and amazing after this amazing activation that we just had from Cathleena. Thank you so much. It's super fascinating to sit here and listen to all the different speakers, because it really shows me how so many of us have really tapped into the same truth, the same universal truth, and we all have different ways and different words to describe it, and different methods for bringing that to light and bringing that to share with each other. So that really kind of, for me, highlights this idea of regenerative purpose. So yeah, so my name is Wendy May, and I'm here to talk about regenerative purpose and why purpose is such a present question for us right now, given that we're going through this massive transition as humanity. A lot of us are really questioning what is our place in the world and what are we here to do in this incarnation. And, you know, the idea of purpose is not new, but I think that what we're seeing now is that our understanding of purpose is starting to shift. And actually all of the previous speakers have touched on different aspects of this. And Cathleena alluded to this as well. The idea that in 3D, we tend to treat purpose as something that's linear, logical, personal, goal-directed. The traditional purpose that we talk about often sounds like finding out, figuring out, discovering, diagnosing. And that's not necessarily wrong, but it's limiting and it's limited. It's quite contained. So when we start to understand purpose from a 5D perspective, it's no longer about an object. It's no longer about a form or something personal that we can ascribe to ourselves or own or even claim that we can call my purpose. And actually, I don't know if there's a way maybe I can share slides. Yeah, let me see. If not, that's okay. If you want to follow along with the visual for what I'm going to be discussing, you can go to my website and click on Regenerative Purpose, and there is an infographic there with all of the sort of visual expression of what I'm going to be talking about. But essentially the shift from 3D purpose to 5D purpose, what I'm calling regenerative purpose, is moving from this understanding of purpose being something that's personal, that we can grab for ourselves and sort of add to our list of achievements, to something that is completely dynamic and co-created moment to moment. And we can understand it as a frequency, we can understand it as an experience, and that it's really something that is transpersonal. It's not something that we own, it's something that we access. And so then, that brings up the question, so how do we access regenerative purpose, right? Which is a complex question, which I'll do my best to try to answer in the next 25 minutes. But I think first and foremost, it's about cleaning and clearing our human vehicle to be available for purpose so that we can use these bodies that we've been given in service to higher purpose. It is about cleaning out all this debris, all of the accumulated junk that comes into our field that needs to be filtered and processed and digested through our system. So actively engaging in that process of cleaning on the physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, etheric levels, having practices where we're cleaning and clearing out our space, the space that our being is taking up, that we are the stewards of in this lifetime, requires active engagement in clearing space. The other core orientation is around devotional decision-making. So this has to do with setting boundaries around what we allow in, and it has to do with choosing direction in a way that's aligned with our values. So these two things to me are really the core. It's about dedicated space clearing and devotional decision-making. And if we are practicing those things on a day-to-day, moment-to-moment basis, what we will find is that we experience the frequency of being on purpose more and more as we're able to engage and participate in life from a place of presence and not from ego, not from a plan, not from a personal agenda, but rather discovering how we're nodes in this larger matrix, that we are interdependent and co-creating our reality all of the time, that there's really nothing that we're doing that's an independent action that isn't influenced by others that we're connected to, and there's nothing that we do that doesn't touch everyone else, right? So there's this circular, cyclical, interdependent process of evolution that's happening through each of us. I want to talk a little bit about the different dimensions of regenerative purpose and how they're different than conventional purpose. So some of you may be familiar with this model that is a 4-part Venn diagram that talks about the dimensions of purpose being what you love to do, what you're good at, what you can get paid for, and what the world needs. And the idea from a 3D perspective is that you solve for that equation and you find purpose in the middle of those 4 static categories. So when I developed this model of regenerative purpose, what I did was I basically expanded on all of these 4 dimensions to make them more multidimensional and fluid in time space, not fixed and not personal, not static. So what that expansion looks like, I'll just go briefly through each of those dimensions of purpose, as I call them. The first one being what you're good at. So we typically think of purpose as being related to our skills and talents, right? The things that we know how to do and the things that we've been trained to do or we've developed some capacity in. The expanded notion of this dimension goes beyond what we're good at. So when I talk about gift, I call it genius in fluid truth. So it includes the conventional view of gift, which is our skills and talents, but it's much more expanded than that. It also includes our privileges and platforms, education, resources, perspectives, even traumatic or difficult life experiences that we've had, heartbreaks, bankruptcy, everything that we've experienced in this lifetime and previous lifetimes that make up the totality of what we bring to this life. And that's much more expanded than just what we're good at. And a lot of this also includes shadow integration, right? It includes looking at the parts of ourselves that may be traditionally shamed or shut down or hidden from view, and being able to see that those are also part of our collection of gifts, what we bring to share with each other, the medicine that we have, that we're carrying. In the category of what you love to do, the expanded notion of this is really around a movement of creative energy from the individual node to the collective node. So there's a process of energy moving out from the personal to the collective. And so in regenerative purpose, this dimension becomes creative flow. So it's no longer a category of just likes and preferences, things that we enjoy or find pleasurable. It's actually tapping into that place of true movement that comes from love, the true movement that is emergent in presence. And there's a playfulness and an innocence about this movement that's not goal-oriented. It feels much more experimental and responsive rather than reactive. So it's something where we do or we move or we say or we act from a place where we don't necessarily know the moment before what's going to come out. But it's more of a spontaneous, enlivening and enlightening participation in life. So instead of purpose being about what we love to do, it's about what we do from love. So there's that movement from the personal to the collective. Moving around the circle over to what we would traditionally have called what the world needs. So what the world needs is actually a mental projection, and it comes from ego. It comes from a savior mindset of, oh, the world needs something and here I am to give that. Well, if we take our ego out of it, we can start to recognize that this dimension of purpose, which is the collective element, is not really about what we think the world needs, which is a mental, mechanical product of our mind, but it's really about how we experience ourselves when we're in contact with the world. And what I call this is personally activating information, or pain for short. And this is the kind of pain that can create an aversive response. It's sort of an ouch response. But on a deeper level, it's the personally activating information that touches our heart. It's the part of us that is activated when we are in contact, fully unshielded and unprotected, and just in full contact with life. This is the personally activating information that comes through. So instead of thinking about what the world needs, it's about paying attention to our own unique sensitivity as we move about the world. This last dimension, which is what we get paid for, which is a very limited view of the return of energy. And this dimension is really about completing the cycle of energy flow. So this is where the collective energy is flowing back to the individual to feed and nourish and support and allow us to continue our work in the world. And that can be money or resource, but it's actually a much broader understanding of abundance, because abundance is not just money and resource. Abundance is also guidance, it's synchronistic connections, it's invitations to things like me being invited to talk on this conference. So it's that ever-present awareness of the benevolence of life that allows us to receive in multiple forms, not just money and resource, but in all of the ways that we're being guided and supported in life. We allow the collective energy to flow back to the individual node. So when we look at this as a full system, and it's a circle. So again, if you want to get the visual, you can download the infographic from my website. Sorry, I don't have a slide, but if you can visualize that there is an individual or a personal node, and there is a transpersonal or collective node, and these are poles. So our individual presence and soul expression is the positive, the plus pole. And this collective element, which we previously referred to as needs, but I'm referring to as the activating information that comes from the rest of the world, that's the negative pole, which is attracting our gifts. And this movement is natural. So this creative flow of energy that moves from us to the world, and this abundance energy that's moving from the world to us as individuals, is a natural process. It doesn't require an egoic sense of control or planning or an agenda. It is actually something that wants to move. It is a natural impulse and a spontaneous, impersonal process that's happening all of the time. So it's natural, but it's not automatic, I would say. And then our work becomes not trying to find or figure out our purpose from a 3D perspective, that linear, logical, goal-oriented purpose, but it becomes unblocking this flow and allowing this movement from the personal to the transpersonal, moving the creative energy outward and allowing the abundance energy to feed us. And the way that we can access that flow or unblock it, allow it to flow more freely, is by cultivating certain qualities within ourselves. So each one of these dimensions that I described, the gift, the pain or personally activating information, the creative flow, the abundance flow, in balance, they can be blocked by certain things and they can be unlocked by certain things. And a lot of this process has to do with deconditioning the training or the false information that we've been given and deleting those programs so that we can allow this movement of purpose to go through us. So for gift, the thing that blocks this genius in fluid truth from being expressed is what I call identity fixation. So this is the idea that we think we know who we are. We have a concept of ourselves as, I'm a strong person, I'm a wise person, I'm a helpful person, whatever it is, whatever kind of person that you think you are. This identity concept is something that we use to anchor ourselves in the three-dimensional space, but it's limiting when it comes to really being able to channel our full potential. We have to loosen the grip of that identity and be able to express ourselves through cultivating authenticity, which sometimes means bringing forth things that we feel might be judged or shamed by the world around us, especially as Lightworkers and new paradigm pioneers. It's going to be uncomfortable actually to show up as our full self, to express our authentic truth. but that's part of the work. When it comes to the personally activating information or pain, it's really about being able to receive the signals that are meant for us, because there's a lot of noise and there's a lot of signal distraction or diversion that can happen. And when we can tap into the quality of attunement, it means selectively listening. Not listening to everything, because our systems will be completely flooded with irrelevant information. Cultivating attunement means not only knowing what to tune into, but also what to tune out, so that we can stay in our swim lane and focus our energy in the three-dimensional space with the limited time space that we have allocated to us in this human journey, to be able to use that with intention, without being distracted and diverted by all of the noise. When it comes to the creative flow, I alluded to this already a bit, but the way that we really tap into creative flow and allow that to really come out full force is by letting go of the programming of goal orientation. So when we're in a reaction, when we're acting from a program that we've been given, most of the time it's because we have something that we're trying to do. We have an agenda, we have a goal, we have an outcome in mind that we want. And this actually keeps us from being able to respond to what's really present in the moment. It keeps us from being able to move from love. So it's really shifting from this reactivity and this programmed response that's oriented towards a goal, and being able to cultivate this responsiveness, this childlike playfulness and experimentation, and just showing up and treating life as a game, and not taking any of it too seriously, not fearing failure, and being able to really respond to what life is showing us from that place. And this last one, with abundance flow, the quality that we need to cultivate to allow abundance flow to move freely is receptivity. And it sounds really simple, but actually there's so many things that can get in the way of receptivity. Our ideas around our own worthiness, pride, a sense of independence, simply not being aware of what is available to receive. And what really blocks receptivity, which is super strong in the culture of our 3D reality, is this myth of independence. It's the story we've been sold, where we've been told that we need to do it on our own, that we need to be self-sufficient, that we need to have our own house and our own car and our own sewing machine and everything, right? This idea that I need to be able to manage by myself. The story of separation, essentially. So getting ourselves to stop believing in that and stop subscribing to that. It's simple, but it's not easy, right? Because this is really, really deep programming around this myth of independence. And so part of regenerative purpose is really about accessing this ecological consciousness and this interdependence awareness that allows us to fully receive the guidance and support that's available to us through being a node in this fabric of reality, that we're not alone in doing any of this, and that we're all connected and co-creating all of this at the same time. So that's really important, because the 3D version of purpose is much more about personally building empires around me and mine. And the 5D version of purpose doesn't care about the individual actors, but it cares about the participation, right? So when we shift from the 3D version of purpose, which is concerned with building empires, and we move to 5D purpose, which is all about wave making, and we really embrace our role as water molecules in the wave, right? So it's not about getting recognition. It's not about validation. It's not about, your own business or success. It's about being part of something that's already happening. And the beauty in this is that it allows us to be both empowered in engaging in that, as well as completely relaxed, knowing that it's already happening. So it seems like a paradox, but this speaks to some of the points that have been raised by other speakers around this idea of, who am I to do that because other people are already doing it? Well, when you look at purpose as this frequency, as an experience that you want to engage in, it doesn't matter anymore if other people are doing it. That just goes to show that this movement is happening with or without you. And it doesn't matter what dimension we're talking about, if it's energy healing or environmentalism or, green energy. There's a movement that's already happening, and we can decide consciously and intentionally to contribute our life energy to that wave that is already moving. And also, we can rest when we need to rest. So this movement is already happening, and it's a beautiful thing. I feel affirmed and encouraged when I see other people spreading similar messages or doing similar work, because it means that it's happening already without me personally, Wendy, and if I need to take a nap, I can take a nap. And if I want to take part, I can take part. And I'm honoring my own seasons and cycles in the way that I'm participating in life and allowing myself to be in balance with how I'm using my life energy, how I'm engaging in the time space, and not depleting myself and not pushing too hard. But at the same time, not becoming passive and disengaged and nihilistic about, the end of the world, but knowing that there's a very crucial part that I play in that, and it's already happening. So there's a lot in the regenerative purpose model around the seasonality as well as the cyclical nature of purpose. I don't have time to go into all of that, but I do want to mention about this idea of balance, because in my view, conventional purpose or 3D purpose is very much overweighted onto building and growing. So again, back to this whole empire building thing, right? Most of the time, we hear people talking about purpose in terms of building a business, writing a book, creating a project, starting a nonprofit. It's all about the building, the creation, and the growth part of the cycle, which is beautiful, and it's amazing that we are in that movement of creation. And also, where we go astray is when we don't equally honor the cycles of death and rebirth. So regenerative purpose is named as such because it's in harmony with the cycles of nature, where death is just as important in terms of the process as birth, because you cannot have birth without death. And these two processes that are always happening in parallel simultaneously need to be in balance. And part of being able to engage in regenerative purpose means recognizing and embracing the death process when it's at our door. So this goes back to one of the first things that I said around purpose is not about the form. It's about a frequency that we feel, that we experience as we walk through life in this dimension. So part of attunement means also knowing when we're being signaled and guided to invite the death of something that we've created. When is it time to close a business, or to shut down an offering, or to change your focus, or to leave a marriage, or to quit a job, whatever it is. But there's also this conscious shedding and this intentional death process that is really important in the process of regenerative purpose, because that intentional death is the compost that creates the fertile ground for the next creation to emerge from. So this is, this is really important. Oh, and I see my time is almost up. So the last thing I want to share is just that we're really at a point now where, in terms of the hierarchy of moving from survival to self-actualization and self-transcendence, we're at a point in human history where self-transcendence is actually critical to our survival. When we talk about the story of humanity, this is the moment that we're in now, where the pyramid is turning into a circle, into a cycle. And our ability to be self-transcendent and get out of the egoic version of purpose is what is going to enable our survival collectively as humanity.
Thank you so much, Wendy. That was all beautifully said. And your definition of abundance as the ever-present awareness of the benevolence of life, allowing us to receive all the ways in which we are supported and guided in light. Oh, I got goosebumps when you said that. I wrote it down, and I'm going to keep that definition with me always. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're so grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next guest speaker is KristaLyn Vetovich. KristaLyn is an internationally best-selling author of more than 10 books, a holistic coach, teacher, astrologer, expert in divine timing, and thought leader in the revolutionary industry of high-vibe entertainment. Growing up as a lover of fiction novels, KristaLyn began to notice that books were commonly low vibe and felt that the stories she was coming across were leading readers into the dark, but not showing them the way back out. In a flash of genius, she felt inspired to write stories that were programmed to be healing, in turn raising the vibration of the reader in a safe and conscious way through entertainment. She authored the book, Writing the High Vibe Hero's Journey, among many others, focusing on motivational themes of being your own hero and serving the world through your unique talents and gifts, which she knows everyone was born with. KristaLyn lives in a treehouse in Pennsylvania with her husband and corgi Jack, and cooperates with her family to help revitalize the core region of Pennsylvania to a new, sustainable glory. Today, KristaLyn will share with us how to write a fiction story that heals and changes readers' lives. Today's world is consumed by anxiety, and KristaLyn believes that healers of every modality are the heroes we need. Her talk today will teach us how to become one of those heroes, how to bring the feeling of being a hero from storytelling into our present realities, and how to even become the mentor in someone else's story. Please welcome KristaLyn Vetovich. We're so excited to have you with us here today, and just can't wait to hear everything you have to share with us about becoming the hero of our own stories. So take it away, KristaLyn.
Thank you. So just making sure, I think my sound is all set, and I am so excited to be here. What an intro, and I appreciate that so much. So the good news is I do have a slide that I'm going to show everybody. I have a great PowerPoint presentation. We're going to walk through it the same way a hero goes through the hero's journey in a book, because life as within, so without, as above, so below, the structures that we follow in stories, you can actually find in your real life. And that's one of the key focuses of this high vibe hero's journey, that not only are you experiencing, but you get to help someone else experience and guide them through their healing journey to their higher self and to yours. So I am going to quickly share my screen and then navigate over to, let's see here, navigate over to my thing. Once I do my entire screen, it's not letting me do that. So I'm going to try something and we will see how it goes. All right, here we go. Oh. Forgive my technical difficulties. There we go. Present. Awesome. Here we go. So not every hero has the perfect smooth start, and neither did this presentation, but we are ready to go if I can make this thing go away. All right, so it looks like we're just going to go this way. That's totally fine. So you can already see a sneak peek. Today, I want to talk to you guys about high vibe storytelling. I'm going to explain what that is, and we're going to learn by the end of this exactly how you can craft a story that truly changes the world. It's totally possible. You can do it, and it can start right now. So where we're going to start is, I have a question for you, and that is, if you had a superpower, what would that superpower be? So I want you to think about that and just come up with the first thing that comes to mind. It's going to be revealing a lot about you. And also later on, we'll talk about how it reveals the person that you can help as well. So the next thing is, you definitely have one. Some people think that they don't have superpowers, they don't have talents. That's not true. Everyone is beautiful and unique and individual. So the perfect thing here is, you have a superpower, and if you have more than one, I know you at least have the ability to tell a story. And you can tell a story in various ways. We'll talk about fiction and nonfiction. Any way that you want to tell a story in any medium counts. So every story that you have to tell counts as part of your superpower. So today we're going to talk about how to craft that high vibration story that heals and changes people's lives from anywhere in the world. We're going to talk about how to find the people that need to hear your story exactly where they are, so that you can make a difference that you were born to make, and help really escalate this world to that 5D reality that we are approaching. And we are going to be able to get started right away. You can either use the comments, I know we're doing a live stream with some comments, or you can grab a journal and you'll be able to put this stuff together as we go throughout this presentation. So a lot of people, like I said, they tend to feel like they're not good enough, or the time's not right, or someone's going to do it first. And I want to give you proof right off the bat so that you can really take in and integrate the rest of the information that we're going to cover. I want to give you proof about why it's the perfect time and you're the perfect person to share this story. Many of us have understood by now that 2020 is no ordinary year. So I found evidence of this, as did many astrologers, and I know we'll be hearing from some really great astrologers throughout this expo, and they'll probably cover this as well, but the stars aligned this year. The stars aligned for things to change, for the world to escalate, to elevate, to rise in vibration. And there are many details, as you can see on this chart, that show that, but also you have a chart. You have a chart of the sky of the moment that you were born, and that chart shows evidence that your story is intentional, and that you are the person meant to live it, that you are experiencing that, and that you have a message to share. So if you're ever wondering if you're good enough or important enough, then you always have something to fall back on. If your own experience isn't enough, you can fall back on actual data that shows, much like this year, that the stars have aligned not only for you to be here, but they've aligned for us to raise our vibration right now, starting this year. So as with many writers, I want to start by teaching a word and expanding our vocabulary. I love words, especially interesting ones. This one, I'm not entirely sure that I pronounce it correctly, but I do my best with Weltschmerz. And what this word actually means is world pain. Now, we just heard about how saving the world actually starts kind of individually. And so this feeling of Weltschmerz is the depression that you feel when the world as it is doesn't reflect what you think the world should be. You get to decide that on your individual microcosm, kind of like how we heard in the keynote speech, in your own within world. You get to decide what that looks like. And from there, you can create that world. Imagination lays the tracks for reality, as we heard from Jordan earlier. You can create that world. So if you can relate to this feeling, now you have a word to apply to it, but also we're going to create the solution to this feeling. And we're going to start right now. You may have heard of the hero's journey. It is something that we find in many stories, in many movies, especially Marvel movies, anything with a superhero or a very clear hero in it. The main character, the hero of a story, which can be in many different forms, they go through a series of events. It's a cycle, right? So as the hero is going through this cycle, we call it a journey because it begins and it goes through a growth, and then it comes to completion so that it can begin anew. The journey, fortunately, never ends. Sometimes in the fiction world, we call that a series. But in real life, the chapters, the books, the stories go on and on and on. So you notice in the hero's journey, I have a little graphic here. Hopefully it's easy enough to read, but life begins in the ordinary world, which is right here and right now, depending on where you are in your journey. You find your call to adventure, the thing that draws you out and makes you think about exploring. And then you have someone who comes in to assist you. This is the mentor character that we're going to be talking about a little bit later. My favorite character in a book, to be honest with you. And then you depart. You go through trials. You have battles. You go through crises. We all go through hard points in our lives that teach us so much. And through the next pieces of the story, you do come to find redemption, rewards, results, and they all result in a new life, an escalation from where you were to where you were meant to be. So relatively from 3D, possibly to 5D. And in other terms, from a sort of trauma to the emotional healing and even the physical results of that healing from that trauma. And that's what I really like to cover in these stories is the little things, as we've learned, create the person. So it's who we are on the inside that really comes out and emanates from us and helps us navigate our world and helps us make differences to the world that we see, sort of resolving that Weltschmerz like we were talking about. So I want to start by giving you a little bit of background on my journey. I am an internationally best-selling high vibe author and astrologer. You can tell I've got a passion for that. I'm a holistic healer. I've got intuitive skills. I'm a speaker, a Comic-Con panelist, and I am determined to raise the vibration of the world and prove that magic is something we use every day. And I'll tell you what, it's easier than I expected it to be, because knowing this, knowing that we as individuals are truly making magic every day with everything we decide is something that is super fun for me to share, which is why you can see the energy that I carry into this conversation with you, because I'm just so honored to be in your presence, to be able to help you see your own amazing potential. And that is how we raise the vibration, one person, one important, beautiful soul at a time. So here are some of my books that I've written with the intention of programming the words with healing, like we're going to be talking about. This is what we call high vibe entertainment. I know our wonderful host Zane actually has his own comic book, which is going for the same idea, where through the story, the reader heals, the reader raises their own vibration. And so that doesn't come in a straight line, right? For my own story, it started actually with my journey started with brain surgery. So sometimes you get a really stark beginning and sometimes it's a little bit more subtle. But throughout the process, you have your development of skills, you have relationships that go well or teach you something. You have your own research, which is another thing that is super important that I can't wait to talk to you about later in this presentation. You have failures. You have new attempts, like we were just talking about, we just heard in the previous speech, letting something die to make space for something new. And then you find that new place and it leads you to amazing things like being at red carpets or working with Marianne Williamson. We each get our own amazing journey that leads us to exactly who we're supposed to be. So mine came with a lot of pieces of paper. This is a big list of just some of the things that I have learned along the way. And you have just as an extensive list as anyone else does. All of these, I call them pieces of paper because that's really what they are. They're a piece of paper that come together to show a story, which is exactly what a book is, or exactly what a screenplay is, or a comic. So all of us have things like this, where we can put together the individual instances to create a story that has a beginning, a middle, and a resolution that I like to think leads to the new beginning, that new world. So what I want to think about first, as we're really diving in, is naming a nonfiction book or any book that changed your life. This is a few examples. Sherry Salata's The Beautiful No is amazing. Big Magic, which is hugely influential for people who are writing high vibe entertainment. You can see how Course in Miracles, they really help you to heal. Have you read a book that changed your way of thinking about the world, that changed the way you viewed the world, that gave you permission, that you didn't have before, to think in a new way that allows you to move forward. So think about a book that has changed your life. And again, if you want to be journaling this, go for it, because now we enter Act 1, which is the beginning. Books many times come in a 3-act structure. And so the Act 1 is the origin story, kind of like what we just talked about. It begins with life in the ordinary world. And so any other year, normally I would be talking to writers saying, hey, think about how fiction stories or any kind of storytelling could be healing. Now I'm coming to healers and saying, hey, here's another modality that might suit you. What if we took storytelling and made it a healing modality? That's what I get to do this year. So that for me is one of the beautiful parts of 2020 that I am so appreciative about. Yes, it's been a hard year. Yes, we're going through a lot of transformation, but such beauty is already rising from these ashes. The deaths that we've experienced so far, metaphorically and in other terms, have made space for beauty to rise and come into this 5D experience that we're all looking forward to. And that is something to be grateful for. So I have a really great quote here that is, beneath every behavior, there's a feeling. We've been hearing a lot about feelings today as well, and I'm going to expand on that even further. Beneath each feeling is a need. And when we meet that need, rather than focus on the behavior, we begin to deal with the cause and not the symptom. A lot of you watching today may actually be familiar with this concept, and it is one of the really effective ways of healing in our lives, beginning from the inside and moving out. So these feelings, these behaviors, these thoughts, like we've heard so much about, how great that so many people seem to have found that wavelength. They really, truly do help. And this is going to put it into context for how you can write it into a story that helps people in their comfort zones. I'll be expanding on that later as well. So let's talk about our hero's journey, especially as it pertains to what we've really encountered this year. We want to heal the world. And this year, one of the main themes, I think, of 2020 has been the relationship discovery between me, myself, and what I call I am. So we've heard the me, myself, and I trope before, but the me is your own unconscious. It's your unconscious beliefs. It's who you are. And it's that person that you are down at your core. The myself is our collective conscious. It's the part of you that is incorporated with everyone else, the collective that we know exists and connects and needs to sort of understand each other a little bit more so that we can really escalate into this new normal, this new world that we're creating together. And then comes the I am. The I am is your connection to God or your connection to your source. And I have found that meditation actually helps us connect. I'm sure many of you have experienced this as well, where through meditation, you get to connect to your source. You get to connect to God and have that clearer download of information, that clearer understanding and certainty that comes from this. And I call this the theta connection because that's the brainwave we utilize often in meditation. It's also the brainwave we use for dreaming. So we've heard a lot about the dream world today as well. This dreaming is very 4D. And that's where we can access a lot of this information that also can help us translate messages into story, which is one of the concepts that we do in the High Vibe Hero's Journey. So every hero will have something that they are working alongside or working against or working to overcome or change. And for us, the adversary is, in my opinion, a lot of the content that is available in the world today. As you heard in my intro, I noticed a while ago that I didn't enjoy reading anymore, and I couldn't understand why that was until I realized that I couldn't finish a book because it just made me feel so sad. And when I would get to the last page, there was no other direction to go. It stayed in the sad. And I think that there's a place for acknowledging the sad, for feeling the feeling and letting it process, letting it integrate. But I believe that stories should take you into the darkness and reveal the light. So they shouldn't leave you in the darkness. There should be a way out. It may not be a happy ending where they all lived happily ever after with rainbows, but it may be an ending where progress is possible, where moving forward is a new understanding, a new sense of growth. growth. And so I believe that content teaches us things, because another fun fact about that theta brainwave is that when you are watching television or reading a book or doing something where you kind of zone out a little bit, you've entered the theta brainwave. This is also where we integrate and decide our subconscious beliefs that then help us decide what actions to take in similar situations. So the content that you are consuming in your times of entertainment are actually educating and informing your subconscious beliefs. So if we're flooded with subconscious entertainment that supports feelings of anxiety without revealing ways to cope or ways to overcome, then we're just staying in anxiety. And that is probably why fear is one of the easiest ways to go viral, or anger is one of the easiest ways to go viral. Let's move joy and laughing and humor up a notch, and let's flood that collective conscious, which I believe you can actually track using social media. We'll talk about that as well. But let's flood that with something a little bit higher vibe to really help the masses on a larger scale raise their vibration as well. If we can distribute that feeling and teach it where it's needed, the person that picks up your book, the person that picks up your movie or your script will get that feeling too. And I know this because I know we already experienced this. Funny enough, this is not a new concept, just as we have several people even involved in this expo who have picked up on this individually. It's kind of already seated in the collective conscious. So what we need is a miracle. And many of you may have heard this quote by Marianne Williamson: a miracle is a shift in perception from fear to love. So how are we going to do that? How can you help people decide just to not be afraid anymore? You know, like rub some dirt in it is a phrase that I heard when I was a kid. And as I grew, at first it was like, oh no, maybe I should just, you know, acknowledge this pain. But also at the same time, the more I grow stronger around the things that cause the pain, as we heard that explanation in the previous speech, the more I came to understand that shift in perception, the shift in perception happens because of the experiences we have. And it happens because someone shows me something different than what I thought I understood or the way I interpreted something before. So how do you help someone shift their perception? I love this quote by F. Scott Fitzgerald. That's the beauty of all literature. You discover that your longings are universal longings, and that you're not lonely and isolated from anyone. You belong. So the first step is realizing that you are not the only one who has this perception, and you are not the only one perceiving, which means someone else out there is perceiving something and may have a different interpretation of it. This is where that theta brainwave comes in, because someone out there is perceiving something in a way that you can bring the miracle into and shift the perception of. That is where entertainment accesses that theta brainwave. And we do this through conscious, high vibe content. So that's giving them books that teach feelings that can help them cope with whatever it is they're going through. And you're the expert in that. You already know what that is because you've been through it yourself. That's what makes you the mentor, sneak peek, of their story. So you can give them books that make them think. The more we encourage someone to think in a safe space where they don't feel like they have to be defensive or they have to protect a feeling or a belief that they already have, the more that they'll allow themselves to explore. You empower them through that method to heal themselves. And that's beautiful. That is the goal. So let's flood the myself collective with high vibes. And in order to do that, let's go into a little bit, you may see down in the corner here, a little preview. Let's talk about what vibes are and how you can identify them. So starting with low vibes, we'll go with those first. Low vibes are anxiety, fear, depression, illness, things that make you feel bummed, like a sad face. We talked about the power of a smile earlier, but a sad face can sometimes make you feel that way too. Now you can identify low vibes. That's the point of this slide. Now I want to help you identify really easily high vibes. High vibes are joy, love, comfort, safety, health, things that make you smile, puppy dogs, fluffy things, coffee, raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens. You know high vibes now as well. If you didn't before, think about the things that make you smile. That's high vibe. And to take it even further, we can talk about how you can identify high vibe content that already exists and some high vibe content that you actually may love and value already. So I'm going to show you a slide, and I bet without even looking at the list on the side of the screen that you can identify just about every one of these franchises. These are franchises that have generated fandoms. Fandoms come because people feel like they belong and they feel so seen by that story that they just want to immerse in it even further. They want to build their own stories around it. They want to expand on it and create a world, integrating that story and the concepts of it into their own imagined reality, which does inform their actual reality. So if you know Disney and Pixar, the feeling you get when you hear that da 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 da, we all have this thing that just launches us into this warm and fuzzy feeling where in that moment, nothing can be wrong. Nothing feels horrible, even if you're having a bad time. And I love that, again, 2020 has educated us on this. The things that we have been deciding to escape into have really been informing the kind of healing, the kind of feelings that we would like to be learning, that we want to have more of in our lives. And this goes everywhere, but you can find it really clearly in stories as well. And I have to include video games as well, because stories in some video games, especially Legend of Zelda, if I have any Zelda fans out there, I see you. Yes. So Disney, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Did you even need me to spell that one out? That one's been really popular lately with incredible themes that definitely are high vibe and even 5D. So next journal question, what is your favorite fandom? It could be one that was on that list, or it could be an entirely different one. There are countless ones to choose from. And if you've ever gone to a Comic-Con and dressed up as a character, it is highly likely that that is one of your fandoms. So you can actually tune in with yourself and think, what does that fandom say about the feelings that I want to be learning? So moving on to Act 2. A fun thing about Act 2, I call it the underrated middle. When you're looking into writing a book, when people explore the structure of story, they always say, oh, the midpoint, it's the low point of the book. I beg to differ. The midpoint is the turning point. So when you come into how do you write a book? I know I want to. I have the experience that's led me up to this. How do I write my story? How do I get it out there? How do I express it in tangible form to be able to share with other people? That's not a midpoint, even though there's a process and steps to take before you can release it to the world. This is the turning point. This is where you not only are focused on healing and helping other people, but you get that inward work as well. So many people will say, write what you know. And that's absolutely true. And there's one of the things that you know that will expand on your repertoire of things to write about exponentially. And that is my advice: to write what you wish. The desire to write was planted within you for a reason. If you feel like you don't know enough, you don't have experience, you're not an expert in something, write what you wish, because you're an expert in that. You know what you wish the world would look like. You know what you wish would have happened in a certain situation. And in writing what you wish, you're going to reveal that you truly are an expert in your area. And that, again, just like astrology, you were born to be able to do this, to be able to share this. So in nonfiction, there are benefits to be able to write what you wish there. You can directly address a subject or a process, and it's laid out point by point, chapter by chapter, for someone to be able to just understand and know at face value. I love nonfiction for this. It's got your steps. It's proven to be effective. When people just want to know because they're ready to change and change now, there is nothing more effective than being able to have a guide that says, here it is, step by step, there you go, you got it. So if that's your style of sharing a story, it's equally as important as fiction storytelling. But when we move on to high vibe fiction, there are intricacies and nuances that go along with this too, to show that it actually has similar benefits to a nonfiction book. So you already know that this person, when they're reading the book, because they're imagining what they're seeing in the book, they're using your descriptions to create that world in their own mind. They're already in their subconscious. They're already using that theta brainwave. And the great part is this can appeal to all ages. This can apply to all ages. Me in junior high and younger, I was not likely to pick up a nonfiction book. I wasn't ready to be able to just know and understand something right away. But a lot of the things I learned as a child, a lot of my unconscious beliefs, my things that I learned between the ages of 1 and 7, when we're really creating our core belief systems, they came from the stories that I was told, the stories that I read, children's books. It's one of the reasons why children's books are such a huge demographic and in such high demand in the publishing industry and in the entertainment industry in general. You're molding people. You're educating them in this pure and an incredible way. So think about the shows you watched as a kid and how they informed the way that you then navigated the world after that, or the books that you read as a kid, the movies that you loved, the places you loved to go, the imaginary games you loved to play, what characters showed up in those imaginary games over and over and over. Fiction is also entertaining, which means that it feels safe. We relax into it because we don't think that we're being tested. We don't think that we have to integrate this. It's so important. We're allowing ourselves to just explore. And the incredible part about that even further is that it creates a safe space to detach from biases. In this world today, we have a lot of unconscious biases that many of us aren't even aware of. But when we put it into a context where we can detach from polarizing this or that or political concepts, you can create a space where someone can analyze how they feel about anything in a safe way. They will suddenly be all for everybody having a fair go at anything. They will suddenly understand the nuance of seeing an individual rather than a group and loving them on that individual level. You can do that through things like, elves and fairies and all of those things that you can use as metaphor for other things. We see it happening in fantasy all the time. I think that's one of the reasons why fantasy is so sought after, because it creates a world where everyone gets to feel unique, but also where they acknowledge that they are all part of that one whole world. It's such a beautiful thing. And that's one of the benefits that fiction and storytelling really brings in. It is expansive. There are no laws there unless you create them. And then you can educate people on laws that already do exist, but need to be explained in a different way. It's a great way to make someone just go, huh? And they take it from there. You're enabling them to heal themselves. So here's another quote from someone I really love. I'm a big Disney fan. I actually worked at Disney for a while. So when we talk about storytelling and we understand from some pretty acclaimed masters of storytelling, at least in my opinion, Pete Docter of Pixar, who is a director at Pixar, said, what you're trying to do when you tell a story is to write about an event in your life that made you feel some particular way. And what you're trying to do when you tell a story is to get the audience to have that same feeling. Can you think of a Pixar movie that made you feel the feels? I know I can. I know which characters immediately come to mind and how they made me feel. That is an example, even though the feelings aren't always good, even though sometimes I cried like a baby, that's high vibe. It's letting me understand feelings and it's teaching me about them. And it's helping me explore feelings I may not have been able to feel on my own in my own realm of experience. But now my experience is expanded by imagination and by someone else sharing that story with me in a way where I can feel safe. And I love that. So what feeling represents your message in the world? Whether your storytelling is through speaking, public speaking, nonfiction, fiction, comic books, movies, what feeling represents your message? And then we get into what is called the call to adventure. This is the part where you get to craft the story. Will you do this? And what does that mean for your own growth and development? That's the adventure. Adventure isn't, boom, I saved the world. Adventure is the process of growing individually and making an impact, realizing the impact that you can make on the people around you and how you can also serve that myself that we talked about in previous slides. So if you're confused or looking for ideas on how to craft your story, here are some of my best tips. Here are some of the tips that have helped me and guided me as I've written all of my books in the past and moving forward. Meditation and intentions, just like with so many other things. When you meditate, you open your own mind to creativity and you can set an intention. In fact, in my latest book, Writing the High Vibe Hero's Journey, we call that high vibe outlining. It's setting an intention for every chapter so you know what you're teaching, what you're feeling, what the characters are experiencing. Those are intentions. It's making a statement that this is what I want to achieve. Writing and reading sprints. If you're nervous about getting the words down and things like that, if you're telling your story, but the grueling middle part is really daunting to you, set a half-hour timer, write for as long as you're going to write, take a break. And I do this all the time, and it has produced over 10 books. It works. It is totally allowed. No one says you have to write 5 books a year. You can do it at your pace. And as we saw on the astrology slide, the timing will always be perfect for your story to get out there. So plotting and pantsing. I don't know if you've heard, but there is a dichotomy between plotting versus pantsing, writing by the seat of your pants and just letting the story unfold. There is something to be said about both of them. Plotting allows for intention setting, but pantsing allows for you to just flow and just download the story. This is why in my high vibe outlines that I use for my writing, I set an intention and then unleash. If it ends up being completely different than the intention, as long as it still adds to the story and serves the reader the way that I want to serve them, I let it go because that was probably from God and I'm going to respect that. You have that connection too. And writing is a great way, storytelling in general is a great way to access that connection. So you can have a writer's journal, which you've already started if you've been taking notes and using the prompts throughout this presentation. But you can also just understand that everything is writing. If something inspired you today, that could be a part of a story that you tell later. In fact, in conversation, it most likely will be. That is writing. It's crafting the story. So you don't have to put pressure on yourself to say that I didn't write today. If you wrote today and you did 5,000 words, whoa, good job. If you wrote today and you did a paragraph, fantastic. If you didn't write any words down today, but you experienced the world, that is still a huge part of crafting a story. So do not ever let yourself feel less than because of comparison with someone else's pace. And again, focus on the feelings. That's the important part, not how quickly you write, not how quickly it gets down on the page, because that does not happen in the theta brainwave, my friend. The theta brainwave is creative. So it's focusing on the feelings. And so your story's theme is the feeling that you are teaching. And then the plots, you can break it down for what feeling are they learning in this part of the journey? What feeling are they learning in this scene? What feeling are they experiencing? Because healing is not a one feeling show all the time. There's a theme feeling that really helps resolve everything, but not everybody's ready for that feeling right away. They start back here and you walk them through all of the things in between that lead to this healing feeling in whatever capacity it helps them move forward. And I have television here because one of my favorite things to do when I'm writing, this is not popular, but that's okay. One of my favorite things to do is to watch television. I love to watch TV while I'm writing, and I'll especially watch a show that gives me the feelings that I want to be able to have as I'm writing so that those feelings accurately make it into my words and my descriptions. And again, I did actually write a book called Writing the High Vibe Hero's Journey. It's releasing, I think, on Halloween, actually. So I go into all of the plot points very individually and in depth in that book. If you want a free copy of it early, you can always reach out to me and I'd be happy to share it with you. All of these details happen right in that book that you can read at your own pace and that you can understand and do with as you want to, your way. But the one thing to remember all the time is you cannot mess this up. Victoria, or V.E. Schwab, is one of my favorite authors, and she is a New York Times bestselling author. She does amazing things. She's so authentic. It's fantastic. She is a person just like you and me. And she said this, if you write 10K a day, you're going to end up with a book. If you write 1K a day, you're going to end up with a book. If you write 500 words every Tuesday, you'll end up with a book. And if you write 100 words before bed or 50 whenever you can, you still end up with a book. You can't mess this up. This is your divine message. So it's okay to let your book unfold in its perfect timing. Because sometimes what I found is when I get writer's block, it's not actually a block. It's just that I haven't learned the thing yet that reveals what I'm teaching other people. So I need to learn it first, and I'm still in that process. And then the next slide is, are you a Gandalf or a Dumbledore? Because all of these things will make you a teacher. All of these things that you're sharing makes you the mentor of another hero. So what kind of style do you want to have? What is your version of authenticity? There's no wrong way to be a mentor. You know, when you speak to a group and you think, oh man, am I going to do all right? What if I don't sound like an actual speaker? Well, if you've been invited somewhere, if you're speaking like I am today, this is what a speaker sounds like. This is what a speaker does or looks like. And that's your interpretation of it. Whatever you're doing in that moment, that's what a person who's doing that thing looks and sounds and feels like because you're doing it. So your type of mentorship, your type of guidance and teaching and healing, that's all you. That's all yours. And it's perfect. And always remember, you are not in this alone. You're not in this alone. We can actually channel and find the vibration of the collective. It's funny, during 2020, all of the things that have been going on, I would look at the news headlines, but then I go to the comments. I look at what the actual people are saying. And if you go in there, you can see how people are feeling, which gives you an indication of where the collective conscious is. Not what the media is telling us to believe or what might actually be happening in the world. We want to know what people are feeling. And you can do this and you can help support the joy and the humor of this by sharing high vibration posts. What makes something go viral is that it gets shared. So you, in your ability and your empowerment to be able to share things, share high vibe things. Be an advocate for high vibe creators. Create that awareness. Don't use social media to impress people. Use it to impact people. And I want to make sure, I know I'm rounding out my time here, I want to make sure that we talk about where to find your people. Your people are like you. They're going through something that's probably just one step behind what you've been through. So where do you like to go? What do you like to surround yourself with? It blew my mind when I realized that my ideal reader hung out at Comic-Cons, because that's where I like to hang out. So my message is going to relate to someone who is going through what I've been through. That's my big tip for understanding your ideal reader, where they hang out, what age they are, what their interests are. Their age is probably the age that you were at when you needed a hero, when you needed this mentor. So what are their interests? Where were you at that moment? You definitely know these answers. So go ahead, and I want you to start researching yourself so that you can understand your ideal reader. And that begins with, what is your favorite color and why? And then branch out from there, other beliefs that are on different levels that take it further and deeper and into new things. And you will unleash this knowing of yourself, your inner self, who you are meant to be. And that's beautiful. So yes, there are obstacles and there are rewards, but reading fiction is important. It's vital. And it's a vital means of imagining a life that is other than our own. You can share with people all the things. I love this quote, and I'm going to make it a little bit shorter so that I don't run too short on time. But following complex storylines stretches our brains beyond the 140 characters of soundbite thinking, and staying within the world of a novel gives us the ability to be quiet and alone, 2 skills that are disappearing. Now think about that. Those are the skills that quarantine and isolation and social distancing are actually reteaching us in this year, in 2020. So we are connecting with the me in our isolation, but also with the I am. And when you do that, when you can connect yourself, who you are, with your source, you will automatically be preparing yourself to take care of the other people as well. The collective high vibe manifesting, which can happen through children's books. It can happen just anywhere in any medium. So where do we learn to believe the unbelievable? Where do we learn about magic in the real world? Where do we find the safest space to explore these beliefs and not be judged or judge ourselves against the norms of the modern day? Where do we find that we can explore our imagination uninhibited? It's in the stories. It's in our entertainment. And if you're looking for a place to start with that, I do offer some free novels or novellas on my website, so you can get those and have a blast reading them. And just to round it out, here are some fiction books that changed my life. And I want to know, can you name a fiction book that changed your life? So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen now. I want to thank you guys for bearing with me on my technical stuff here. And here I am again. So I hope that you had a great time. I hope that you do have an understanding of some fiction that changed your life. And I am so grateful to Zane and Naza for having me.
Thank you so much, KristaLyn. That was an enlightening talk. And I personally have been wanting to write for my whole life. And I know a lot of the people watching right now can relate. And we just didn't know where to start. So thank you for giving us not only an important message about high vibe entertainment, but also practical steps we can take to get started today. Just so excited to have you here. And thank you again for being with us.
Thank you all. Have a blessed day.
Bye. All right. So next we have Lee Chambers joining us. Lee is based in Preston in the north of the UK and is an environmental psychologist. He specializes in designing workspaces that integrate with nature. He is currently writing his first book, How to Conquer Anything, which will be released in November 2020. Lee's story is one of true inspiration. In 2014, he became seriously ill and lost the ability to walk. His son was only 18 months old and his wife was 6 months pregnant. He spent 3 weeks in the hospital and 6 months learning to walk again. This harrowing experience was a turning point and guided him to spend the next 5 years studying and practicing everything he's learned about optimizing the mind, body, and soul. He has combined this wealth of knowledge in human well-being with his passion for physical spaces and is on a mission to fuse ancient intelligence, modern psychology, and cutting-edge neuroscience to increase human potential in the workplace. Current workplaces and workspaces are effectively two-dimensional. They're almost flat. And Lee believes that our well-being as humans is massively interconnected with the spaces in which we spend our time, and it affects our vibration and our energy. His vision is a world where our buildings are not only regenerative for the people inside, but can even regenerate themselves. How cool is that? Today, Lee will share with us how future workplaces will be both highly technological and become increasingly interwoven within nature. The future workplace that has enchanting designs, are seamless within natural environments, and will be energizing for the soul and the mind as opposed to draining. He will talk about some of the work that he has been a part of and his hopes for the future as more natural elements are built into workspaces and regeneration becomes increasingly important. Please join me in welcoming Lee Chambers. It's such a pleasure to have you with us here today, Lee.
An absolute pleasure, Naza. Thank you for inviting me today.
You're so welcome. All right, we're looking forward to hearing from you about the beautiful workplaces of the future.
Yep, I'm prepared to enlighten a lot of people. So yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you today. And I am live from Preston and it's now going dark in the evening. So what I'd like to do initially is just to give you a little bit of background, because what I find so vital is that for me, I'm incredibly grateful to Zane for inviting me, because there are so many great names speaking across this weekend, and it's an absolute privilege to be sharing a virtual stage with these people who, in many ways, I admire and look up to. So for me, as a young boy, I lived in a working class blue collar family, and in so many ways, I was very curious. I always wanted to know how things worked. And the big issue with that for me, especially given my background, is I was brought up in a culture where anything that wasn't tangible, that wasn't physical, and that couldn't be taken apart to be seen how it worked was disputed. It was considered not to be something that you should invest your time into, not something that you should really look to understand. and very much almost one-dimensional existence. And yet that curiosity has led me down a rather interesting path. But as I grew into a man and tried to make that transition, I really had my first sign in a lot of ways that things weren't as they should be, and I wasn't vibrating on a frequency anywhere near the resonance that I should have felt. And I had some significant mental health issues at university. And ultimately, it was a sign, and I wasn't in a place where I was receptive to appreciate that. And I did manage to come through it and go out into the workplace, but very quickly found myself in a place where I didn't have any alignment. I didn't have the energy, and I really struggled. I was a young man fueled by a lot of negativity, and that actually caused me to create a business which was quite successful. And that paradox meant that I actually was incredibly blind. I was someone who judged, someone who labeled myself significantly, and someone who didn't appreciate and understand the power of love. And as Naza alluded to only a few minutes ago, in 2014, I had a process of losing my health, my ability to walk, and really the ability to look after myself as a human being, as an entity on this planet. And in so many ways, that taught me a valuable lesson, because losing that really allowed me to connect. If anything, it was like a cosmic 2x4 that took my legs off, and I had to build my legs back up again. And that process, going through that, really ignited a passion inside of me. My curiosity from childhood was ignited again, but I wasn't held back by those barriers of society, those barriers which so often stop us from accessing deeper levels and high levels of consciousness, of finding a frequency where we can be at peace, and a place where we can love deeply, intently, unconditionally. And for me, that's now led me on a path for the last 5 years. I've been ignited. I want to connect the world of well-being within work. It's for so many years has just been physical, and all of a sudden now there's started to become a slight attitude towards the mental. But from a spiritual perspective, it's still so far behind. And through my work with future workspaces and places, a lot of it is actually looking at interconnecting all these different elements, because business is terrible for still seeing everything in isolation. And it drives me crazy. And I'm sure so many people also appreciate a similar kind of thing. And really, the first aspect I want to go into is the fact that the workplace of today, in so many ways, is literally a concrete box, so often placed somewhere where there is highways. And this whole idea that there might be a point in the future where we actually pick our workplace based on ley lines rather than highways. Just imagine the possibility. And we hopefully can start to move towards this. But from a corporate perspective, you're lucky if you get in 3 dimensions. Really, it's a challenging place to be. And for me personally, a big part of my work is to be a conduit for those and other people to bring consciousness into workplaces. So we kind of now go into the more design elements. And this very much is not something where I'm bringing a lot of visual content, because these pictures, this imagination, it's within your minds. It's something that you can actually imagine how a future office would work, how it would look, and how people would work there. We've already seen over the past 6 months just how different that can be, and just how, really, if things don't move, things will ensure that change happens, because we have sat in this steeped comfort for an awful long time. So a lot of my work around office design is looking at biophilic design within offices. So bringing natural elements in. And obviously the speed of change with these kind of things it's very difficult to incite considerable change. Like, I am looking at the future, a future where an office is effectively a living building, no longer just the remnants of dead and death put together to create a soulless structure which houses people. Well-being at work is a considerable amount of what I do. So naturally, the process of being able to design workplaces from an element where there are natural design elements built in. And at the moment, for me, sometimes it's difficult to get a considerable amount of plants into an office space. So what we actually do is, for some companies who are resistant, we actually reverse that and say, well, okay, so if you're not willing to let me start to impact and give ideas around the inside, let's start on the outside. Now, I'm lucky enough to live in the UK, and it's not densely populated in the north where I live. A lot of the companies that I work with are fairly local to me, and I want to make a considerable impact in the future. However, it all starts quite local, and those companies, the many that I've worked with over the past few years, have access to outside, external, actually often access to natural environments. Bring the workforce outside. So that's a considerable amount of what I've been doing, starting to bring well-being and design elements outside. Suddenly, companies are starting to consider having a micro farm outside. That's a really powerful step. At the moment, that can face quite a lot of resistance. However, what I've come to realize is, ultimately, when it comes to design, it follows a lot of processes. There's an awful lot of process. And your average design of an office will go through architects, boards, financiers, facilities, installers. It's a challenging space for me to be in, but my passion to make a change and start to bring future workplaces forward, I'm starting to find other people who resonate on the same frequency, and together, working together across the country, we are starting to amplify the impact that we can have to find the people who resonate with the future in a similar way to us, and be able to amplify that through their companies. And all of a sudden, I'm no longer one single entity on a soapbox shouting about it, but I have found people to collaborate with, and that has been increasingly powerful. So implementing workplace walks, workplace farms, and the current element of working from home, it's changing things from an environmental perspective considerably. Now, I do obviously some work around sustainability, but a big part of my future focus is that things shouldn't just be sustainable. Look at the damage we've already caused to the planet, and look at the damage that work is causing to a lot of people. Things need to be regenerative. They need to actually give back what's been taken. And that it's a slow process, but we're trying to change something that doesn't move very quickly. And I want to kind of then allude to a lot of what I do. The design element is slow, so I've taken a slightly different approach that allows me to also try and amplify and start to make a change. And that is by offering workplace well-being and particular training and strategies to leadership. Because naturally, if we're to get movement, we need to target the leaders. So in terms of what I've been doing, I now deliver wellbeing strategy. And what's interesting about wellbeing strategy is you get to ultimately work with the leaders, work with leaders of organizations. And what I found is, so often there are some leaders out there who are beyond the third dimension. They have got a heightened state of consciousness, but they don't really bring it to work. And that's a massive issue and a massive thing that we have to move past, because these people, they quite often believe in things such as astrology, meditation, affirmations, gratitude, and they are utilizing them in their everyday lives. But they come into a corporate space and they drop all that away. They drop those things which could bring such benefit, because the most important thing to me, also the most important thing that I try to distill, is that from my perspective, I found that managing a business aligned with spiritual values establishes the foundations for well-being within organizations. And where that is missing, I can go and deliver workshops on some of the other things that I deliver on, such as sleep and nutrition, and they simply won't be built on anything. They raise some awareness and nothing changes. And obviously, from a perspective of someone who has a passion, a purpose, and wants to make a difference, it's so important that we actually build those spiritual values, those foundations to be built upon. So now a lot of my work stems around actually helping leaders to expand that. And what's really powerful for me is I've become a little bit of a conduit for other spiritual leadership coaches, spiritual well-being practitioners to come into business with their gifts, with their talents, and with their skills. And that's really powerful because I feel like I can go in there and open up the gaps. I can find the people who resonate, the people who are willing to vibrate on a higher frequency, and actually be able to match them in a simple way. But what that actually does is it only takes one person in an organization to really understand. And with that, you can start to really work with them to increase the buy-in of others. And it's that wisdom from the heart, because so often business is overly process driven. And it's been like that for years. In some ways, technology has made it worse. But the technology has the power, in one way, if used humanely, to actually assist with process, so we can start to focus on people and planet. More purpose is what we need as well. And it's just, work is no longer separate to life. For some reason, it got separated, that work and life would balance, and it would be some kind of, ultimately, how should we say, a ridiculously separated thing. But we all know this world is interconnected, and that makes logical sense. And for me, I have a very scientific background, and that's always been a challenge. But what I find is I can go in with my scientific background, and business doesn't buy spirituality. They want to buy someone who will solve their problems. And what's handy is, for me, I can go into there and start to solve the problems that they've explained to me based on what they want me to achieve. I can find out what outcomes they want from that. And I can start to work towards those in a way that's measured and evolved. But being able to be a conduit allows me to gradually nudge spirituality within businesses. And Zane said that was something that was really interesting. I mean, his comic is amazing because I deal with leaders. Unfortunately, the diversity of leaders is incredibly poor. I'm very often sat in front of a 50-year-old white male. And what that means is you have to ultimately treat these things a certain way, because there's been times when I've been laughed out of pitches for suggesting spirituality and love were the keys to leadership. But it actually makes so much sense when you peel back the layers and you open people. And it's not my place to judge other people who are in different dimensions, because that doesn't help them to move forward. But what that means is Zane's comic, for example, it does resonate with certain leaders who remember reading comics when they were younger. It gives them a methodology, a framework to actually appreciate, because in a world where people are switched off, they will engage with things that switch them on. And that's incredibly powerful, and something that I will continue to promote through my work. And again, Zane, it's so powerful. I honestly, it really changed when I saw that, because it just showed how we can bring this in a different way. And that's something that I'm also trying to do. So when I'm dealing with these companies, it's I'm getting tarot in, I'm getting helping them understand how they can manifest clients and collaborations. Businesses have lots of stakeholders, lots of interests, but why don't you actually start to consider the ability to guide things, not just off process or off binary decision, but of actually looking what you want and starting to look at intention, intuition, and gut feeling? Because how many decisions in business are taken from a bunch of statistics without any consideration for feelings or people that turn out to be incorrect, that turn out not to be beneficial to anyone? And that's something that really, it needs to change. And I'm gradually trying to change it. I'm also trying to change management capability, because I feel that is something else that's absolutely massive when we start to consider, because managers should be looking at teams in terms of the employee sensitivity, should be looking to ultimately take people out of the environment. By going on a workplace walk, you open up people to really become incredibly receptive, because not only from a physical standpoint do they become more cognitively flexible as the blood flows around, they come out into a natural environment which increases creativity, it increases innovation, and it actually ignites all our senses as we move through places where the energy changes. Because we well know that a concrete box, it's not a place where people will be energized. So often, these industrial estates, places where offices are built, there's no consideration for that place. And then they're designed to almost enclose humans in materials that don't conduct, that they're not beneficial. And it's challenging to explain that to architects who go through design schools and learn processes from years past, and then honestly believe that's the truth because that's what they've been taught. And then to explain this to financiers who sign off the budgets for buildings, and all they want is for the numbers to fit, just some digits. They don't care. But there's hope. There really is hope. And I must admit that it's important that I do not continually complain about some of the challenges in my work. Yeah, we are starting to move forward. There's a lot of positivity there. And some businesses that I'm working with are starting to understand that they are going to attract the clients, the customers, the collaborators at their vibration. Raise your vibration, and all of a sudden, you'll be getting those clients who vibrate on your frequency. Those clients are not the kind of clients who don't pay you, who make it difficult for you, who continually drain your company's energy. And suddenly you start to put it in a way that companies appreciate. That's really, really powerful, because they ultimately start to be able to get that understanding of how spirituality relates to business. And that's a big part of my mission, because spirituality into business, it doesn't sell in that respect. You have to package it in a certain way, and then you have to drip feed it in, because so many businesses are they're just blind to it from a business perspective. So you kind of help in employees finding the resonance and purposefulness in roles. And a lot of work that I do with organizations, again, I don't necessarily see it as spiritual, but I do a lot of value work. So I'm going to break into a few examples of some of the work that I've done, because I'm acutely aware that this is a lot of theory and not enough story, especially after KristaLyn's just told us all about the power of stories. And, that was an amazing talk and a very difficult act to follow. So I recently worked with a company. They have 67 employees, and they're in the north of England here with me. And ultimately, they are very traditional, from a very traditional industry. And I was brought in to work with the leadership team because the workplace well-being was not what they wanted it to be. And I go in there, and to be honest, it was a disaster from my perspective. So the leadership team, there was 5 of them, 4 males, 1 female. They didn't know about each other's lives. There'd not been a change in their employment for 4.5 years. And yet, taking them aside, they barely knew about each other outside of the workplace. It's like they'd left their human form at the door when they entered. And it was heartbreaking because these are people who are ultimately supposed to guide other people within that company, and they didn't even know information about each other on an external level. And that is a very, very low starting point. That is literally where we started. They began to learn about each other. They were given space to do that. And all of a sudden, they saw the synergies between them. They saw where they did vibrate on similar frequencies. They were never able to cultivate that before because they didn't know each other. But the biggest problem is they had 62 members of staff who they didn't connect with either. And because they were so disconnected, they barely knew the names of the people who worked for them at the very bottom of the company. And again, as we kind of look to a fifth dimension where there's much, much flatter structures, where there's considerably less hierarchy, people need to know people on a level, and leadership starts with love. So that was our tagline and our strapline for developing the business's well-being policy. Not healthy eating, not sleep more, but actually, let's lead with love. So simple. Do you love the work that you do? Do you love the people that you're doing it with? And do you love making a difference in the world? And I said, if you can answer those 3 questions and be able to be honestly say that you love your company, this place will be different. Your company will perform. People will feel valued and appreciated. Everyone will have that compassion. And those values started to come through. So we built a plan. The leadership team will get to know each other. They will get to know the members of staff. Staff could participate in starting to bring some spiritual values to the workplace. We started to hold different sessions to find out where people were, what their interests were, and ultimately what they expected, because we so often forget to utilize the gut feeling of the people doing the very work that runs a business. That intuition is incredibly valuable. And there is no doubt running a company can be challenging, but people management is much easier when you've got enlightened perspective on things. And suddenly you're connected with people. That connection is massive because we know just how damaging isolation is to human beings, to the well-being, to how they feel. And that in itself is just one of the many well-being challenges that I deal with in my work. And what's really interesting is I come at all this from a very holistic level that is becoming more understood within business. And that in itself has allowed me to start to navigate businesses in a different way, and bringing in the physical and the psychological elements to the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual. I've suddenly brought a framework into business where I can assess 7 different types of well-being. And that has now opened up a whole new world of being able to deliver different things within business. And another business that I'm currently working with, smaller business, but they now have 2 leadership tarot sessions every month. And that is from a business who literally, they told me that they wanted to discipline employees that didn't do and perform at the level. And that was the starting point. And you can change a vibration in a business. It's not an easy process, but I have to go in there and I I have to show, I have to be the exemplar, and I have to be iconoclastic and authentic enough to go in and say, things need to be done differently. I'm not judging you. It's not my place to change, but you have it all inside of you to make this a better place, more purpose for your business, to bring impact to the world, bring impact to your people, do things differently. And again, you'll hear a number of other speakers later talk about just how challenging it is to navigate corporations and organizations, because it's not easy. It's really not. And it's actually an enjoyable challenge, because more than ever, we actually need to start to look at a world where we do regenerate as human beings, where we do consider the needs beyond ourselves. Because I spend a lot of time ultimately in the third dimension because of the work that I do, because of the people that I'm surrounded with. I almost have to move to there and start at their point and almost, move through that awakening journey with them. And that really is, it's like a holiday every time you go. So to move on to a little bit more about the future of office designs. So at the moment, a lot of what we build offices of, it literally comes straight from the earth. And we take it from the earth, excavate it, and put it back onto the earth in a slightly modified form. And we seem to create clusters of places that are like that, and transport networks that are designed that way. And there's absolutely no doubt that what has happened over the past 6 months has been a very important shaking of the comfort that the world has fallen into. And those feelings have been bubbling. Those vibrations have been, beating at a certain velocity, and it was coming. It needed to come. Very much like me losing the ability to walk, it needed to come to awaken people, to help them understand that we need to change. There's big issues that we have as a race, and we need to start to really align and understand what we can do to start to expand on those. And what I found when I've managed to take people outside of that corporate place and start to actually find the people behind the workers, when they remove those labels, when suddenly they take more ownership for the person that they are, and they stop judging the everyday, trials and tribulations, people are very absorbent, more absorbent than we think. And that really allows us to move into places where we can make a difference to them and really help them. And I do know that in the world, there's too much advice, not enough encouragement, and more empowerment and more enabling are definitely how we move forward. And that does shine through in my work. I try my hardest not to stand there and pretend that I'm some kind of expert giving advice, because that's something that I was told many years ago that still resonates with me today. And that is that you as the person that you are, don't take advice and don't conform. Because I was that young man who took advice and I conformed. And what did that do for me? It kept me stuck to the point where I had to go through significant health issues to understand, to be lit up. And for me, that it happened for me. That's how I see it now. And I've said that a number of times, and people have looked at me with absolute shock in their face. What? All that's happened, and it's happened for you? Yeah, it's happened for me. Everything on my journey has happened for me, so that I can sit here in front of you today without any slides, without any pictures, and just talk. And I do apologize, because for the people who have visual learning, for the people who really want something that's kinesthetic and can feel it, I've not given you as much as you would want today. But I just wanted to come here and express my gratitude, really, because with the people on this summit, with the people that I'm currently collaborating with, I no longer feel alone. And for me, it does bring me to tears sometimes when I think about it like that. And I'm so proud of the man that I've started to become, but I'm just still at the bottom of my journey. So yeah, I'm having a moment here. So yeah, it's really manifesting in business is something that I'm now utilizing a lot with my clients. So because I had a client recently, okay, so they wanted to collaborate with a brand, quite a well-known brand, and they wanted their product within that brand. I asked them to manifest, to start to consider, actually, all this imagining that you're doing, this visualization, these things happen. It's not just a binary process. Lo and behold, they got that collaboration. And that is just, when stuff like that happens and suddenly the word gets out, that's where we make a difference. And that's why I do feel like a conduit, because I'm not bringing the amazing skills that some of the people on this 2-day event are bringing, but I'm trying to make gaps for the people with the skills and the resonance to really move into, because in business, it is starting very slowly to open up. And if we can start to envision that and really start to accelerate it and take advantage, this is the time. So I said a number of times recently, speaking to people I collaborate with, that there is no more absorbent time than this crisis scenario, because the status quo is shaken. People's comfortable existences have been, again, shaken, I suppose is the word, because we did need to be shook quite vigorously to knock us out of those patterns, those destructive ways. And now, suddenly, as we kind of settle into something that is quite absorbent to this new scenario that we sit in, now is the time to really push on and start to take people and say, look, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be such a flat, isolated, individualistic world, because unconditional love is something that's amazing. It's absolutely breathtaking. And we just need to move towards that. You need to move through. And again, as people move, if you move through the 4th dimension, people will feel that, they'll be fighting with that ego. They will be having those moments where they're still judging those who are behind, judging those who are blind, who are not woken up yet. And yet, as human beings, we're always going to be in transition. There's always going to be people who are not there yet. There's always going to be people further down the mountain of dimensions of awareness, of consciousness. But it's not your job to look back and shout. It's your job to look back and offer the rope, offer the means of transport. In fact, you build your vehicle to get there, and let that vehicle house other people. Let that vehicle be the example for others to build their vehicle and travel on their journey through their dimensions. And ultimately, it is, for me, a lifelong pursuit. I honestly believe that there's so much more for me to explore. And I'm a person who sometimes I struggle to really define it. I'm just trying to live my journey and impact other people in a positive way through my health challenges. through the mental health difficulties that I've had, I have a burning desire to help other people so they don't need to go through the crisis to be able to start to move forward and make progress, to really get defined in their purpose and the missions that they need to undertake to be fulfilled as people, and to be the kind of people who become an exemplar for other people, because there's only so much that I can do. I'm just a single entity, part of a massively interconnected framework, but I am passionate, and really, I want to do so much, so much, and possibly sometimes too much. And for me, this is a massive part of my journey, and it's a real pleasure to be on today with you, because in terms of the metaphysical space, I am still a little lonely, still a little struggling for the levels of engagement that some of the people here are, because I move in circles that are highly scientific, that are highly corporate, and I don't get enough engagement of idea. I don't get enough speaking, and I don't get enough contact with people who are able to ultimately enlighten me and vibrate on my frequency. So it's an absolute pleasure to be with you. And I think that's something that really has touched my heart quite a lot. And it gives me a gut feeling of, yeah, pleasure. It's pleasurable. So just to come towards an end, I just kind of want to have you think again, those stories of me going into businesses, and those businesses at the moment are quite small businesses. But as my business grows, I'm looking to go into companies of thousands. So I'm currently in the process of negotiating with a company that has 2,500 employees. Just imagine if I can go in there and start to turn the dial, start to move people. Because what happens is, in companies so big, people are siloed. People are kind of stuck in lots of different sections. But if we can get them connected and then get them organically growing their consciousness within companies, what can we achieve? And it's so important for me, because I understand that if you look at the 200, unfortunately, wealthiest entities by finance, over 150 of them are companies, and they have so much leverage in the world of everything that happens. But if we can get the consciousness raised there, will we get the change that we desire? The chances are it's quite likely, because of just how much influence they have. And that really is the goal for me, to bring spirituality to business in a way that business understands, so that consciousness continue to be raised, and companies, both the workplaces, the workspaces, and the employees within them, can start to move towards a 5D way of working, place of working, and just a place where, can you imagine going to work in a place of unconditional love, in a place where we would solve many, many challenges, we would solve many problems, we would suddenly find that innovation, creativity, they would just flow like a river. Because many of the challenges we face in business today are because we see things so flat, so narrow, so rigid. Oh, yeah, it just gets me excited thinking about the potential for the future. And if you can you've already joined this movement, that is why you're here, and you're already bringing your talents and your gifts. And I can thank you for that, and I can say honestly, it's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. And the future office space, just imagine it all almost blend into nature. That's what we're going for. Walls that look after themselves, that are built from natural materials, where the texture of a building, it just feels like you're in a forest. Natural elements everywhere. The views from the office that almost look like you could be within any natural environment, because at the end of the day, when you ask a human being to draw a beautiful landscape, how many of them draw an office building? None. It's almost exclusively grass, mountains, and sea. And if we can build our future office buildings to have those natural elements ingrained, but actually not it be something that's placed on the earth, it be part of the earth, be part of our planet. And that is everything. And if the leaders can see that and can start to get their senses ignited and realize that everything that happens, that is ultimately destiny. Because everything in business that happens and it doesn't go right, oh, people complain, it's a problem. Actually, it's happened for a reason. And where we are today has happened for a reason. There's a reason why I'm here today and I've talked at you for 45 minutes. And I am, again, privileged to be part of the Higher Self Expo. And if anything, this has raised my vibration speaking to you today. And it's such a privilege for a young man who was once completely switched off.
Thank you so much, Lee. It's been wonderful having you with us. And I've been watching the comments as you've been speaking, and it keeps coming up how genuine and authentic you are. And I couldn't agree more. So thank you for sharing your story and for inspiring us to the vision of not only having unconditional love in our lives, but also our workplaces. Why not? That's a beautiful image, and I can't wait for that future. Thank you for building it for us.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have Mayda Poc joining us. Mayda is a Wall Street life coach, and she lives in New York. She's a certified hypnotist and inner growth catalyst, working with executives to help them see the light within themselves. After more than 15 years in the financial industry, working in Paris, London, and New York City, Mayda left investment banking and Wall Street to become an international life and career coach. Mayda's specialty is helping high achievers be kinder to themselves and teach Wall Street and executive powerhouses how to have a holistic approach to success, money, and life, and how to have more self-love, greater balance, and a full experience of life through all of the chakras. She holds a Master of Coach certification from the International Coaching Institute and is also certified as a health coach, having studied wellness coaching at the Institute of Integrative Nutrition. Mayda is also a certified hypnotist and holds certifications in neuro-linguistic programming and advanced emotional freedom technique. Today, Mayda will share with us how even busy professionals can begin to integrate lower chakras with the practice of the highest chakras. She teaches that the first chakra is the collective, and the seventh chakra is oneness. And Mayda will teach us how to meet at the heart, which is so beautiful. She has chosen to focus on corporate America because this is where most of societal conditioning has historically happened. By helping mid to upper level executives change their autopilot to do into a conscious want to do, she is helping the collective move towards the 5D by changing corporate America one person at a time. Welcome, Mayda Poc. We are so happy to have you with us today. I am personally obsessed with your energy and your mission, so we are really looking forward to your talk.
Well, thank you, and what a beautiful transition. We just had Lee saying how we all need to do our part, and I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to share with you today my mission, my story, my mission, and some of the stories of the successes and the transformation that I have seen in my clients. Thank you very much for the introduction. Again, my name is Mayda Poc, and I am a life and career coach. And the people that I coach are your usual corporate dwellers, corporate people who are looking to find something that is missing in their lives. And my mission is to change the world 1% at a time, and it starts with corporate America. My vision of 5D is the lifting of the veil of conditioning, but also rediscovering and helping every single person, whenever it's possible, rediscover their genius, rediscover what makes them unique as a soul here incarnated on Earth, what they have come here to heal and to transcend. And certainly I will tell you a bit more about my story, and there is a lot of that in my story as well. Now, why corporate America? Corporates are part of the system that most of the time unconsciously, sometimes consciously, but most of the time unconsciously, has been perpetuating this condition that we are here to survive, that it's about the survival of the fittest, and that there is no way around this kind of wheel and this rat race. The reality is that this is just exactly that. This is our opportunity, and today, and with everything happening as well, it is our opportunity to see through that game and to decide that, you know what, it's about time to go away from this way of thinking. So for me, going into 5D and going into the heart is bringing the spirituality and making the corporates and the 3D world part of the co-creation process. We need corporates, we need Wall Street. These are the places where a lot of creation happens, sometimes miscreation. This is our job today as one person, by one person, to change this way of thinking. Some time ago, I had this idea, it's not mine, but it came to me, to name part of what I do spirituality on Wall Street. And if I had to define my mission, it is to bring spirituality to Wall Street. So let me start by introducing myself first, and give you a bit of an idea of where I'm coming from. And then from there, showing you 3 examples of transformation that made people who were part unknowingly and wanting to be part of this rat race become more conscious and, as you said, raising their vibration. So let me start by my hero's journey. I was born in France and then left with my parents as a small child to Syria. My parents are Lebanese and Armenian. And I grew up in Syria and got educated in France, where I hold several master degrees. After which I started working in finance, first in Paris, then in London, then in New York. My path is by far not unique, and this, by my story, will show you as well how much of what I have learned from my hero's journey and my story is actually what I am here to heal in my clients, who in turn are going also to heal that in their families or around them with their teams. When I got into finance in Paris, I was on the trading floor. I am someone who was born very shy. I am highly introverted. And the most interesting part is that I am one of those that you can qualify as hypersensitive people. So here I am in a highly dominated male world. Incidentally, in every single team where I would start, I would more or less be the first or the only woman at some point. So it was very interesting for me as well from that side. But going into this highly male world, coming from a family where it was absolutely not the philosophy of my family. In my family, women work if they want to work. Women are here to elevate, to get educated. And going into these places was a bit of a cultural shock for me, especially not so much in my team. I was extremely lucky. I had a very nice and caring team, but it was mostly in working with some other people who were extremely close-minded and some of them extremely greedy. This greed and this kind of push to produce is as you have guessed, is dominated by the first chakra. These are places where everything is about the fear, and everything is about pushing you and producing more. So for me, it was also seeing how much fear there was there, but also how much this fear was becoming very contagious to me. A lot of the people around has this fear of not being enough. You are told on, and certainly for me, I was told so many times that nobody is replaceable. You can get fired without cause anytime, which when you think about it, being told you're not enough, being told you don't produce enough, being told there's nothing unique about you, this is a small death of the soul. And this is also how other people have this kind of hold over the mass of the others who are mostly stuck. And again, the survival of the fittest is in this way of saying, this is just business. Everything that I want is just to provide for my family. The game of Wall Street and a lot of other places in corporate America, and I certainly got caught in that, is that I had the awareness that something was off. I had the awareness that there was definitely something missing in my life, but you are paid bonus to bonus. So what happens is that you almost don't have the choice when you have been working almost 24/7. This is the mentality. You have to work 24/7. It's not, it would be nice. Otherwise, you are detaching again from this collective. You have to strive. It has to be hard. And when you get to the point where you cannot take it anymore, and that's how it happened to me, you just think, but hold on one second. I worked so hard. I just want to, suck it up another 3 months and it will be bonus time. And then the bonus comes and there's this huge relief that comes with being paid what is due because you worked for that. And of course, another deal happens and another problem happens. And there you go. You're 9 months later, really cannot take it anymore. I want to leave. This is not a place for me. But then there's the bonus coming. So it's that, for me, my body and my soul were stuck in this sort of prostitute archetype where whatever happened, the game was always calling me back, even though in me everything was screaming to leave and start something else, but it was just not the right time for me. At that time, I was head of equity syndicates for the Americas for the bank where I was working for. I was responsible for all the IPOs and equity introductions that were globally sold into the Americas. I was having fun. Seeing all these big corporates selling and raising money and hiring people. I was having a lot of fun working with all my colleagues all across the world. For me, it was the best thing about it. It was, I would wake up at 4 a.m. because I was working with my colleagues in Hong Kong and going and checking out at 9 p.m. when they were coming to the office and just passing the buck to them. That was the fun part. The most difficult part was I was in constant stress. I was perpetually on holidays, on weekends. It didn't matter. I was perpetually on the clock. I was out all the time in this kind of mental and physical burnout. The expression, you give it your blood, sweat, and tears. It was my whole body was in the office. Nothing else mattered. Holidays, being with my family in France, being with my husband, or being with my cat, nothing really mattered outside the work. And it was always about the work. And it was whatever was going to happen, work came first. And the way I was justifying this is that this is my survival. If I don't have a job, and because I have been told there several times, what would I do otherwise? I don't know. So I just continued going day in, day out as if nothing was happening. The probably most difficult part for me was constantly hiding myself. I am a highly sensitive person, and it wasn't so much what I was being told, but it was a lot of it was the unbelievable pressure and a lot of responsibility that was put on my shoulders. And the more I felt the pressure and the more I had the need to go inside my shell and hide myself, hide my spirituality, hide all these parts of me that were not appropriate in a workplace like this. So guess what? The what is that after probably 10 good years, 10, 11 good years of plowing and pushing and beating myself up for missing a call at every hour of the day and the night, I started getting very sick. I, of course, ignored it as much as I could until I passed out in the street because I wasn't able to breathe anymore. And here came the big calling or the big call out. I had a advanced Hodgkin's lymphoma. I had one of the inflamed lymph nodes was in my lungs, in my thorax, and it was pressurizing almost 75% of my lungs. So there was no way I was going to breathe. So I did not leave. Good little soldier, I took as much chemotherapy as I was able to handle. I refused to quit my job or to take a leave of absence. I continued working the hours until I could not. And when I could not, I would feel extremely bad about it. Now, the good thing about cancer was several parts. Part number one is that I discovered something that now I can name, but at that time I didn't have a name for it. And it's called the capacity of self-healing. And the capacity of self-healing, I discovered it when I was having chemotherapy, for example. I was so scared, not so much for the side effects, but mostly because there was always complications with fighting working veins in me. So I would call in what I thought was my medical team, and that would be my deceased grandparents that I really love and I was very close to, and who were healers and light workers 1000%. Whenever I was getting medication or the chemotherapy, I would see it as healing light entering my body. Now, this is me who has always healed myself or prevented anything. I've been eating organic food before it was organic. I've always been treating myself via homeopath and via acupuncture. And here I am getting the benefits of technology and the benefits of Western medicine, but finding a way to bless it and finding a way to heal through it. After a certain number of months like this and still refusing to heed and hear the call, one day I got into an immense amount of stress. I was doing a very important deal for the bank with other banks, and it was very complicated and everybody was shouting all over the place. And this time there was another voice that said, if you continue like this, the next one will be by far less pleasant. Now, I'm not saying that the first one was extremely pleasant, but I found ways to make it acceptable. I find ways to continue healing myself. I knew that this one was not a second chance. This one was the end of a lot of things for me. And I knew inside of myself that it wasn't time for me. So the next day I quit. I had no idea where I was going. I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew that I had to start walking a new path and accepting not being in charge, accepting the unknown. And this is how I discovered coaching. I discovered hypnosis. I enrolled in energy school and a mystery school, and I learned about the chakras, about the archetypes, and about other modalities. So my mission today is, the way I see it at least, is to start awakening people who were like me years ago, and bringing the spiritual world into the material world and bonding them together through the heart, through actions that feel good, through actions that make people joyful. It's not about, you know, everybody going to quit their jobs and start something great. It would be good if we were in this society, but we're not there yet. We are trying, each of us, to change the system from within and from outside as well. And the people that I speak the language of, that I understand the feelings of, that I understand the doubts and obstacles that they face, are people who can change themselves first, find that light inside of them, and then be some sort of conduit, the same way I am a conduit to the change around them. So I'm really a bridge between these two worlds, and reconnecting people with their sacred self, finding their own genius, and reigniting their sense of mission. The second part of my mission has been as well to work around the energy of money and encourage a healthy relationship with money. I throughout the work that I have done with my clients, the subject of money and the fear of money happens a lot. And one of the many programs that I offer as well to my clients is how to have a healthy relationship with money. But also it goes with taking away this magic and this power that we have given to money. We're always so attached to money. Everything is about the money. And yet money does not have a free will. We have the free will. Money is a sacred energy, and money is just here as a resource to help us achieve what we came here to do. And it could be a lot of different things. And it could be something around our archetypes or something around our mission. So before I go and give you examples of people I worked with, I would like just to give you some hints about the Wall Street archetype, and in particular, giving you just a different perspective. We often see Wall Street people as being extremely greedy, extremely violent, bullies, and not caring about the rest of the world. There are a lot of people who are like this, but most people are not. Most people have, or live more exactly, in the shadow of the high achiever archetype. And certainly this is an archetype that I know very well. So a lot of the things that I went through or that I lived, there have been through as well. And you will see it as well with the 3 examples of clients that I will give you just after that. So what are the high achievers? There are women and men who have been pushed early on in their lives to just do. They become straight-A students or very good at sports. They are told that the only way to be acknowledged or validated, or the only way almost to exist on earth, is to achieve. It is to do. So they become extremely workaholic. They become competitive. Nothing is ever enough, and nothing in reality feels good enough, because they are all plagued with the fear of failing, with the fear of disappointing, whether it's parents, family expectations. Many of them have what you hear a lot today on social media and elsewhere, this imposter syndrome. So they feel that they question everything that they're doing, and because there's this culture of overachieving, because there is this culture of having what I call the superhero mask, for a lot of them, they end up taking bad decisions just to hide the fact that they are human beings, that them too cannot, live under all this pressure all the time, and that they are weak as well. But this is something that is not appropriate to show in these places. So what is appropriate to show in these places, and what happens to be what defines them at the end of the day, is their list of achievements, their list of belongings. It's a status, it's a bonus, it's a zip code, and they never ever end up being themselves, what they should be. So let me get you also to one of the things that I discovered as well, is that Wall Street operates as a hub, and it operates also as a hub of fear. Rarely going back into its first mission, which is to help companies raise money, to help people have a decent living and what have you. So a lot of the people who are in these places have never been taught anything else but to be led with fear and to lead with fear. And one of my missions is there to show them that there are 360 leaders, what I call their 360 leaders, that they can be themselves, they can lead with themselves, and they can lead with compassion by showing up every day the best version of themselves, which means that they need to be themselves first. One of the most interesting things that I've found on Wall Street, and in particular in the people with Wall Street, is that they operate a lot from the 4 survival archetypes as have been defined by the extraordinary teacher that is KristaLyn Miss, and not so much by the other, the rest of their archetypes, aside from the overachiever. So for many of them, they have this wounded child archetype that has been told that everything is no pain, no gain, that everything is all work and no play. And when there's play, guess what happens? It goes crazy excess. And I'm sure you have seen all these stories of people behaving extremely badly when they are on their timeout. It's nothing else than this letting off the steam of this archetype child that is constantly living in the future, never in the now, because the game is to acquire as much as possible now, to hold on into it, so that as soon as they feel secure, nobody knows when it's that, because many people don't ever feel secure unless they do the work. They think that as soon as everything is fine, they will be able to go and live their life and retire. I heard when I started working there, one of my colleagues' hope was he wanted to work everything he could. He was, I think, 27, 28 at that time, because his ultimate aim in life was to retire at 35. That was very impressive for me, because for me, I don't want to retire. I want to work, not necessarily there, but I want to continue my work. So it's very interesting, this kind of mentality. The other big survival archetypes there is the victim archetype, and this manifests into seeing the others as being the enemy. So this drives many of the people there to be overly competitive, to be overly paranoid. Many of them have a permanent sense of lack, a permanent sense of scarcity. They live in a very small pie. Although, as you know, Wall Street is a hub for a huge pie, and it bubbles as well. This is speculation, but for some reason, and this is the system, this is reigning by fear. The pie is super small, and whatever I don't get, then somebody else is going to get it. And if I cannot get it, then nobody else can get it. And there's this vision of the collective being the enemy, instead of having, again, this vision of the collective being the oneness. So we go again to the first chakra, we stay again in this fear, we move to the second chakra, where the relationships are completely tainted by an overly deficient is not the right word, but overly malfunctioning or dysfunctioning first chakra that is very much linked towards the family, what the society, what is appropriate, but at the same time sees everybody else as the enemy. And then there are the 2 other archetypes, which I see for me as being the messenger when I have people coming and talk to me, wanting to work with me. First is the prostitute archetype. This is where very quickly many of my clients who read my story or hear about me come and say, I completely connect with you. This is exactly me. I have been staying in the same job. It's killing me. It's killing my health. It's killing my soul. And the question is, within the prostitute archetype is, what are you sacrificing for the sake of having a status, for the sake of having a status? What are you selling your soul for? Is it to be safe? Is it to feel safe? Is it to belong? Is it to be included? Because ultimately, the biggest of all messengers for this overachiever archetype is when the saboteur becomes showing them that there is something wrong. And this is where there are all these messages. And this is where there is this crisis happening within their hero's journey. And this crisis can be the body breaking down, or can be a divorce, or can be a lot of other issues. And sometimes it's about just not having a job anymore, and the whole building of the self just crumbles down. And who am I? What am I here to do? What will people think of me? So right now, I'm going to take you to 3 examples of people that have reconnected with their sense of self, different ways of reconnecting, and also different ways of starting leading from the heart, leading with compassion. If there is anything for me that is important, is again to have all of our chakras, our higher chakras and our higher self, our lower chakras and our lower selves, join here at the heart. From the heart, we can go to the 3rd chakra and start building our mission here on earth and start doing. We start expressing ourselves. We stop hiding who we are. We have a vision that we can communicate clearly to everybody else without being labeled crazy or anything else. I think that right now is really the right time to do that. There is a lot of opening for higher consciousness. There are a lot of initiatives that have been happening. If you have been watching the news, financial news, there's a lot of activism happening right now at the core of the companies to show them that that's not the way to go. So 3 examples, 2 male and 1 female. Sometimes it's easier with females because they tend to be a bit more in tune with their bodies and what's going on. Not me, because I waited a long time, but for most, they know that there is something that is going on and they don't know how to deal with it. And this is when comes the time they take action. Men are still in this very highly hidden shadow of the overachiever, where all is fine, my body doesn't exist, as long as my mind is here, I'm doing. And I certainly, my first example, I call him the case of the reluctant visionary. That's a man who was very well known on Wall Street within his job. He's in his late 40s, and he is high status, highly connected, very perfect family, all was going well. He has been told, though, that he's a bit of, he needs some bedside manners and he needs some primping a bit his managerial skills. So he was told to do some coaching. So we started working together, reconnect him with his mission, with his vision, with his life's purpose. And the more we started going there, and the more he was asking for books on spirituality, on how to do things differently, and what have you. And then 2 months within the coaching, boom, he got laid off. And that was the signal. That was the signal for him to confront what he was hiding. What he was hiding is his need to be the main provider. What he was hiding is his need to be seen as the alpha dog, to be the person who can stuff everything emotionally, physically. It didn't matter how much it was costing him. What mattered is that everything was appropriate, that his family was provided for, that his parents, who pushed him from college to banking to MBA to banking again, were proud of him. And yet his deepest wants were to connect with his family, but also to have a broader connection. And he did have a lot of interviews because, again, he was somebody who was very sought after, but to no avail. No job, nothing was happening the way he wanted. So we took some time to go a bit deeper and had him ask himself, what does your soul want? What does this sacred part of you want? And the answer was, I want to give myself permission to enjoy life and to explore. And guess what happened? He let go. He did what he liked, which was exploring the theme of sustainability. That was before it was that prominent. He became one of the pioneers advisors to businesses on sustainability. He started a very big movement in places where people knew about it, but we'll wait until there's regulation, more or less. He used his skills, he used his knowledge, he used his contact to make sure that his message was heard. He raised money for conservation projects. He raised money for Central America, South America, for Africa, and for other places where he felt that nature was not honored and was exploited. And the most important part for me in what he was doing is that he went back to have a loving and supportive relationship with his family, because guess what? They didn't care about the money. They didn't care about anything. They just wanted their daddy. They just wanted their husband to be happy and to feel achieved and to feel satisfied in his life. And that was also the case for the second example, which I call the fearless leader who was operating from this place of being a fearful leader. He was very fearful. He was in his mid-30s because in his head from early on, he has been told that working in a corporate, and if you don't work hard in a corporate, you're going to be disregarded like your dad was when he was fired without any reason. So he put a big pressure on himself to succeed, and he multiplied this pressure by spending his time comparing himself to his wife, who was a very successful internet entrepreneur, to his peers, all at my age, all of my friends, they have this and they have the house here and what have you. It was very difficult for him to get away from this life script, from comparing himself to this, and from taking a distance where he could see the impact that he was having on the people he was working with. He has been told several times that his nickname was the bully, that he was putting undue pressure on people, that people were crying because of him. But despite all this, and because this is something that he went through when he started, he never really saw the problem. For him, it was this normal, I suck it up, everybody should. And then when he was forced into confronting maybe what could be his biggest fear, or you change or you're fired, then we started working together. And for this person who was very highly, how can I say that, highly achieving, for this person who was constantly looking to do and to be more than, then all of a sudden he decided, you know what, she wants me to do hypnosis, I'm going to do hypnosis with her. She wants me to explore my emotions, although I know only one emotion is rage. Okay, I'm going to do that. And part of his homework was precisely that. I didn't tell him that he would be working on his chakras, but I gave him some sort of map where for each chakra, he would have a question and explore a fear and a feeling that is or emotion attached to that. And this is what he did. And the best part of that is that he discovered what he wanted throughout his life. It was to influence others from the heart. This is someone who now does gratitude list twice a day. the transformation had him pivoting from someone who was permanently living in complete unconscious programming of, you know, if survival of the fittest, it's me or you, that he shifted completely. He started pivoting into conscious investing. This is a person who is an investment manager. He started organizing retreats to clients and to his teams. He discovered himself, and he now accepts himself. Number one, not the product of his family history. Number two, not the product of what he thinks other people want for him. And number three, that he has the power to change what doesn't work for him, in particular himself, and influencing others from the heart and showing himself the kindest human on earth. And the last of my archetypes of clients is a female in her mid-30s, has a quite senior job in a prestigious investment bank with a twist. She is of immigrant descent. Her parents didn't get any high school education. She is the first one in her family to go to college and to have an MBA. And being women and being not part of that circle certainly put her up to hit all sorts of glass ceilings. She was never invited to a lot of the meetings where the senior people who were her peers were, you know, having the old as usuals. She was never included in a lot of the outings because most of the outings were taking place in places where she wouldn't go, such as golf clubs or bars or what have you. And the saddest part of all of that is that when she came to see me, she came because she wanted to be promoted. But as we started working together, we discovered a highly unhealthy behaviors that she was having. She was heavily in debt, and she was earning very good money. She was having weight issues. She was having personal relationship issues. She was having difficulties with her kids. The whole world has been not serving her because she was not serving herself. And this time we worked again on her chakras. She was a bit more open to experiment. So we did energy healings, which is something that I really like because it allows a lot of the openings to happen without the person needing really to delve into fears or to delve into doing. So we discovered her hidden fear. And the biggest fear that she had was betraying her community. She felt that if she would go higher up, then all of a sudden, nobody knows who she is. She is not the child of the community anymore. She was feeling she was being excluded from her community, from the conversations, from getting up the ladder. And she was taking advantage of a lot of different things that was putting her in these states of the shame of being different from both sides, the guilt of not providing what she felt she needed to provide for her kids. She, more than anything, wanted to be a role model for her kids. So we went into the work and we worked with her values. We worked with what does self-respect means for her? Where are her boundaries? What are her personal qualities? We worked and she accepted to go into her personal self-expression, not hiding anymore, speaking her truth for both, working on her boundaries with her communities, with her parents, but also with her managers as well, and increasing her visibility. And that way, she was able to become willingly a spokesperson for a lot of the people in these places who don't necessarily have a voice. And she was a role model. And up until now, she is a role model for a lot of people. So in the last 2-3 minutes that we have, I have an invitation for you, but also for all the people who work in these corporates and for all the people who actually manage these corporates. I would like us to step away from this decoupling the purpose and the resources, the purpose of Wall Street, raising money for companies to function, but recoupling them again, see money as just the resource and see the purpose becoming the acquisition of the resource for the highest good of all. So detaching from the separation, detaching as well from the collective, going back to our soul purpose, going back to our connectedness, and start co-creating with the amplification and with this huge hub of circulation of money and wealth circulation that is Wall Street. Because at the end of the day, everybody is linked to Wall Street. We all have our money in Wall Street. We all have our pensions that are invested on Wall Street. But our voice counts. And we have something that is beautiful. It's called a purchasing power. So from today on, if each of us, we we committed to be better spender, better conscious investors, to use our purchasing power for the highest good, this is probably how we will be able to take ourselves from the shadows, from the lower chakras, from the shadows of the lower chakras, and raise the vibrations for each of us. So that's my invitation.
All right. Yay, Mayda. That was wonderful. You know, you should consider, and maybe you already are, but you should consider writing a book like Awakening Wall Street, because I think it's really interesting. It's fun to hear those stories. And I know that you're going to continue to awaken more and more. And I already put in a manifestation request for you so that you're going to be able to talk to the top people in all the banks and all, as many banks as possible. So I see you as being a huge part of our transformation moving forward.
Your words are ambrosia for me. So thank you very much. It's my life purpose for the moment, and I'm doing my part like everybody else. And I want to thank you again for this opportunity to bring my work, to bring another perspective as well into the light.
All right. Thank you so much. It was such
Thank you.
All right. So next, joining us is a radio host, online TV host, and a deep trance channel who brings insight from the angelic realms, ascended masters, archangels, source, and the Council of Seven Wisdoms. I love this. She discovered that she could channel when she was only 6 years old, and she began offering readings as a service at that pre-kindergarten age. She started serving the world so young. So today she's going to be trance channeling for us, the path to 5D through the heart and the higher self. So we are so blessed to have the amazing Heidi Brooke. Hey, Heidi. Oh, you're mute. You're muted. Here you go.
Sorry about that. Hi, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm so excited to be here. I've been preparing, I should say we've been preparing for a little while here.
Right.
So I'm so excited to be given this opportunity, and for everyone watching as well. If you have questions, I can trans channel some answers for you as well. So leave some comments too and let us know.
All right. So I have a question for you that we didn't talk about ahead of time. When you go into your trance channeling, are you kind of out of the picture during that time?
Mostly, but I'm going to be coming in and out. So they're going to work. What I've been guided to do for today is to do like a healing. It would be about 10 to 15 minutes. Really, I'm not really sure. I guess they'll decide based on who's tuning in at the time. And if you're watching this afterwards as well, you'll be able to gain some benefit. But when I come out of that, I'll be able to look at the questions, and I'll be able to trans channel whatever questions. Angels have a very good way of bringing any question that anyone has to make it relevant to anyone who's paying attention and listening to the answer.
Okay. Well, I just wondered if I needed to be some sort of a moderator. I could read the questions for you if you're in a trance or any of that sort of thing.
Well, if you want to, if you notice, if I don't spot something, I appreciate if you bring it to my attention for sure.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Well, take it away.
Hello. Well, thank you for tuning in. My name's Heidi Brooke, and I am a deep trance channel. I've been, like Zane said, I've been channeling, my whole life, as long as I can remember. And one of my strongest gifts, as it turns out, is to help people connect to their heart, to open their heart. If you're on the earth plane today, you've been told, if you've been paying attention, to open your heart, at least for as long as you've been paying attention. And if you've been aware for the last 2, 3, probably even longer, 10 years, you've been sensing that urgency to open your heart and really tune into divine, to source, to God, and to your angels. Why open our heart? This is a question, and I teach channeling as well. One of my gifts and one of the things that I do is I teach group channeling classes. And one of the questions that often comes up is, well, why do I need to have an open heart to channel? And that is because when you're channeling the higher sources and your higher self, remember your higher self is the part of you that never fell from grace, the part of you that's with God. And when you're channeling your higher self, you channel that energy in through your, what I call, and what your angels will call, your heart portal. And so it's very important to have an open heart, to work on any issues that you have that has caused your heart to close. And that can be done in many different healing modalities. And I just so happen to work with a group of angels who call themselves the Council of the Seven Wisdoms. And they are very gifted in opening up your heart during sometimes just one session. If your heart's already open, then just enjoy the ride, enjoy the energy that's about to flow into you, and allow your heart chakra to open and widen. And before we do that, though, I think so I'm just going to channel. Okay, they want me to wait just a moment. I'm just reading some of the comments. Okay, great. So again, thank you for having me on here. And I'm so blessed. Like, there's been so many changes this year, including for me and how I connect. And I'm sure lots of you that are watching this have just been on such a wonderful, amazing journey since the start of 2020. We see all of these changes that are happening and bringing our world into ascension. We're literally watching our world ascend in vibration and turning into a 5D world. And we get to be part of that process. If you're watching now and you accept a healing, you get to be part of that process. There are many angels here on the earth plane. You might be one of them that are here as a pillar of light to help the earth process in ascension. And if you want to be part of it and you're not, again, the best way to do that is to connect with your higher self. Once you're connected to your higher self and you solidified that connection, you are part of the process too. It's like plugging in to God and just channeling that energy into the earth plane. Okay, so I'm just going to start by saying a little prayer. Dear God, dear Mother, dear Jesus, dear Yeshua, opening, 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 opening. You are opening, opening, ready, allow, 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 opening, opening, opening. Dear ones, opening, opening, opening. Thank you for tuning in. Opening, opening, follow along. It is important to follow along. Do not worry. Do not worry. Let go of your fears. We will talk for a time and then we will heal, assist, and do the healing. We will talk for a time. Opening, opening, opening. It is for you to become aware of who you are, become aware of the truly magnificent power that resides within you. You are moving towards the light. The light is moving towards you, and you are reaching your highest potential for your highest good. Allow the light to enter into your crown chakra. In this moment, you are becoming more aware. You are becoming more of who you are. Dear souls, dear loved ones, you are so very loved. You are guided. You are, I am, you are one. Opening, opening, opening. And your presence here is needed, necessary, is loved. You are so loved. Opening your heart is the path forward. Allow yourself to ascend. Allow yourself to become one. Become one. You become more aware and you become more of who you are. Who you are. This process, it is a long process for some, and now this process can be sped up. You can reach it sooner. There is so much work being done here. So many of you assist and allow, and so this process takes less time. In time, you will see your world become fully aware. This will be a place of joy, of certain joy. Yes, yes, all the darkness left behind. You will assist in opening and removing that which does not serve you. You are moving towards the light. The light comes in at your crown chakra, opening, 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 opening. Now, feel the energy as it fills your crown chakra into your third eye, into your throat. Allow, allow, allow. Opening, 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 open yourself up. Open yourself up. No one is left behind. No one is left behind. Those who do not open, who do not turn towards the light, they are cradled elsewhere. But the earth will be a state of celebration. It will become more. We are moving into the new age. We are in the new age, and you may journey there, opening, 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 opening. So that's a wonderful opening message. And of course, anytime you connect to your angels or open your crown chakra and raise your vibration and connect to a higher dimension, and for these purposes, I don't mean to express that they're higher or lower. It's just a higher vibration, a lighter vibration, if you will. But every time you open and connect, your angels will use that as an opportunity to heal. You know, some of us have lived much of our lifetime operating on a lower vibration. And so every time we connect, our angels are just going to jump in and start raising you up. And it's just such a wonderful experience. So there's a question here from Luana. How can I move forward gracefully and then in turn help the collective love forward gracefully for our highest purpose? So let's see what the angels say for you, Luana. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You are grace. It is for you to awaken. It is for you to awaken that within you, that within you. You harbor, yes, yes, yes. You harbor anger. There is anger, self-anger within you. Let go of anger. It does not serve you. That is grace within you. There is no gracefulness in the life journey. It is a perception. It is a perception for all, even the trauma, even the pain is by grace, is by grace. It is all graceful, but you must let go. You must let go of this anger. You think, you feel, I have done something wrong and I wish to let go of this. I must let go, opening, opening, allow it to let go, to fall away, become more of who you are. You are a kind soul. You are loved. You are so loved. When is the last time you allowed yourself to believe that you are loved, especially loved? We love you. We love you. All we say is you are love and we love you and love others, especially yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that question, Luana. I'm seeing a lot of questions. Thank you so much. Maria, I would indeed love to know how I can, in particular, open a clear communication with my spirit guides and higher self in all its forms. So let me connect for you. I do want to preface this one, though, with everyone can channel. Every single person on the earth plane has a connection to their higher self. And their connection to your higher self is a channel in itself. So everyone can channel. Everyone can connect with God, source, divine, whatever you want to call it. All you do is you open your channel, you heal, you open your heart. Like I said at the start, it does require that open heart. Though the preface I want to make is that it doesn't mean that you necessarily should channel all different beings of the light. It just so happens that everybody can connect and channel to themselves. So let's see what comes up for you. Maria, Open and clear communication. So emphasis there on the clear. So they're already coming through. Opening, 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 opening. Deep breath in through the nose. You need to be lighter. You need to be lighter. It is not always just emotions. Sometimes what we eat holds on to the vibration that stops us from raising our own thoughts. You are trapped in a cycle. Trapped is a heavy word, yes, but you are caught. Okay, we will choose caught. We are recognize you are caught in a cycle of keeping your vibration the same. You are not neglecting, you're just not aware, and this is okay. Become more aware. Everything you ingest becomes you. You do use your physical body to channel. This is true. You use your physical body to hold your vibration, You will ascend. It will come in time. Do not eat toxins. Do not eat meat. Do not let go of that. Yes, opening. And more water, please, more water. We cannot speak more highly of water for you, opening. So hopefully that helps, Maria. Thank you so much. And then let's see. I'll answer just a couple more questions. I'm connecting with them and making sure they are aware of when they want me to just jump into that healing. You'll notice though, because they'll come through strong. Okay. How can I use my gifts to fulfill my soul's purpose? And oh, it moved. Sorry about that. Okay, Chantel, how can I use my gifts to fulfill my soul's purpose and what's blocking me? Okay, opening. There is nothing blocking you, dear one. You are a healer. You are a hands-on healer. You are incredibly gifted. You are able to see inside the minds of others and what is blocking them. Though you have not used, yes, opening this gift fully to your fullest potential, Issues with fatherhood issues, opening. You felt not supported. We say, connect with Yeshua, connect with Father. Feel divine masculine energy coursing through you, and you will feel supported. You must be in touch with your divine masculine, opening, and create balance, opening, and you will become more aware, more in tune with your gifts. Thank you. Thanks, Chantel. And that's really interesting too, because that's a question I often get asked is, well, I want to use my gifts, and when will my gifts come in? And what's really fascinating about that is that you have your gifts, and your gifts never go away. And they're not like presented to you after you go through, drudge through all this stuff in your earth plane path, which isn't always fun, or at least not experienced as fun. I've been told when you get to the other side, you laugh about it a good bit. So I'm hoping that's true. No, just kidding. I know it's true. But when what the reality is, your gifts come in to your awareness when you raise your vibration. It's kind of like, okay, I know this is what I came here to do, or some of us know what our gifts are either, but I'm just not reaching it. I'm not reaching it, and you're just not using the ladder that's beside you. We have to raise our vibration up to connect with our gifts, because our gifts operate, our spiritual gifts, our gifts from divine, are existing on a higher plane. And the earth plane historically has been a lot more dense. Thankfully now it's not so much, but you need to go up, and clear your blockages, clear your traumas, open your chakras, open your heart, and really have a healthy body, as healthy as possible. And then connect with your gifts. It's not always needed to have a healthy body, but if you're able to increase your physical health, that is always advised as well. Because as I said before, your physical body, each cell in your body holds your vibration and will either keep you there based on what you eat, who you surround yourself with, who you choose to vibrate with, where you work. Everything around you will either help you ascend, keep you at the same vibration, or lower you or pull you down. So it's you becoming aware and choosing your own evolution really is what is going to help you connect to the gifts that you already have. Okay, so Leonard says, hello, Heidi. Do my angels have any urgent message for me at the moment? Am I still on the right track in terms of my path? Okay, let's see. Dear Leonard, you are being funny. It is not urgent. There's always urgent, and it is not urgent. Opening. Allow yourself to connect with your path. You are up and down, like a roller coaster. Be more calm, more peaceful. There is an impatience in you, and you shall learn more. Let go of that which does not serve you. You are doing well. You are on your path. One more month. You understand. Yes, one more month, and you will do well. One more month of healing, opening, and it opens up opportunities. This is pre-designed, predestined. Interesting. So Leonard, I trust you understand what that means. You can go ahead and leave a comment if you do. I think it's your birthday in a month. Is that correct? Anyway, but there's a lot of coming for you energy-wise. And sometimes our life, talking about our gifts as well, sometimes our lives are predestined. I mean, we have a lot of free will, but there's things we want to get done. And there's also limitations, and I don't mean that necessarily in a negative way, but we put limitations on our life, especially if we're here on the earth plane now and we're assisting in the transition to 5D and ascending, and all of us collectively moving towards the light. We will put certain limitations in place so that we make sure that we reach those points. And sometimes those are to wait until you meet a certain person, or to wait until you reach a certain age, or to wait until, because you know yourself, and you know if you don't set that up just like that, you have the tendency, because your higher self knows you, you might, the soul, the personality might veer off a little bit. So that's sometimes why we put limitations. Of course, we always have the choice, but for Leonard, there's something big, significant that just gets unleashed in you for your birthday. And birthdays are just wonderful too. The timing of your birthday, everything, I always loved the idea of a birthday wish, because when I was a kid, I used to watch people blowing out their birthday candles. And do you know who's right there with you when you're making your birthday wish? And I know not every culture does this, but they certainly did this in Ireland. You make a wish on your birthday and you blow out the candles. Your angels, if it's in alignment of your higher path or highest good, or if it doesn't verge you from your path and it's just enjoyable, your angels and your guides will make it happen. And it's just such a joyous and such a you energy day, that using the energy and around your birthday it's just such a magnificent experience and gift. And I wish more people were aware of that. So Sonia said, would love to know what I should be focusing on in healing journey right now, and any guidance I should be aware of. Okay, Sonia. There's a heaviness. There's a heaviness there. There's a fear of losing control. Yes. Must have everything in check, sorted, organized, opening. Relax more. It is not for you to worry. You are doing very well. You have chosen. And so we have listened, and we are assisting you. You are loved. You are guided. Listen more. You hear you hear the messages. Listen more. Use your ability to hear more and listen. Opening. Letting go of fear manifests in the kidneys, and the kidneys are compromised because of fear, and you will let go, and you will see energy restored, balance. Thank you, Sonia. Okay. Let's see if there's any other questions. Oh, there they are. What guidance do you have for me, Miranda? Let's see what they have to say. Okay. Dear soul, opening. You are losing you have, yes, apparent opening, making the transition soon. It was recent opening. It is recent opening. Allow others make the transition. Do not be in fear. Be joyed. Tune into joy. You are able to tune into joy. Yes, more often than most that are around you. You are asked to assist others in tuning into love, tuning into joy, to assist others in making transitions in peace. What is peace but love and acknowledgement of their present circumstance? Allow others to transition in peace. Opening. You are such a wonderful soul. Thank you for the work you do. You are becoming more aware. Thank you for the work you do. One opening. So what's really interesting, what I was hearing there as well, is that I've met quite a few of them, but there are a lot of people here on the earth plane, especially right now, because there are a lot of people transitioning and towards the light, or either through opening heart experiences or through death itself. That is a transition experience, and it is a very evolving one, and it's a loving one, and there's just so much love around it. But what I'm seeing that you do, and I know a lot of people that do this, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, I keep asking, but you actually help people who've transitioned but haven't moved towards the light. But your night job, because when you go to sleep and you leave your body, you have a job. I guarantee every single person here on the earth plane, we make promises. It's also our specialties to get a place on the earth plane, to be kind of worked into the grid. And one of the things that you do is you go around and you find those lost souls who just, sometimes people pass and they just don't know that they're past. Sometimes people pass and they refuse to go into the light. They get confused. There's a whole array of reasons. It's not always a negative reasons. It's not always because of darkness. Sometimes it's just pure confusion. But that's one of your jobs. So that's really fascinating. And now that I don't know if you're aware of it, but now that you're more aware of it, maybe pay attention to it a little bit more, because that's one of your truly blessed gifts. And when people have that gift, it usually it'll show up in their dreams of you being out at sea, collecting people, rescuing people out at sea. And usually you'll have a lot of dreams about that. So anyway, fascinating. Okay, Maria, a different Maria, asks, how do I raise my vibration? And this is going to be, I'm sure, a question for everyone. Opening. You raise your vibration by practicing joy. What do we mean? Practice. You will raise your vibration naturally by existing here, being around those who help you raise your vibration, who love you. Do not be around those who mean harm. You are attracted, yes, historically, to those who do not have your best interest at heart. And so you must stop. Yes, you must not give that energy away, as it limits your ability. So that's specific to you, Maria. I thought we'd get more of a broader answer for everyone, but I will ask for a broader answer for everyone. But it sounds like you, out of the kindness of your soul, are giving your energy away to help others, but it's, that's not for you. Your angels don't want you to do that. Really reclaim your energy. Use your energy to raise your vibration. But how do you raise your vibration? How do we raise your vibration? Can we have a message for everyone? Yes, certainly. Thank you. Opening. Open your minds. It is for you to allow the process of raising. You are all here to raise your vibration, to change your reality. You are all here for this exact purpose. Your very existence is raising. You are ascending. That is raising your vibration. There are many ways to do this, but the earth experience, it will be to work in service of others, allows you to tune in, to open your heart, be with love, be with God, opening. So practice, it's practice in daily meditation. I mean, and we don't all have to live like monks, you know, that's never going to be asked of every single person here on the earth plane. But how do you raise your vibration in a world where you have to work a 9 to 5? You probably have kids, you know, there's a lot going on. There's a pandemic, you know, there's a lot of things that can keep your energy kind of low. All it really takes is if you, in every time you think a thought that's a lower vibration or a more negative, catch that. Think differently, connect with your angels. Your angels will only help. Well, no, they'll help all the time, but they'll help a lot more when you ask them specifically. They're waiting to help. I should kind of explain that more. So your angels are allowed to help you, and they do help you, especially when you ask. But in terms, when you're not asking, they will only intervene if it's something pre-approved or on your path. Most of the time, they're just letting you have the experience. After all, this is your experience. So ask your angels to step in and help you. Visualize yourself going up. And I'm going to do that visualization here in about 2 minutes. That healing here in about 2 minutes. And if it's something very similar to what they're going to walk you through, you're going to visualize yourself going up and raising your vibration. Everything that you think becomes you. Your third eye, your imagination, and there is your imagination, and then there is your actual third eye and your visions and your ability to see what's on the higher planes. And when we do guided visualization, we're usually opening our eyes either on the astral plane or on another plane. And that's reality. So when you are tuning in and using your visualization skills to manifest and raise your own vibration, that is both, that's happening in real time. Okay, so I think that's all I'll take for questions. Although I do see one here. I do want to answer this one. Michelle Lee asks, I got COVID earlier this year and really took a physical hit. I'm feeling way better now and stronger than ever, but I cannot help but wonder the deeper meaning of it all. Thanks kindly for holding this space for all. I like this question because it leads into, again, why do we need to have an open heart? Why have we been told for, you know, again, if you've been working in this field for the last few years or getting any type of healing spiritually, open heart, open heart, open heart, open up, let go of your fears has been coming up. And part of that is because, so COVID is in itself, you know, a gift. It is an energy. It is its own entity, and I don't mean that in a it's its own being. It comes from what I've channeled before. There is such a thing as the fairy realm. The COVID comes from the fairy realm, and it is a virus. Most viruses, if not all, come from the fairy realm, and it is loose on the earth for whatever reason. And what it does is it goes in and it forces you to open up your heart. And in that way, it's a gift. Your life has most likely changed in the most significant ways since you contracted that. But what it really does is it's an opportunity, just like every single day of your life, everything that happens. But sometimes we only notice the big things. The things like if you're catching, a deadly virus that's very scary, wakes you up. What's going to wake you up? And if you already feel like you're awake, what's going to propel you further on your path? And so that's what's going to happen. Okay, so I'm going to tune in. The deeper meaning for you is to awaken, So yes, like opening. It is for you to awaken and allow yourself to fall back from the reality that you have created, to open up your heart. And now it is to choose life. You had not chosen life. And in those moments, you have chosen life. Thank you. You have chosen life. Life is precious. Life is precious, and you are precious. And we thank you. Opening. It was for you to choose life. Opening. So wonderful. Wow, I nearly started crying during that. So wonderful expression there of love and how much it took you to get through that. A lot of the times when we get an illness, it gives our body an upgrade, and that's what happens. The same is true with COVID. You get a physical, spiritual upgrade, and spiritual upgrade, and that's what happened with you. But it's always a choice. It's always a choice. And sometimes we, heal through an illness, and then when we get to the end of it, we're like, oh, that wasn't bad because I survived. It mustn't have been that bad because I'm doing well now. But the reality is, it's not that easy. There's a lot. It's arduous. There's a lot of work that goes into it, especially when you get something that the whole world, you're hearing every day is like, oh, I should be scared of this. But working through it and telling your higher self, connecting to your higher self, and working through it and becoming healthier, becoming more aware, and allowing those integrations, that's what they're saying for you, allowing the integration and opening your heart. That was the gift you gave yourself. So thank you for going through that experience and being strong, because it's not easy, but you are strong. So I'm going to do the healing now. So just making sure I have enough room here. Sorry. So just follow along. What I will say though is, if you're somewhere comfortable, please make yourself comfortable. Sometimes it helps if your spine is straight. We do use our chakras and our energies for this. So when your spine is straight, it allows the energy to go a little bit smoother and flow. And just take some deep breaths in through your nose and exhale. Deep breath in through your nose. Really fill up your lungs to capacity. Deep breath in through your nose. Opening, 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 opening. Allow. Yes, dear ones, connect, connect, connect. Allow the light to enter. Deep breath in through the nose. Pay attention. Follow along. You are going up higher in the sky now. You are going up higher in the sky. Visualize yourself going higher in the sky. It is a sunny day. Go up, go up, go up, go up through the ozone layer. Yes, we're going to go higher. Up through the ozone layer. Go up higher. Deep breath in through the nose. Stand on the ozone layer. Feel underneath your feet. You're on the ozone layer. It feels sticky. It is energy. It is not sticky. It is energy. It is energy. Yes, and don't go down, but look down at your avatar below, your body below, your body below. See the blue light that connects you to this point. And we will stay here. Some of you can go higher, though you may if you wish, but we will stay here for those who will not go higher, opening at this time. It is high, very high enough. Opening, 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 opening. Deep breath in through the nose. You are all doing so very well. We are blessed to be here. Thank you. Thank you. We bestow gratitude and love. This life is not for you to struggle. This is a joyous life. Recognize the joy in your life. Recognize all of you appear to be waiting for someone, waiting for something. And we say, you are waiting for yourself. Open your heart and connect with your highest self. Connect with who you are. Your true power lies within you, within your heart. Opening. It lies within you. You have everything you need. You have everything you need now. Follow along. Deep breath in through the nose. Open up your heart. Wonderful, wonderful. Now follow along. You will feel sensations. Golden light energy enters in at the crown chakra, at the third eye, at the throat, into the heart. Opening. Feel the white light as it enters in at your crown chakra, expanding into your third eye, into your throat, into your heart. Opening. Now, deep breath in through the nose. Fill your lungs up to capacity. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system. Golden light energy enters in. Deep breath in through the nose. Fill up the lungs and exhale. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system. Pay attention to each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system, reaching each cell on the body, illuminating. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system. Opening. Deep breath in through the nose. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system, opening. The entry point of the chakra is at the back of the heart, opening. Deep breath in through the nose. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system. See your heart becoming wider. Yes, larger, your chakra opening, becoming larger, wider, opening. See the golden light energy as it enters in at the back of the heart, filling each chamber. Yes, flowing with golden light energy, healing energy. Deep breath in through the nose. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, opening, into each red blood cell. As it travels along the circulatory system, each red blood cell reaches a point in your body that needs healing, opening. Yes, now see us around you. We are many angels, many archangels, many ascended masters. We are assisting you in this moment. You are becoming lighter and brighter and more of who you are. You are opening up to the possibilities of what you can achieve and what you will achieve. Deep breath in through the nose. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, into each red blood cell as it travels along the circulatory system, opening. You are all becoming lighter. You are becoming brighter. This is ascension. Feel the joy. Yes, there is love. It is love. All is love. You are loved. You are loved and you are beloved. Opening. Deep breath in through the nose. One more. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart. Feel it as it expands within you. It is opening more. Golden light energy enters in at the back of the heart, into each chamber of the heart, opening. Wonderful. Deep breath in through the nose. And exhale. Wonderful. Now, see yourself coming down back into your body through the ozone layer and feel your heart center. You don't have to. If you want to stay here, that is okay. If you wish, you can float back down into your body, but see and feel your heart center is wide open. Yes, opening. It is love. It is peace. There is a state of joy. Opening. Do not worry. This is well. All is well. You are well. Thank you. Opening. And when you're ready, just open your eyes. Okay. All right. So she starts sweating when there's a lot of energy, but there's a lot of you and you're all very high energy, high vibrational people. And I know some of you already, so I know. But yeah, that was wonderful. So hopefully you're feeling, let me know in the comments, but hopefully you're feeling that in the back of your heart, in the front of your heart. And that's, I'm tuning in to make sure. Don't worry if you didn't feel it though, because there's still a lot of healing that happens, even if you don't physically feel it. But if you can feel energy, it's nice to feel it, and you should feel like calm and peaceful in a state of joy. That one of the biggest indicators, and this is true moving forward, that your heart is wide open is number one, when you ask a question of your own angels or of your guides, of God, or whomever it is you connect with, you have this sudden knowing and this realization. It's like a light bulb goes off. Oh, I know. I'm at one, I know, and this feels like this resonates. It resonates. As well, your heart is a tool for telling you if something doesn't resonate, if something's not expressing their full truth, your heart pulls you back. And that's literally your higher self going, oh, let's get away from that, because we like having an open heart and we don't want to be around anything that's going to cause our heart to close down. Most of us, a lot of us here on the earth plane have lived a lot of our life, and I'm not going to say unfortunately, it's just part of the process, with a closed heart. Heart disease is the #1 killer in the United States, and that is not coincidence. It is because we have a closed heart. The organs around our chakras we have the most issue with get impacted. And so it's so important physically, emotionally, spiritually to have an open heart and to maintain that open heart. How do you keep your heart open? Because we only have a few minutes here, but I want to make sure I give you guys some tips just in case we never see each other again, or you don't get any type of healing. No, just kidding. I know you guys are going to get lots of healing moving forward and heal yourselves. That's really what I want you to take away from this is connect with source, connect with Yeshua, connect with God, connect with your angels. Just call them in and visualize your heart opening. Visualize your heart opening and feel the love. Sometimes what really happens, what really helps is if you're a parent, visualize your children when they were just brand new babies, that feeling you had when you held your child or met your child for the first time when they came into the world, that open heart feeling, and bring it back. Because when we recreate the memory or if we regress a memory that has our heart open, we regress the actual experience as well, and we open our heart. So bring yourself back into that moment often. Bring yourself into the moment of love, into the moment of joy. And also what they said during this as well, through service. Service is just such a magnificent way to keep your heart open. There is nothing that brings an individual more joy than authentic, truly well-loving service to another. And it can be through anything. You don't have to be a healer to be of service to someone. You don't have to be even working in the spiritual field in any way, shape. Everything is spiritual, really. So anything you do is an act of spirituality. So keep that in mind. But anything you can do to help another individual, first you can check if it's for their highest good, and you'll get it again. You can recognize that in your heart and help them. That helps you keep your heart open, keeps your heart expanding. And also, if you have young children and your heart is open, it almost guarantees that their heart moving forward will stay open, because we tend to close our hearts down in somewhere between 7 years old, sometimes younger. Well, I mean, a lot of people for younger, but we close our heart down in childhood. But if you have a parent who's working on themselves, who's opening their heart, it gives that child such an extra boost in their own spiritual evolution. So I think we only have a minute left, but thank you guys so much, and thank you for letting me be a part of this. I'm just going to see if here's Zane back.
Oh, were you going to try to squeeze in one more question?
I was seeing if there was anything, but that's okay.
Well, it was absolutely magical. I'm so glad that you were a part of this. That was wow, it was great. I'm glad that our audience got to ask questions and get some of those wonderful answers from you. And obviously angelsontheline.com, and I was sending out some other things so that people could find you, take your classes on teaching people how to channel and all that stuff too. So.
Well, thank you so much, Zane. I really appreciate it again. It was so nice to connect with everyone and with you. And I'll be in touch with you.
Okay, sounds good. Yay, thank you.
Bye.
All right. So our next speaker is an astrologer, channel, and counselor who has a passion for diving deep into astrological charts to find the answers to burning questions that the stars can provide. She and I met years ago when taking our first Reiki course, and we had an instant connection. She was the first human being that I had ever met who was absolutely convinced that she had a multidimensional alien lineage and was just kind of visiting Earth, which to me at the time just sounded like crazy talk, and I didn't understand what the heck, was wrong with her. But here we are years later, knowing that we've shared many extraterrestrial past lives together and continue to influence each other on this crazy 3D paradise planet. So here to interpret our likely path to a 5D society by charting astrological transits is BP, Bridget Pennisten. Hi.
Hello. I loved that introduction so much.
All right. Yeah, well, it's all true, right? And I'm glad that you got it working. Bridget, BP had a last second oh no, my computer's not working right before she was about to go on, but obviously it all worked out.
Yeah, the technology couldn't handle all the high vibes today.
That's right. Okay, well, take it away, BP. I'm really looking forward to this.
Okay,
Whoop.
Oh, hey, it's me. So hi, I'm Bridget Pennisten, but I go by BP, which are my initials. So if you see BP on the screen, that is why. And like Zane said, I'm an astrologer and a channeler and a counselor. And in my work, I like to combine all three of those into one multi-dimensional experience. So when I present astrological topics, I'm usually channeling at the same time, particularly channeling galactic beings, which fits well with astrology. Stars, aliens, it works. The thing I'm really passionate about with astrology is bringing it to real life and making it easy to understand, but also really grounding it as something that we can use every single day, and making astrology something that we can use to our advantage. Also, personally, I have been using astrology for predictions, and that's what we're going to be doing today. I've been tuning in throughout the day, catching all the goodness, and I think that you will enjoy this, let's call it like a left brain logical break. Astrology is very mathematical and left brainy, so that's where we'll be coming from. And I've been asked to share if astrology can illustrate what the future will look like in the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 200 as we ascend. And I was pleasantly surprised to find that the stars absolutely mirror that reality. I like to think that the stars and the planets mirror our experience almost exactly, while also providing a broader perspective to see the events going on in the world rather than an individualized perspective. For me, I find it very helpful to see things from maybe a universal standpoint, especially when we're talking about a global transition to 5D. And, let's dive into it. Let's do the thing. I want to mention what we'll be going through astrologically. We'll be talking about a major shift in the dominant zodiac sign in the sky. That's going to be the strongest influence. And we'll also talk through what's going on with Saturn. We'll talk a little Jupiter, a little bit of Pluto. And then, if we have time, I've come up with some very specific predictions for what a 5D society over the next 200 years will physically manifest as in our earthly reality. And that will be based on the movements of the planets Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto. So yeah, let's do it. My favorite transit that I have found in preparing for this event is the one I want to share with you first, because it's really encouraging. It's one of those where the stars are saying yes to all the things that we've been feeling as a collective, this shift in our values, and let's call it moving into the age of air or the age of Aquarius. I've heard age of Aquarius used as kind of a buzzword lately, but it's also very literal in terms of astrology. For the last 200 years of history on Earth, we've been in what's called the age of Earth. It was very Capricorn dominant Earth energy. And now, starting in 2020, this year, for the next 200 years, we will be moving into the age of air or age of Aquarius. I might use those two synonymously, it's the same thing. And there's a really potent change that comes just in the simplicity of a sign dominant switch. So for the last 200 years, in the age of Earth, we had earthly values as a society. The things that we spent our time, our focus, our energy on were earthly, heavy things. And I mean that in the most literal sense. The heaviness of coins and money and industry and machinery, manufacturing and corporations. Well, we'll get into that later. But a really deep heaviness in terms of what we found to be important as a society. And we can also think of it as, in a textbook sense, in the last 200 years, we went through something we call the Industrial Revolution, because industry became most important to society, the global economy, making change. That was where, our innovation was. It's where our whole drive is. And this year is the year where, as a society, we're shifting into the age of air, or age of Aquarius. I like to think the best way to summarize that shift comparison would be the Industrial Revolution versus moving into a communication revolution. And even in that, just naming it already sets the tone for the changes that we're going to be having. I think we should talk about the age of Aquarius a little bit, or why is it called that? There's going to be some major planets moving into Aquarius, and they're planets that move more slowly, so they'll be there for a long time. Aquarius itself, the sign that we're moving into, it rules a more humanitarian energy, whereas Capricorn is more of a paternal or patriarchal energy. It's more of a government structure, very serious, very much into material success, things of that sort. And Aquarius is much more equality-based, humanitarian, very progressive. It's often called the sign of the future, which is really encouraging as we move forward. Aquarius is also called the global sign fairly often, and that coincides a lot with what we've been feeling and experiencing, is more of a global situation. Aquarius also rules the internet. It rules technology, which are things that we've already seen begin to rapidly evolve, but we'll speak more on it. It also rules public health, which has very much come into our focus this year, and it will continue to do so. I like to think of Aquarius as the collective's energy, because it does rule the collective, which means for the next 200 years, we're going to be thinking more about the entire collective rather than just ourselves or our work, our industry. We're just going to be looking towards the globe instead of like a one-lane track. So like I said, 2020 is the catalyst year for this shift. And this shift into 5D can be expressed, through many different modalities. But astrologically speaking, it's beginning now in 2020. And this year sets the tone for all of the 20s, sets the tone for the next 20 years, for the next 140 years, and then the next 200. So I can safely say that by the end of the next decade, we won't even recognize our lives in the way that we currently know them. 2020 is astrologically like a catapult into this new cycle. It's really that big. But before we talk about what's coming in the next 10, I want to acknowledge the tension and the heaviness of this year. Because if someone told me that 2020 is the year that we take off into 5D just out of the blue, I might think, this year's been kind of messy. So let's talk about that briefly before we go forward. This year, 2020, is full of Capricorn energy. It's the last year of this age of Earth and industry. And there's tension building between the old and the new paradigms. But after this year, there's going to be that major breakthrough for the whole society. Capricorn, like I said, is all about social structures and power structures like government, corporations, banks, basically where the power is and where the responsibility is and consequences. So 2020 is going to bring awareness to our power structures. And following that is when they'll change. Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto are the main players. You can think of them as like the team that's our support team in the sky that are going to help us from 2020 onward to take a look at some of those Capricornian structures from this year, like our institutions, and take a nice look at them and see for ourselves, like, have our leaders been acting in the highest good of the collective? Or have they been doing whatever it takes to maintain power? That's sort of the shadow side of Capricorn. And I think we're all experiencing a little bit of that shadow as we work through this. Tearing down the old stuff from this year and the systems of Earth and the way we do industry and government, it's important, but it's more important to talk about what we're rebuilding from it. We can all see it pretty blatantly crumbling. I think we're all pretty set on that. But what is it going to take for us to rebuild, and what will that look like? Jupiter is one of the especially optimistic influences we have going forward. Jupiter is a big picture kind of planet, and it's going to help us find the meaning in what truly matters. But all three of those planets, Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto, are going to help us redistribute power in a way that feels better for the collective, maybe taking some power from those who unfairly have it, and maybe giving it to those who have been traditionally powerless. And technically no one's powerless, but you know what I mean. It's a more equal distribution of power as an integral value that we'll all begin to share in a 5D future. And after 2020, 2021 is when it really starts. 2021 is what I'm going to call the liftoff point. So for this year, it might remain a little heavy, truth be told, because we need to see it clearly in order to know what to change as we shift. But in 2021 is blast off time, and we're headed into that 5D, and it's really clearly mirrored through Saturn specifically. So I want to spend a quick couple of minutes on just Saturn alone. I've been talking about Saturn in many, many, many trainings this year. And Saturn has been the one that, it's just spot on. Saturn is moving into Aquarius. It'll be there until 2023. It's currently in Capricorn, but just briefly. By the end of the year, it'll shift back into Aquarius, and we'll have 3 years of, Saturn Aquarius mingling. And the main theme that comes with that is improving our social structures. With Saturn and Aquarius, we as a society will recognize that we're responsible for ourselves, but also for the community and for the collective. And ideally, we'll be able to move our egos to the side and do what's best for the collective. There'll be, a focus in ideas and principles, your contributions to the community. There's going to be efforts to reform and strengthen, or maybe rebuild, maybe a better word, structures in areas of community, of science, of technology, the rights of the individual, the rights of the group, astrology. Astrology is one of them. And we're going to be posed with some questions from Saturn in Aquarius over the next 3 years that will benefit us. We're going to be thinking about whether or not individuals are taking enough responsibility for their communities, whether or not these social structures are supporting us in the ways that we need, whether or not we're doing the right things for our health, which has already begun to become apparent that we need to work on that. And that's what Saturn is for. It's to show us where this work needs to be done. And it's a really big time for technological advances that are going to help us do this. I'd like to mention also that the previous times where Saturn has been in Aquarius was in the early 90s and the early 60s. And to put some context there of what events happened in those times, in the last Saturn return, we had the www source code released, making it free and accessible to everyone. So if you think of the way that that changed our access to connection and community, and the fact that it was free for everyone, that kind of energy is what's going to come through in the next few years, making things accessible to everyone equally across the board. And the time before the other previous Saturn and Aquarius situation, we had a lot of civil rights movements going on and a lot of success with that. We also had here in the US the equal pay. So there's a lot of equality that's come forth during a Saturn Aquarius in the past. So when we see it in the future, we can think along those lines. I also want to mention that Pluto is also moving into Aquarius, but it'll be in 2023. So we get to keep having transits just shift more and more into Aquarius as we go into the future. So the farther we go into the 20s, the more Aquarius we get, which just helps. The more that there are in Aquarius, the more 5D we get to have. The last time that Pluto was in Aquarius was in 1777, which is the American Revolution. So I would say that that is a birth of a new era, and this year and the 20s are another birth. I also really want to spend some time on the really specific predictions I have, because they're real juicy. And these specific predictions are based on planetary transits. They're a bit, the origins of where they've come from are a little bit too technical to fit into a 10-minute time remaining. So I think I'm just going to go through the predictions, and I think that you'll find signs of them beginning already. I want to say that the power balance is going to be the beginning of this 5D shift, mostly from that Aquarian Saturn situation. And our values as a whole society will switch from value in money and value in hierarchies to value in equality, and also placing our value in information, in ideas, in the truth, and in how we spread that to each other. When I say values in equality, I also mean it very literally, that as we move into the 5D, astrologically, we're supported in equality between men and women, in more equality between social classes, more equality between race, which we're already seeing in America is becoming louder and louder as something that we need to fix. So as we switch to 5D, these things will become a priority for most of us. There's a very much like a free-flowy type of love energy that can come with an age of Aquarius, but that means that the way we experience love may be more widespread. Love for the collective. Maybe even marriages will be done differently because we'll just feel more unconditional love for the all, for everyone. We can expect a greater sense of spirituality as a collective. I think that many of us are seeing that trend beginning now as more and more people are awakening and more people are just becoming interested in higher consciousness and their spiritual gifts. We'll see more of that, more and more every day going into the future. and more spiritually gifted children being born, more children being raised in, spiritually high vibe type of areas. Let's do some, okay, let's get spicy. There's going to be some climate shifts. This year is not quite the year for that to begin its party, but after this year, we're likely to see greater environmental efforts, which comes with that Aquarian energy. The way I'd like to think of it is how we've become more interested in monitoring our health, the way that we use trackers and apps on our phones to track our health and our Fitbits and all of this. We've become very interested in the metrics of health. I think that is going to happen more environmentally. So people will want to monitor their carbon footprint. And they'll do that through technology, which is ruled by Aquarius. It's just like a double whammy. There might also be more green transportation. I'll come back to that in a minute. But transportation is also under Aquarius since it's a public type of thing. Let's talk money real quick, because money has been part of the age of Earth for the last 200 years. And this old paradigm has been very physical money, like cash, bills, coins, and it's also been like real important, and which makes sense. But money is going to change, and the way that we do energy exchange, it's going to shift. I like to think that this might be influenced by the pandemic already, because we've seen just here in the US, if you go to a grocery store, you'll be encouraged not to use physical money. You'll be encouraged to use either a card or a phone or something that does not have touch. So in this case, COVID was sort of a catalyst into this new phase of money. Could be, moving to cryptocurrency. It could be something we can't even really fathom yet. But whatever it is, the way that we exchange money for goods and services will probably be non-physical. Well, there's a good example in a grocery store that is around where I live. People are now being able to scan for their payments just by waving their hand, making you kind of the money. Like you are the credit card, rather than needing a card or a phone, just things that aren't tangible. So money will shift to more of like how the internet is something that we all use and can't see, something along those lines. Also, since Aquarius is the ruler of internet and technology, we can expect huge breakthroughs in those areas as we move into 5D. And particularly the advancements we'll make will be ones that are around 5D type of themes. So the internet may undergo a revolution over the next 20 years. It will likely be faster, which seems to be how it's always been. It just gets faster and faster. There will probably be some innovation in terms of apps that help us with connecting to each other in a more fluid way. Medical apps, apps that help us reduce our consumption and waste and track it, and a lot more global online events, just like this one, a lot more of this, a lot more high vibe online type of connection. Transportation is also just a really big one with Aquarius as we move into 5D. It's just going to be greener, maybe electric, or perhaps there'll be a new way of harnessing power that will be invented through these technological times. I like to think there'll be more bikes, lots of bikes, lots of walking. COVID has sort of already set the tone for less flying, which is also going to help us the environment. So it all kind of is beginning. There will probably be more space exploration as well, because that's technology. And the last times that Saturn was in Aquarius, yeah, we went to space. So that's likely to come about. One big thing that we've all seen is a division, between countries, and a lot of tension around that. But this Aquarian age and age of air in general is supporting a more global society, a little bit less us versus them, working together, working across nations. I wouldn't necessarily say that we're going to just do away with countries. Maybe eventually, but in the next 3 years, probably not. In the next 10 years, probably not. But we'll be able to work together as a priority rather than something that we just have to do because there's an emergency. It'll be something that we want to do, and that will raise all of our consciousness as we work together across the globe. We can also expect some changes in education. We are already seeing universities being online because of a certain pandemic and a lot of learning that's online. We're seeing sometimes the cost is being reduced because of this. That's going to be a big theme, and it's going to help all of us raise our consciousness through having access to higher education in a new way, I suppose. So, no, that's a lot of predictions to throw in a half hour, but essentially the stars and multiple large planets are on our side as we move into 5D. They're really, really supporting us. They're mirroring what we're seeing now. And after this year is done, you can expect it to just ramp up, just ramp all the way up into a more egalitarian society, very equal, very good. So yeah, thanks.
That was great. Okay, so, a little bit of short-term pain still before we get to our long-term gain, but there's a lot of long-term gain ahead. Yep. And I really liked, how long is Pluto in Aquarius? Did you say that and I just missed it?
I didn't. I'm going to go with a long time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Pluto moves very slowly, so yeah.
Right. So that's really interesting too. I love the last time it was there was 1777. Like, wow, that's pretty amazing. Okay. Well, thank you so much, BP. It was a pleasure having you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I'm sure we'll see you in a future expo.
Oh, yes, please. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So joining us next is a master Christologist, a medical intuitive, a psychic and ordained reverend who helps people increase their love quota and move them from 3D awareness to 5D consciousness. One specific day in 2011, Angie experienced a radical, spontaneous awakening of consciousness that instantaneously exploded her psychic abilities, empathic skills, and an ability to see multidimensionally. This dissolved her previous life and thrust her into a role as a traveling seeker until Spirit taught her how to be in service through love to others. Today, she'll be teaching us how to hold a 5D consciousness in the midst of a 3D world. Please welcome Angie LaRue. Hi, Angie.
Hello.
It's wonderful to have you.
It's really great to be here. How are we doing? There we go. How's that?
Better. I was going to say, yeah, you got a little static going on. It sounds like you got it now. Okay. Well, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Zane. 5D consciousness is a state of experience, not a belief system. The evolution of consciousness and 5D awareness is learning how to physically be in the 3D while holding the consciousness of the 5D, being in this world, but not of it, a human vessel with divine awareness. We are composite beings, mind, body, spirit, and infinite awareness. 5D consciousness involves being aware of which part of the total being is most needed in any given moment and shifting into it or spanning across several states of being to be dimensionally appropriate and useful. It is knowing that we are not the thinking mind and thus are not identified solely with the persona. So that can be amusing. Welcome to the Higher Self Expo. I am Reverend Angela LaRue, a Christologist, and all those other things that Zane said as well. Those are labels, human labels, to give us a mental construct, a feeling of something. But truth with the capital T says this experience is an eternal spirit having a human experience. Thank you for joining the expo today. Thank you, Zane, for having me. It's an honor to be here. And thank each of you who are joining this expo with these beautiful spirits and speakers today. There's been some really wonderful speakers already on so far, and more to come. At the end of my talk today, there's going to be space for you to ask questions and share your experience. Towards the end, I'm going to be doing a set of Palladian totems, and I will talk more about those, but those are energy transmissions which are going to help you experience 5D consciousness. It can be said that 5D consciousness is mastering our thoughts, developing the observer or the witness state, consciously choosing to be in the silence of the mind, often throughout the day, if only for a few moments, reconnecting in with all that we are. Using the mind as a valuable and respected tool, but not letting it be the 3-year-old running around with a lighter in one hand and a pair of scissors in the others. We don't want that part to rule the day. It's becoming neutral in our emotions, understanding that emotions are energy, and energy is neutral until the thinking mind personalizes it and reacts to it and thus sculpts it into a personal experience. Living in 5D consciousness while in a 3D body is about noticing our actions and our reactions and making course adjustments within seconds without self-judgment. And it's about being dimensionally appropriate when juggling dimensional awareness. Many of you listening to this are already energy practitioners or healers or otherwise working across the dimensions with multidimensional energies. And if we don't know how to get back into 3D and be able to do it quickly, it causes complications in our life. Or if we're only in 3D awareness and we can't get to other dimensional awarenesses, it makes life sluggish and hard and difficult. Right? 5D consciousness is an eagle-eye view of all things, riding the currents and the times, as opposed to being down in the minutia, where it's very uncomfortable. We might dip into the minutia every now and then, but we have the skill set that we readily use to get right back out of that. Being in it helps us build compassion and understanding, though, with other human beings, but it's no place to live. 5D consciousness is getting over ourselves. It's just not about us anymore. It's about all beings. The person in front of us, the bird singing in the tree, the crystal on the windowsill, the sunbeam throwing kaleidoscope of colors across the carpet, the tree rustling in the garden, the mouse looking for a new home, the scent blowing in the open window from the neighbor's rose bushes, the squirrel chirping territorially at the blue jay and the cat, the spider seeking a meal, the cry of the newborn baby down the street, that little blue orb that just floated up from the roots of our philodendron, the seed floating on the wind, seeking fertile ground. All are life. All have consciousness. All are to be revered. It's the inner child in us, which was never separated from joy and wonder, to again be felt and experienced, and to share its joy and awe with all those that are gifting that inner child with their presence and their experience. It is to be the witness of creation and the fullness therein. Be still and know God. 5D consciousness is a state of ongoing devotion, appreciation, and gratitude for all expressions of the divine in all things. When we remember this level of consciousness, we're staying in direct alignment with our higher selves, Source Creator, our angelic teams. Thank you, guys. And the fifth dimensional beings living and occupying the same space with us, but at a fifth dimensional vibrational rate, or fourth, or sixth. We become the lens for the Creator to experience the human perspective of the 3D through. The rewards of 5D consciousness are freedom from the inner critic. The battle within is ceased and dissolved into self-compassion, allowing us to hold increased compassion and appreciation for others. We can only give to others that which we are, which we have become. That is our ultimate truth and our gift into the world. From that silence within, joy bubbles up naturally again, and love underscores everything. We see it all around us. We hear the tree greet us as we walk up the sidewalk when we come home. We hear the flowers begging to be noticed and appreciated in their splendor. The bird on the branch looks back at us, holding eye contact and heart connection. That squirrel turns toward us when we think kindly towards it. Our telepathy is alive and well, connecting us with all beings. Our devotion and absorption in the wonder around us is so complete that we're no longer aware of ourselves in the moment of now. We are experiencing. We flow as one with the nature around us, shining love and receiving it from all sources, gracing the moment of now. It is a state of being where love and love for all is ever present, where peace is an abiding state of being and joy bubbles up for no reason at all. When we see suffering, we experience compassion. When we experience compassion, we immediately know how to assist, and we do that. For we know the one suffering is an extension of the Creator, and indeed a part of us. For we have experienced that immersive connection with oneness, and we know we are part and parcel of a whole, a little spoke in a giant wheel. 5D consciousness is unity consciousness. We've gotten right with ourselves and are no longer in separation. We've obtained neutrality. We're no longer buffeted by the inner squalls of reaction and action to events inside us and around us. We are in sovereignty and peace with ourselves. We treat ourselves with respect and compassion and love and gentleness. We don't speak badly or demeaning to ourselves. We don't hold ourselves back or squish our own dreams through lack of faith in ourselves. We don't poison our bodies with poisonous thoughts. We care for this fleshly temple, this earth temple in the third dimension that earth has given us. And we nourish the consciousness which the Creator has given to us. We know how to be in sovereignty. We require no one to take care of us or complete us. We are complete, self-initiating, self-adulting, self-responsible. Self-sabotage has ended. We know our no, and we know our yes, and we don't break integrity with ourselves by doing that which we don't want to do. We're not a doormat to ourselves or others, but instead we treat ourselves with the same respect and dignity that we treat that bird, that tree, that squirrel, that loved one, that friend, all. From that place of inner completeness and wholeness, recognized, we move into unity consciousness. Without depleting resources as a consumer needing to be entertained or needing physical objects to define our position or our power in our own hungry minds. That hungry mind doesn't run the show anymore. We store up our treasures in unseen realms, not as earthly treasures destroyed by natural processes. We're curious and exploring, ever seeking big truths, not ego's little self-satiating truths. We're most satisfied in the mystery, not confused or baffled or fearful by it, but at ease with not knowing, amused even with not knowing. Oh, we have all that we need inside of us, and indeed all the worlds are within us, and we dance with our star brothers and sisters in delight of yet ever-growing levels of wonder still unfolding. The more we know, the more there is to know. The more there is to know, the more we know nothing and delight in it like a child. This is effortless. It is not doing. It's just being aware. A human being, not a human doing. It's getting out of the unhappy prison of our mind, which is self-consumed with only a human aspect of ourself, and is getting into the glorious moment of now. No self-identity as a human, no self-awareness or self-consciousness, or is separate from anything else. And then is moving into the next now, and the next now, and the next now, as pure consciousness, holding all that is in all dimensions. The path into the 5D consciousness is total surrender. No holes barred surrender. To arrive in it is to be back in the flow of grace, where all unfolds naturally and effortlessly, where we experience devotion as an ongoing song of praise and glory, and experience the earth and the fullness thereof as the precious Garden of Eden, where we are one with all and walk with the Source Creator and all of its expressions in every moment. It is to see the divine in the other. That state of grace where we know the universe is conspiring for us, and we are in utter devotion and adoration of the magic unfolding all around us in each now. And there's so much of that, isn't there? It is a flirtation with the Creator, a yielding and surrendering to wonder and delightful surprises. And the universe has so many surprises for us. And the more we surrender, the more they come. It is allowing life to move through us unobstructed, like light shining through a bottle on a windowsill. Nothing clings to us. It passes through us unobstructed by the hamster wheel of the thinking mind. It is not clinging. 5D consciousness is being spirit indwelled. The higher self often directly present within us due to our high frequency, and working in conjunction with that higher self inspiration to create new potentials in the 3D realm. It is to experience every cell of our being that love is the substrate of the universe, a shimmering vibration of love enticing us back into connection, a heart seduction of oneness. In 5D consciousness, we begin to manifest nearly instantly, which makes us even more diligent in being in that observer state and not letting the runaway train of the thinking mind create wrecks that we or other people have to clean up. Many of the clairs open up and other psychic abilities inform us. Experience becomes an ongoing dialogue with the universe. We become energy aware and can use it to assist us to navigate in the third dimension. Our auric fields and chakras become finely tuned antennas supplying a flow of information in addition to our third eye information, so that we can effortlessly navigate this unique experience on Earth. We love being here. We know we chose to come here. We could have chosen anywhere in the multiverse, but we chose to be here. So we respect the choice that we made in our higher knowing, in the life between lives, and we revel in the unfolding of our path and our experience. We don't wish for ascension or to be on some other planet. We do not reject this gift of a human experience nor desire to escape it. We know ascending means to ascend in consciousness, stretching our awareness into other realms and other dimensions. Empathic skills are no longer a burden stopping us from going out into the world, but instead a blessing, another sense in which to navigate and experience from, to relate to the other, to hold the other in compassion and love and light. It's a tool, a beneficial, helpful tool. We are in control of our experience in the world. We manifest the experience we want to have, moment by moment, now by now. And it's delicious. We're no longer pinned in the body, but through consciousness, we treat it like a hotel, often leaving, meeting masters and star brother and other beings in other planes. We swoop into Mother Gaia and commune with her, gaining understanding from her perspective. We move in and out of timelines and alternate realities, exploring and experiencing. We rest in the palm of God in the void and renew ourselves yet again. We can bilocate, spreading our love and our healing to other spokes in the wheel. Our presence brings peace and healing to others. Our words create shifts in consciousness. We can develop friendships with beings we formerly may have believed were myths. We become like children playing in the garden, freed from societal and cultural programming and loosed into the joy of the present moment. I'd like to give you some energy blueprints now to assist you in your own evolutionary road. These are called totems. They come to us from a 12th dimensional group of Palladians, working with a group of us here in Boulder, Colorado. And the easiest way to think of them is as light transmissions. These are energy packets, though they're actually binary and fractal energy sets based on Antonian physics. Antonian physics is a 12th dimensional understanding of the multiverse and all that is. So it's far advanced past our third dimensional version of quantum physics. Please be in a relaxed position. There's nothing you have to do to receive these. As you receive these energies, just notice what you're experiencing. There's no right or wrong way to experience these. Only experience itself. After you receive an energy blueprint, please say with me, activate, enhance, amplify, expand. And I will be saying that with you. So you don't have to even worry about remembering them. Activate turns on the energies that you just received. Enhance is going to tune them to your specific uniqueness, your specific spirit twinkle. Amplify is making, it's like homeopathic. It grows it, grows it, grows it, grows it, and expands, sends it out into your auric field and multidimensionally to your other fields, the rest of what you are. then please allow yourself to sink and surrender into the experience. After a few moments, I'll send you another one. You won't hear me say these numbers. I don't have permission to actually do that. But I will send them to you nonetheless, and you'll experience them. I have many totems, well over 100 now. And they are something that people can receive in private sessions with me in person or over Zoom. But I wanted to give you guys a little beautiful balancing sample today of this experience of 5D consciousness. All right. Relax. Here we go. This first one is just setting the energy in your field to receive totems. Activate. Say with me. Activate. Enhance. Amplify. Expand. All right. This is a cocktail of totems. They open all the chakras, clears your system, activates your power chakras, all 12 chakras, directs healing to where it needs to be, clears the lymph system, and directs energy towards alignment. Say with me, activate, enhance, amplify, expand. Just experience that. Allowing yourself to notice what is happening in your body and your auric field. This next set of totems balances the male aspects of your field, the female aspects of your field, unites them to each other, and then unifies them so that you become a lighthouse and a radiant beacon of who you are. Say with me, activate, enhance, amplify, expand. This next set of codums balances you in any field and creates new synaptic pathways. It also brings in life's calling. Activate, enhance, amplify, expand. All right. The next set of codums brings in the energies of acceptance of self and others, compassion for self and others, the point of view of the witness consciousness, bird's eye view, objectivity. It also brings us up to alignment within ourselves, brings in our support systems, and amplifies the morphic field. Say with me, activate, enhance, amplify, expand. These next two are connecting to source self or higher self, and correct alignment to source creator. Activate, enhance, amplify, expand. 7311, 7311, 7311. This one is for realizing there is only one. It has a little bit different activator on it. So realizing there is only one. 5, 3, activate. This codum actually doesn't come from the Pleiadians, it comes from the Vegans. It helps awaken people to the environment they are in and raises vibrations. It pulls photons from the photon belt, and they call it the Jesus codum. And I think you'll see why. Activate. Say it with me. Activate. Enhance. Amplify, expand. This next set of codums switches your brain from the thinking mind to divine understanding. It also takes energy from Gaia straight up through the 8th through 12th chakras, through the higher selves up to source. We call this one the Rocket A codum. And the last codum in this one connects source to individual bliss. Say with me, activate, enhance, amplify, expand. I'm just going to let you be in those energies for a moment. Six power. 5, 4, 6. 5, 4, 6. 5, 4, 6. 5, 4, 6. 6 power. All right, I'm going to ground you back again. You'll still be in the experience and have that awareness, but won't be quite so out of body. Say with me, activate, enhance, amplify, expand. If any of you would like to share your experience, please type it in the chat. I'd love to hear it. Also, if you have any questions for me about fifth dimensional consciousness or anything I've said, please type it in the chat. I would. We have about 10 minutes left, 9 minutes left, and I'd love to interact with you. Please visit my website. There's a free gift there for you. It's a crystal array. It's an energy transmission from the KristaLyn kingdom. So you've got energies, gifts now from the Palladian, from the Vegan, and this is from the Crystal Kingdom. And you'll find that on my website. You can also get orgone generators. You can book a reading with me. You can learn a little bit more about the Inner Passage Mystery School, where it's all about the greater mystery. You can see videos of interviews I've done where I take out-of-body journeys, take groups of people with me, or contact me personally for assistance or clarity in your own journey. There's also some digital versions of crystal arrays available in the shop area at an amazing price. And my website is KristaLarrays.com. That is KristaLarrays.com. All right, with a few moments left, I am very happy to answer any questions anyone has, and hopefully you're all back with us. That's a great question, Delilah. I feel being in multidimensional consciousness allows me to have more tools to serve others with, literally, right? And it brings a tremendous amount of grace and ease and peace to my understanding. I understand the continuity of consciousness, so there's no fear of death anymore. I experience everything as wonder and amusement. And when I can be in that state of being, I'm able to help others discover they have the same thing inside themselves. So I definitely feel like it serves. That's a really good question. Thank you. It depends on what it is, Ashid. The prices vary. Readings are, less expensive. I do multiple different forms of healing. Our star brothers and sisters have blessed me, gifted me with a number of technologies which are actually embedded in my hand. And there's also traditional healings like Reiki and crystal. So it really just kind of depends what's the right fit for you. Almost everything except psychic surgery can be done on Zoom. So, thank you. Yeah, you bet. So, as a crystallologist, I'm very familiar with those, Audrey. Yeah, the crystalline beings, the crystalline entities. In 3D consciousness, rocks are rocks. They're just rocks. In 5D consciousness, they are living beings with consciousness. They think differently. They think in fractals. And they express energy in fractals as well. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing the crystal communication. Yeah. And crystalline energies. I was totally plugged into the galactic realms and felt great. Not long, I felt total shame and wanted nothing to do with it. I'm just coming back to balance. Any insight? Resistance? The greatest thing that any of us will ever do is get the thinking mind to calm down and behave and play fairly in the sandbox. It is afraid that if we experience the awakening of consciousness, that it'll be annihilated. And so it fights from the moment it realizes what's happening. It fights what it believes for its very survival. And so that's where the shame and everything else comes from, is it's trying to grab control again. For a moment, you're released. And for a moment, you get to taste what you really are. And the thinking mind is like, we're not having anything to do with that. And so it threw a bunch of frequencies at you that were translated as, whatever, guilt or shame. It's a ploy of the thinking mind. And that's why, we're either going to be in a state of heaven or a state of hell. And if it's hell, it's because the thinking mind is really running the show. That's the 3-year-old child within with a lighter in one hand and a pair of scissors in the other. And it's going to poke itself in the eye and burn the house down simultaneously. So, yeah, meditation. Definitely meditate. You'll have to learn how to quiet that mind so it can't do things like that to you. Thank you for that question. Just amazing. Love the discussion and the codums. You are a true wonder, and all would benefit from your readings and teachings. Love you, Angie. Thank you, David. Thank you, brother. Tara Ann, do you offer one-on-one healing sessions? Absolutely, Tara. On my website, KristaLarrays, KristaLarrays, you can book those with me. You can write me, you can contact me. My phone number is there as well. So just reach out. Suchara Pandi, when you give us 5D activations, I had a big yawn come out. The Jesus Codum from Vegan led me to see an all bright field all around my head. Yay! Isn't that one beautiful? It always makes me feel so soft inside. So, that's a beautiful one. Thank you, Suchara. Yeah, it's a beautiful experience with that code. I'm so glad you got to experience it. Eris Rogue. That tingling in my hands and feet soon spread throughout my entire body, and I felt school blissful and floating away. But it did radiate all that goodness into the world. You bet it did. Absolutely. You bet. We are all part of a whole, so anything that we experience goes out into the fabric of all. Victoria, will these last? For a while. No energy construct is ever permanent. In fact, nothing in this universe is ever permanent. This universe is based on creation and entropy. My headset's falling off. So things are either coming into being or falling out of existence. So it will last, and it depends how much contrast and conflicting energies that you get in your life as to how quickly it wears down. So, yeah, anywhere from a couple days, a couple weeks, possibly a month or more. And you can always contact me for more, and I put together custom codums for people. So wherever you're working at, whatever your next evolution is, I can design a whole series like this series today just for you.
All right, Angie, such a pleasure. So beautiful. Thank you so much. Our audience absolutely loved you and all that you had to say and all those codums. So thank you so much. And I want to say to everybody who has participated in activations today, so mine before it started, Cathleena, Heidi, and now Angie's, if you're not used to receiving high vibrational energies, and a lot of them, like you just did, you may notice some different kinds of long-term experience. By long-term, I mean over the next 24 hours, where maybe you'll have a little bit of trouble sleeping, or you'll have some emotional kinds of moments or emotion that won't make any sense necessarily, right? And so this is normal as you're acclimating, as you're normalizing from the energies that you received.
And drink lots of water. My goodness, if you're getting a lot of energy transmissions, drink water. We flow energy like electrical wiring flows electricity. And the water, which I actually have a juice, but water, pure water, is the electrical lines cosmic energy flows through. So please drink lots of water. And thank you all. Zane, thank you. Blessings, everyone.
Bye. Thank you. All right. Our last speaker of the day is an awakened corporate CEO who loves to connect like-minded people together and awaken as many of his fellow CEOs and people in power as he can with his enthusiasm and his online gatherings. Knowing that he would take over the family's pearl distribution business at a very young age, David learned multidimensional aspects of his products as nature's gift to humanity, linking us to the oceans and the moon. Today, he'll be sharing how he has kept 5D consciousness alive in a very 3D corporate landscape, and his enthusiastic message about the increased awakening happening at all levels of human hierarchy and status. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome David Norman. Hey.
Hi there, Zane. Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be with you. And if you see a lady swimming out of my head, that's a swimmer here in Australia.
All right. Well, we are going to enjoy your talk. So take it away, David.
Thanks, Zane. Well, hi, everybody. My name is David Norman, and I'm in the pearl business. I've been in the pearl business since birth, really. I'm the number 5 in a line of pearl dealers going back to about 1830. And I'd just like to say it's 8:15 in the morning here in Australia, and I'm in Sydney, and I got up early to watch some of the speakers. And BP, I loved your astrology. My company's called Aquarian Pearls. I'll tell you why afterwards. And Reverend Angie, that was like amazing. You're like a Pleiadian ambassador pretending to be a human. Well, you aren't pretending, you are a human. So I'm activated, enhanced, amplified, and expanded. And when I went to the psychologist, my 2 children, Hannah and Genevieve, who are now 27 and 23 a couple of years ago, they said, "Daddy, your ADHD is so terrible. Could you please, go to the psychologist and do something about it?" So I've always had a problem with, being present and a bit of ADHD. And when I went there, I filled in the forms, and he said, "You're the worst case I've ever seen, but you're also the highest functioning. And you can try the medication if you want, but you can also not." So I did try it, but I just got terrible pains at the back of my neck, and it wasn't really, the best for me. But the speaker tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning Australian time, so you're 6 p.m. in America, on the East Coast, and I think that's 3 o'clock in the afternoon in California. Karen Swain introduced me to Zane, and I was blown away by Zane and Zane's joie de vivre and everything he does. And Karen has been a friend and a spiritual teacher here in Australia for 30 years. And just before this started, I texted her and said, "What does ADHD stand for?" And she said, "It's already dialed into higher consciousness." So my personal journey from 5D, 3D on this planet is that I had a very conventional life. I was born in London. I went to English boarding school. When I came out, I was nearly 18. I went to live in Japan for 2 years in Tokyo to learn the business. And I discovered nightclubs and girls and drinking and had a great time. Then when I was 20, I was offered a job in Australia. So I came here and there was more nightclubs and girls and drinking. And when I was 22, sort of drunk out of my mind in a nightclub, this is back in, 1985. So a long time ago, a young lady came into the nightclub selling flowers to the patrons in the nightclub in this area called King's Cross, which is a nightlife area of Sydney. And I asked her for her phone number. She was very intriguing. And we went out for dinner, but she did say, I'm a Buddhist vegetarian. And she did that meditation called Vipassana, where you sit quietly for 10 days, 10 hours a day meditating. And I thought, oh my God, what are we going to talk about? Because I was, just a sort of drunken disco boy who liked, all things disco, drugs and girls and ice cream, sugar, meat, all that kind of stuff. And we went for dinner and had dinner, and I heard about her life. And when I woke up the next morning, I just woken up like I was spiritually awake. I was 22 years old and I didn't know anything from anything. That was 1985. Or 1986. Anyway, back in time. And my journey started. I immediately started seeing ants everywhere and life force in flowers. And I knew there was a God or a creator or whatever we call it, just the universe, that was a definite thing that ran everything. And my journey started almost immediately. And if I could say what my journey's been, I'd have to say it was the universe doing for me what I can't do for myself. And so whenever I needed to learn something, it would present itself and the next right thing happened. And so for me, the business of bringing 5D into 3D is actually, the job is that every human being on the planet needs to be themselves. And I did a lot of Shakespeare. Angie, I've got my water with essential oils in because you took me to another place. So I'm trying to be super grounded. I'm coming back. So I this galactic consciousness this year, though, I must say it's quite hard to be here now and to be present. And I was very impressed with the presence of the speakers that I watched overnight too. That you were all super, super here. And I found that one day in this spiritual awakening time when I was very young, I looked up at the planet Venus and I said, I don't know where it came from within me, but I said, I'm not coming back this lifetime. I'm going to stay here on Earth and do whatever you want me to do. And basically, it's a bit like an episode of Seinfeld, I reckon. You wake up every morning and you just say, what do you want? And the universe just puts all the people and the experiences in your way. And you just show up and it happens. And so surrender, that big word that we've heard today, and grace, those two things. Like, it's my job to surrender to what is coming and gracefully accept it, but also to accept that sometimes a lot of things go really, really wrong so that one thing can go right. And I heard that on a tape from our beautiful lady, Caroline Mace, who told an amazing story how she had swapped a pearl necklace for a box of chocolates in Moscow in communist times when she was there working as a medical intuitive. And then she was, a few days later, she had been put in a room, everything had gone wrong on her trip, and she'd been put in a room with a cancer patient. And the cancer patient was Russian, didn't speak English, and KristaLyn only spoke fluent American, or English, KristaLyn, only joking if you're watching. And they communicated by love, really. KristaLyn gave the lady a healing, and they swapped. And I thought to myself, if I ever meet that woman, I'm going to give her a pearl, being a pearl dealer. And we met in Sedona a couple of years ago. And KristaLyn was like, you don't know how much I love pearls, and introduced me immediately to an amazing Egyptian kind of lady who lives in Minneapolis called Lenny, who is into Egypt and all things Egyptian, who had just asked the universe to send her a pearl dealer. And then we had this amazing friendship strike up. And it really is. So life is like so accidental, and so much of it is just turning up. But I think the way 5D manifests for me is when I'm talking to people in my sort of corporate life, where people not everyone, if I start talking about galactic consciousness and I'm a Pleiadian, get me out of here and stuff like this, people aren't really that, well, they think I'm a bit mad, you know. My darling cousin Sam, who's 81, said to me the other day, I wouldn't mention that to your corporate friends. They might think you're mad. But actually, the truth is, it's good to mention a lot and be myself. And if somebody wakes up along the way from hearing this sort of stuff, then good thing, you know. And when I was woken up, when I was 22, I attributed my magical powers to the young lady who I thought woke me up. And I sort of became like her and thought she was God or goddess, which of course we now know everybody has got a bit of God inside them, and we're all connected. And just the other day, I had this amazing dream where I saw this incredible bright light, and I realized the light was in me and it was in every other human. And while we're being human, the light upstairs, it's all connecting and putting people together. And so really, it's more of just having to, to show up. But in this year of galactic consciousness, it's been really quickened for me. So when I started my journey in the 80s, there was Stuart Wilde. He was the first guy I met. He did a workshop. He lived in Taos, New Mexico, and he did some weird things. He called himself the drinking man's guru, and we all drank a ton of vodka. He had us doing things like putting our testicles in a glass of water for 10 minutes, saying it was really good for you. God knows why. Anyway, and he tied us together in groups of 10, where we had ropes around our ankles, and we had to do everything in 10 and learn to function together. And it was called the Warrior's Wisdom. And that was like the first course I did. Then I did Vipassana when I was 22, where I sat in the room trying to be holy and meditate. But I was 22, and all I did was think about sex for 10 hours a day for 10 days and then sleep a bit. So it wasn't, I was trying hard to be spiritual, but I threw in a few minutes of meditation at the end. But I had complete verbal diarrhea in those days, and I wasn't really that good at keeping quiet. And if I met somebody, I wasn't that interested in you. I was much more interested in talking and telling you and waiting for you to finish speaking so I could talk some more. But luckily with age, everything calms down. And nowadays, when I meet a 3D person who's not really that into spirituality and all that sort of stuff, I kind of say, tell me about your childhood. Where did you grow up? What was it like? And then I ask if people believe in any kind of higher being, any universal force, God, whatever you call it, and what's your spiritual journey if you have one. And some friends and people don't have one at all, and they don't really know what I'm talking about. And others are slowly waking up and kind of, learning about it all. I went to crystal healing classes in the 80s and met an amazing lady called Siobhan, who passed on a couple of years ago. And she taught me about the angels, and we did creative visualization. And then I wanted to paint. And my creative visualization was to be given a gift of flowers. And I told a friend in the business that I was going to learn painting. And he came with a bunch of flowers and said good luck, and I painted the flowers, and that was an amazing thing. Then I saw that lady Shakti Gawain, and she gave a lecture, and there were 1,000 people in the hall, and at the beginning she just went really quiet and said, let's have a moment to kind of ground, which I should have done before I came on. We should ground. And she just went really quiet. And I remember thinking, God, that's a long silence when you're going to present. But we all, you know, calmed down. And then she gave a beautiful talk. And by amazing luck, she said, oh, you can come and stay at my place and do creative visualization in Hawaii. So I immediately signed up, and I went and had a week with her in Hawaii, and she put on music and danced every day for half an hour to start the day. And then there was voice dialogue and visualizing, and it was an amazing, magical time. And people have always shown up. And there was an amazing lady I met in Australia who we lived kind of next door to each other in 2 big apartment buildings, called Lydia Duncan. And she brought a technology called voice dialogue to Australia. And that's where you speak to all the different voices in your head. You put them in a chair. So the critic comes out, and the critic might now say, oh my God, this is the worst speech you've ever heard or I've ever heard. Actually, guys, though, it is my first speech ever. Which is why I'm so kind of super excited, because I've done loads of lectures about pearls, which is kind of like falling off a log for me. You know, buy a pearl today. They're bright and shiny and beautiful and have amazing energy. But this is what really, you know, this is my secret passion. Well, it's not secret, but it's the job of bringing spirituality to humanity. And the whole journey, really, with all these, I mean, I've been a bit name dropping of some of these people, but really the journey for a normal citizen is from fear into love. It's really that. And I've had a massive battle all my life with feeling frightened and trying to convert it and transmute that fear. So the biggest fear of this sort of thing is, oh, I'll look bad and I'll send everyone to sleep. Then there's a huge fear of mine was always FOMO, which is fear of missing out, which means it's much more exciting in the other nightclub and it's really boring here. So we better nightclub hop, and went to 4 a night because it was always going to be more interesting. Then in the spiritual movement, it's like, oh, that teacher's much better and I'll miss my enlightenment. And then now this year, when we're all a bit stuck at home and there's blogging going on and videos, it's like, what's going to happen with the pandemic and what don't I know? And I've got to know the next vital piece of information. So there's this constant fear. And of course, the antidote to the fear is to calm down and get centered and actually say, I am in exactly the right place at the right time. And everything is perfect, which has been my life experience. And going back to that situation that Carolyn Mace talked of, where she ended up on a bus in Moscow next to a monk. And while she was telling him all her problems, he said to her, sometimes everything has to go wrong so that one thing can go right. And that is so much the case in life. When I look back at the things that were the worst things to happen, they very often turned out to be the best. And practicing gratitude for everything, for all the people I've ever met, all the things that went wrong, all the things that went right, and owning the lot in a kind of massive connected sphere, it kind of brings me, it brings me back to today. And I was interested, Angie, Reverend Angie, in your activation, you kept mentioning numbers. And this last year, I keep seeing 911, like 911. I look at the phone, it's 911, it's 1111, 333, 444. The amount this has happened this year, or maybe 2 years, I think it's part of the mass activation and the quickening going on, And I feel so much we this year. And there was a big hero of mine is Muhammad Ali. And he was a guy who said, I'm not going to go to Vietnam and fight Vietnamese people. My fight's at home where my people don't have enough healthcare and money and our life is, we've got segregation and everything else. I'm not going over there. And they took away his heavyweight title and were trying to put him in jail. And for 5 years, he he just stuck to his truth. And then he came back and won the heavyweight boxing title, age 31, knocking out George Foreman, who was this indestructible 21-year-old who then had a spiritual awakening and is now an ordained minister. So it's incredible what can happen. But Muhammad Ali was asked to give a speech at Harvard for the graduating class, and then he gave an amazing speech. And at the end, they asked him for a poem, and he went like this for his poem. He went, "Me, we," and that was like 2 words, "me, we." But it so sums up for me what's going on with 5D coming into 3D. That before it's all about me, and as my glorious Welsh friend in London, Bobby, says, the less of me there is, the more room there is for God. Now, God's a great word. Like, everyone's got a different word for the universe, and in this universe we're in, on this planet, we can be atheists, we can be ministers, we can be Hindus, Muslims, Jews, Christians, everything. But however God comes to us. And when I was 25, I was looking for God in India, and I went to Delhi, and I met a blind astrologer who was 90. And I said to him, "How do you find God?" And he said, "If God was a letterbox, or if God was Chicago and you post a letter anywhere in the world, then that letter will go to Chicago. And so you've got to find your own letterbox, and whatever it is, it will be." And then I went up to this beautiful place called Lake Dal in Srinagar and stayed there a few days. And I had this massive surrender experience. And I kind of just said, "All right, you can have my life, and whatever you want, I'll do it." But it was part of my big journey, and I think surrendering is a huge part. And when I meet 3D people who are not that into galactic consciousness, spirituality, but they have a belief in something, whether it's organized religious God or the universe or all that is, or whatever it is, I say to them, you can have a direct personal relationship with that. Like, go to the big guy or Mrs. or whatever you call it, that all there is, and just start talking and saying, "What do you want me to do? Help me with my business. Show me what my mission is. Please talk to me and help me." And then I've found there's a lot of talking going on in the dream state. And I've woken up with these mantras in my head this year saying, there is only one of us. There is only one of us. I read that in Neil Donald Walsh's book 3, Conversation with God. But when I'm feeling separation, like I'm out and about with normal humans, and I'm thinking, God, he's boring, or, God, I'm fat, or whatever thing, I say to myself, there is only one of us. And that unity consciousness that was much more eloquently spoken about by previous speakers of what's coming, like John Lennon's song Imagine, where he said, imagine all the people living for today. I've always been a bit hard at staying in today. I used to regret the past, then I was worried about the future. And I know this will be on the internet. So David, in the future, you're doing okay, baby. Hi there. But actually being here now, imagining this amazing world that we're all coming into, I feel hyper confident it's going to be amazing. And although there's masses of fear on the planet, we can just go about our everyday and smile, and you see all these amazing babies and children pouring into the planet, and there's like light workers everywhere. There's incredible cats and dogs, and there are these butterflies that they've got these piffly little brains, but they can go from America to South America and back and land on the same tree, monarch butterflies. And there's this incredible amount of life within flowers, and trees are giving off all this energy, and the ocean. I'm obsessed with whales personally, and dolphins. I kind of love whales, and I kind of think if I could be anything other than human, I'd like to be a blue whale. Although I don't want to go near whales in Japan or something, but I think that might be quite an existence. Although just eating krill all day, I don't know, it could get a bit boring. I don't get a lot of high-grade cacao and chocolate or something, but they are the embodiment, apparently, of 5D in the 3D world, and they're constantly awake and aware and doing their stuff. there's so much synchronicity in this field that we're operating in, and in the flow. And there are so many galactic beings, light presenters in the workshop, that although the fear that's in the world that I see every day with what's going on this year is rampant and high, I kind of feel like we're coming into this amazing global awakening. And I've made a new company last week with my dear friend Chrisandra, who lives in Darwin at the top of Australia, and we're calling it Woken World. And we're going to, as well as Pearls, we're going to host events and do whatever we can to contribute to this global awakening that's going on with individuals. And I feel so lucky to be a Pearl dealer. I know it's a very amazing incarnation, this one, that I got to grow up in England, where at my boarding school, crying was, I went when I was 7, and you were not meant to cry. So we quickly could dump down our emotions and sort of be a bit stodgy in English. In those days, that was the 60s and the early 70s. And then I got to go and live in Japan, and then I came to Australia. And this whole journey of awakening has been so much about kind of just saying what's going on day by day. It's such a big healing, whether I'm feeling bad or feeling good, but just to share it with people and say this is what's going on. It's like a really vital job. I've been very lucky in the pearl business itself. Pearls have an amazing energy, and they were in oysters. Any oyster that's irritated by something that gets stuck in it makes a pearl. So before 1900, all pearls were what we'd call natural. Then in 1906, Kokichi Mikimoto in Japan invented cultured pearls, where you put a bead into a host oyster and it's irritated, so it coats it with nacre, which is the actual pearl coating. And then they discovered that they could make pearls in Australia, they make them in China, they make them in the Philippines, in Indonesia, in French Tahiti, and anywhere you've got oysters, in theory, you could make pearls. And they're an amazing thing, because when you look at a pearl, I had some on for my interview with Zane, but I haven't got them on today. But when you look at pearls, they have this amazing iridescence and this rainbow play of colors. And just in the last few weeks, I was guided and felt it was right to make shell essences with pearls. So there's a beautiful lady called Nancy and an amazing Pleiadian dude called Jack, and they've both taken pearls away, and they're making pearl shell essences for me with different essences. And just this week, I've learned about essential oils, and you can put them on. This one, I've got this one called Valor, which makes me brave to do my speaking. And they smell amazing, and they enhance everything. So everything carries a vibration and the power. And I've noticed we sell the pearls on TV out of Atlanta, Georgia, and London, and here in Sydney. And whenever the models or the staff put the pearls on to do TV shopping, they always kind of go and feel more regal and amazing. And there is something about them. And whenever I do the TV show, I always say to all that is, to God, to the universe, you do the speaking and I'll show up. And I saw the Dalai Lama give a speech once, and it was a bit boring, for want of a better word. It's terrible sacrilege, but he was emitting so much energy that it wasn't boring, really. I bet, the other 3,000 people were loving life and were really interested. But if you've got ADHD, you're often off with other planets, and it's hard to be here now. But his energy was so awakening that really he could have read the phone book and it wouldn't have mattered, but he was talking the noble truths, So I've got to say, I'm completely loving life being with everybody today. And my message to you would be, if you're just starting your spiritual journey, speak to the universe and say, help me out here, guys, and show me what I need to know. And I just have to say thank you so much for having me. I'm like totally loving life being with you all. And Zane, you've put on an amazing show, and it's wonderful to be part of it all with you guys.
Well, it's not me. It's all these wonderful people that are speaking and lending us their light. And the only reason I'm jumping in right now is that Facebook has a limit of 8 hours. and we are really close to that 8-hour limit, they're going to cut off that stream in 1 minute exactly from now, whereas YouTube could go on a little longer. So if we wanted to have another minute or two of conversation, we most certainly could do that. I thought your talk was fantastic, and it wasn't your first talk, right? It was your first spiritual talk, right?
Correctamundo.
Yeah. And it was amazing. I mean,
in America on pearls, but
right.
They were more like Valium.
Right. You've had so many amazing comments. You'll really much, I know you're going to enjoy going back through and reading what people have been saying the whole time that you've been talking, but they definitely love you. And I'm excited about this. And I have to say that your new company that you've started up, you need to go ahead and set up a mailing list as soon as possible, because I know lots of these folks would love to know everything about that company. So, and let me know if you want any help with that, because I've got a little bit of familiarity with that now.
Thank you so much, Thane. Thank you.
Well,
my astrology girlfriend back in 1985 said, call the pearl company Aquarian Pearl. So I did as I was told. So we were kind of being a bit Aquarian back in 85.
Right. Nice. Yep. So I think we just got cut off from Facebook. So thank you so much, David.
Thank you so much, Thane.
And we'll see everybody tomorrow. We've got another full day starting at the same time. I'm not going to say the time because everybody's in a different time zone. Starting at the same time, we have another song before we get started, and then amazing set of speakers. Yeah, just as much fun as today, I'm sure. So thanks again, everyone.